Hello everyone, welcome back. It is day 81. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So yesterday we started Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 1. Unit 2, we covered the N1, right? The first half. Yes, the first half and a personalized practice lesson set. Got a couple kanji that we'll go over. As per usual, we're going to start with Total Recall and day 1. So day 1, we're using English writing output with oral Japanese output and visually using kana, right? Kana visuals with the occasional kanji mixed in. So let's start. Actually, yesterday's unit, the N1 set, was shopping for electronics, and the electronics are incredibly grouped together and very, very common to my vocabulary. So in English, all these words are attached together, so it wasn't it felt like more so remembering 2 or 3 chunks as opposed to, I'm going to say there's 15 to 16 elements. We'll see how many we recall right now. So let's start with start at the top. Keyboard, right? Mouse. I'm gonna not pronounce the ooze at the end because, you know, some people like that I don't pronounce or suggest that I don't pronounce the ooze at the end. Once again, it's largely to remind me of the kana. That's what the kana says, not necessarily what the output I'm going to use. So, why this? Right? Why this? Cable. Gaming. Inchi. For the monitor. And we have some other things like an adverbial modifier, right? Moto. Omoi. Karui. Light as in lightweight. Hikaru. Light as in light up, glitter, shine, etc. Light up. That's our predicate for this N1, for Unit 2 N1. Reshito. Honestly, I don't know how to spell receipt. I swear this is a French word. Yeah, I'm gonna say receipt. I think that's how you spell receipt. Reji bukuro. Bukuro. Yes. Reji bukuro. The plastic disposable shopping bags. Ichiman, right? Oh my gosh, I really disagree with the stroke. Formal protest on the stroke order. Ichiman. 10,000. We talked about this. Japan, the Japanese people decide to use a 10,000 units, which is actually kind of unique in a sense. It's a little contentious point. There are some systems that use only 1,000 as a unit, like 3, like the United States, but there are places, including Chinese, that uses the 10,000 unit. Koreans, I think, have something too. It's a fun little trivia thing. If people use 1,000 units and then spawn from 1,000 units using hundreds and thousands, as opposed to 10,000s. Funny little thing, if you're ever interested. Then we have the kanji stuff. So right, yo. Uh-oh. Android is so large, but Yasui, right? Cheap. I don't really know what the stroke order is for this. I think it's Mae. Yeah, Mae. Thanks, Victor. I think that's all 5. Oh, no, that's actually 4. I'm missing one from yesterday. This is front. Positional front. Not the front, but positional front. That's more of an English thing than a Japanese thing. When I'm saying front. Yep, I'm definitely missing one. Store. It's unrelated. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remembered 5 kanji. What could it be? I had it momentarily when I saw Kyo. It's between... So, let's go through it in my head. Yasui is the last one. Mae is the first one. Kyo is the second one. Man is the fourth one. So I'm missing the third one from going from left to right in my mind's eye in the kanji section. So what was between what's between Kyo and Man? Obviously, it's going to be incredibly obvious if I heard it or see it. This is contextualist. Contextless. Wow. Yeah, I know. They show that in the definitions. Duo lists all the possible definitions before introducing them, so you kind of know in advance when you highlight over them. Man. Usually I don't forget kanji because we practice them every lesson set. I did it I did like 2.5 times yesterday. All right, well that's all I got. So let's see, 3, 6, 7, 7, 10, 13, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's above average, above board. So let's go take a look. What did I forget? Oh no, there were only 4. Okay. Okay, I remember the order, but I thought, okay. Oh, I see. I was thinking of these things. I see. So I thought there might have been one here. Yeah. My Kyo, right? Kyo. And then Yasui, and then Ichiman. Right, these two. So I actually thought there might have been another one here. Alright, well, I'm not crazy after all. Let's see if we covered whatever they listed here. Wireless, cable, keyboard, man, ichiman, monitor, mae, kyo. Yeah, that's it from yesterday. They don't cover everything. Obviously, this word list is not comprehensive. I also said heavy, light, inches, shopping bag, the moto modifier. There's a lot of things that they tend to cover. Maybe, like, for instance, I know 1,200 words, 1,200 plus words from Duo alone. So you're going to say about 50%. About 50% are listed here. And usually they exclude all predicates. So predicates make up like 15% of that list that's missing. So you have to remember predicates. And the new predicate that was introduced in N1 of Unit 2 is hikaru. to light up or glitter or shine, etc. Okay, let's head into Unit 2. And I already got spoiled by the guidebook because I always look at the guidebook beforehand. At the conclusion of the third day, we look at the guidebook just to get us excited about what's coming up. And we know that the Tai form is being introduced in N2. And then we always look at the kanji after every N introduction. So day 1 and day 2, and we know that we have 2 kanji to look forward to. Neither of the kanji, actually there's one radical, actually 2 radicals that I recognize, but outside of that, obviously we look forward to it as per usual. Okay, discipline. Express what you want to do at a concert. I haven't been to a concert for a very long time, but the times that I had a chance to go to a concert, I had many different experiences of different types of concerts. Ones where there's a lot of people there, one where there's basically 4 people standing there. It's very remarkable experience, especially when you have concerts with friends. So maybe perhaps when I visit Japan, by coincidence, there might be a J-Rock concert nearby or a gig. I would definitely find it lovely to be able to talk about concerts in Japan. We'll see. I've always had this during my like J-Rock phase, right? That would insist that I'm no longer in that phase. I'm not really in that phase anymore. However, I always imagine myself going to Japan just see the Rock in Japan festival, right? I always watch a lot of like live recordings coming from the rock festival in Japan, the annual rock festival in Japan. A very specific one.
Konya.
Konya. Oh, this evening, tonight. I see. Konya. Oh, that's a great way to interact with the other kanji as well. Makes sense. Yeah, 2 of the radicals are familiar in Konya, specifically the ya. But yes, nice. So we're getting all our like frequency words in kanji, which is great. Or like not frequency but time related words in kanji because they come up a lot. So they're finally going through those words. They went through predicates first, like the first set of most common predicates, and then they did adjectives, some of the most common adjectives, and they're going through frequency now, like elements of time, in order to flesh out the other stuff. And then what else would honestly, like food and names, yeah, that's pretty secondary because there's so many of them. I do like how they're prioritizing, and if they go back to predicates, that'd be awesome. They kind of have this priority of predicate, adjectives, like positional stuff and time stuff, but not so much positional stuff yet. There's 1 or 2, so I kind of like that. That's where their priorities are. Their priorities are to get that. There's lots of counters too, so they go through counters a lot as well. So the highly frequency stuff, which I like. Although a bit slow for my taste, right? I think that earnestly, I am incredibly impressed if people, what they claim they remember at the pace Duolingo is going. I would be incredibly impressed if that is true. When someone says like, oh yeah, I learned all the vocabulary at the pace Duolingo is going right from the start in long-term memory. Because 15 to 20 things every single day, if not more. I mean, I've seen people do their lessons, lots of examples of lessons. It goes through, and you're a blank slate, and you're trying to remember 30 new things every 2 days without context assistance. So no audio input, no visual input, just total recall. 30 new things every 2 days. Just ask yourself, in my opinion, ask yourself, how often do you remember 30 new novel things every 2 days? I don't even think I've ever been to a class where I could retain 30 different, potentially unrelated concepts, like even words or numbers in a new language in 2 days. Like oftentimes you get a week. And when I mean a week, I'm talking about going to school and only focusing on those things like 6 to 7 hours a day to get those 30 things. So to me, if it's true, I'm not saying it's not, if they're able to demonstrate that, I'm the person with the poor study habits or maybe like not so great total recall. For me, I think that's exceptionally, brilliantly unbelievable. That if you get lucky, which Duolingo tries to do, they try to group help people group the words together thematically. But to me, it seems like a lot of these people that I see, in my opinion, there's no way they're blank slating it, as in they're probably doing it with prior knowledge and competency of which they don't disclose, and they potentially underestimate how assisted their understanding is, not exactly in long-term memory. So to me, if I use Duolingo as a tool, it would be very interesting in a classroom setting if I gave an exam, and then first I survey the students how long they spent on Duolingo, what did they do, what their approaches are. If they streamline and went through the lesson once, I don't expect any higher than a 60 or 70% on an exam or total recall with no context clues. As in, I literally give them a prompt, list all the words you can remember from your lesson. I say nothing else. Like, I provide no context whatsoever. I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm not going to form it into a multiple choice. No context. I expect, reasonably based on Duolingo's volume, around 60 to 70%. Most of the students will fail, in my opinion. That's how I think about it. Now, when you learn, though, the nice thing about learning a language and learning other concepts like in school, the teacher, the professor, is only as effective a lot of times in examinations as how they are able to encourage the student to recall things. So they contextualize all their questions. The more effective or resonating their questions are, it only helps the student recall the information and possibly be even instructive. So when I come up with exam questions and stuff, oftentimes I want to contextualize it so that if they answer the question accurately, right, they will also remember the nature of the question. And that nature of the question hopefully inspires them to contextualize it. I know you can get lazy with the interest of time and be pragmatic and ask questions like, what are 10 vocabulary words in chapter 1? That doesn't, in my opinion, do anything but rely on the student's ability to do what I did earlier with the kanji. If they have a very strong visual memory, right, like at the time, if they're very practiced in that, they can possibly visualize the review page of a chapter and sort those images on their own. That's raw recall. Alternatively, you can frame the question a little bit differently. Chapter 1 is about this. Can you recall any words regarding the electronics store? So naturally, the student might not say, oh yeah, you're right, all these vocabulary words have something to do with the electronics store. And then they recall all those words, right, about the electronics store. So what happens over time, you like to believe, is if you swap up all your question asking, sometimes some of the most effective professors, at least in my opinion, the ones that imparted so much wisdom on me and encouraged me to learn a lot, is that their questions are even more informative than the things that I'm supposed to be responsible for. Like, I still remember what inspired me to be this kind of person when it comes to teaching, and it was my professor in college. He was like pretty much the single stranger mentor, like guardian figure that I had. And when I had his class, when I was in his class for biochemistry, his questions are incredibly fun. They're incredibly engaging. Like, yeah, sure, we had to calculate or understand or recall the process of the biological reactions after a person consumes like a source of carbohydrates, right? And then you have to figure out like what process and talk about what happens when someone consumes something, what are the breakdowns and the reactions. But his questions are incredibly detailed oriented. Like, oh, like what if someone went to the fridge and got out a leftover french fries and then started chewing in their mouth? What happens there? So that's kind of the thing I'm talking about. And oftentimes I rarely believe, it is so hard for me to believe that someone says they do this, which they already understand. I'm sure most people already understand that Duolingo is nearly contextless. It's raw. It's very raw. So when someone comes up and says, I speedrun Duolingo, my only impression is they probably know all the vocabulary already. And then somehow reviewing the vocabulary provides them reward. That's fantastic. It's another salient tool. When someone is strongly suggesting they spedrun Duolingo, as in they did it, learned something, and also could recall it from a blank slate, you're gonna need some heavy way of demonstrating that to me. That would imply recording all of it and actually certifiably proving that you had no prior assistance, right? Speedrunning is not an assistant-less or context-less form of application. It is very informed in any regards. That's the whole essence of speedrun, right? So the whole idea of speedrun is part of the Duolingo thing a lot of times. So I don't plan on doing any of that. I do not resonate with that as a form of supporting how I gather information in skill building. How long do you think it would take to speedrun Duolingo in my native language? I don't know. A very long time, probably. We'll find out. I mean, at some point. It would take me a very long time. I'm not a very practiced speedrunner. Petromino. My native language is English. However, since I don't know how long, so let's say I'm taking this question incredibly seriously and I plan on doing a speedrun. Well, I don't know how long the Duolingo English course is. So my only point of reference is Japanese, and it's one of the longer courses in Duolingo. And in Japanese, it's already a blank slate. But in my native language, I have no idea. I believe the English course is one of the longest in Duolingo. So I don't watch people speedrun, so I have no idea. I watch parts of their speedrun, as in when people are very interested in speedrunning. And I don't speedrun anything, so I don't have speedrunning skills. And also, I'm not a hyper-focuser, so I don't keep on task very often. So speedrunning would be very, very difficult, if not unachievable in one session. I don't even think I can speedrun anything on Duolingo in one session. Speedrunning seems pretty pointless. It is pragmatically different. I think people who speedrun things find great joy, so it's very valuable to them, right? When you're considering other people's point of views, if it motivates them to review stuff and like to make content and makes them happy, yeah, I can appreciate that. Having people tell me or project that speedrunning is impressive to me is making a big assumption that I have the same priorities regarding language learning. It would be kind of interesting to engage in that hobby of speedrunning. Regrettably, I don't share the same, fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to spin it, I don't share the same pleasures of speedrunning. I cannot connect very well. I have attempted some speedrunning things sort of before, where like in a video game, if you need to accomplish an achievement within a certain time frame, that's the closest thing to speedrunning. And usually I spend a disproportionate amount of time talking before the speedrun. The speedrun itself, like doing the speedrun itself, provides the least amount of reward. I like evaluating other people's speedruns, like looking at other people's speedruns is pretty neat. The act of doing it is not particularly rewarding to myself. So, in a way, it's incredibly emotionally valuable to those who enjoy it. It is not emotionally rewarding to me per se, specifically to me. I can see myself speedrunning things when I have a friend who loves speedrunning. So in order to connect with someone I hold dear and personal, I might engage in activities that they find valuable, so I can attempt to connect with them. Right now, though, most of the people around me do not speedrun, with the exception of one person. However, I also don't participate in that particular game they play. However, we talk about it a lot, and I watch him speedrun and do things in speedrunning to be encouraging, right? But that's about it. Duolingo speedrunning is like the thing that people find amusing for Duolingo. Meanwhile, I'm using Duolingo as a cultural leaping point for random discussions. Like right now, I talk about teaching most of the time. So how to get people to be very interested in what isn't just in front of them, right? Speedrunning is the opposite, actually, a lot of times, which is to focus on the thing, exactly all the things that are in front of them. And I usually do not have that aptitude, so I get easily distracted. In fact, it's been a very long time since I've ever done anything multiple times and felt motivated and engaged. You might be thinking, well, I mean, you just spent 81 days doing the same thing. I beg to differ. I can tell you now, if you decide crazily to like speedrun watch, here's the inside joke, right? Meta joke. If you speedrun watch all 81 days of me doing Duolingo, you will notice that there isn't a similar pattern to any of them. I either am randomly talking about another story that's irrelevant or relevant to Duolingo, or something else. Something always comes up. So rarely do I approach Duolingo doing the same thing. I'm not a same thing kind of guy, and I believe there are other people who are way more well equipped to doing speedruns. I really dislike habitually repeating the same thing at the expect of diminished return but mastery. Not my jam. So there are impressive speedruns of Duolingo though. Sometimes I can't even process how they went about it. As a meme though, if someone asked me to speedrun something, I'd probably pick the shortest course, watch someone else's speedrun of that shortest course, use brute force and remember every single response, every permutation of every single response, refine every permutation to find all the visual cues that I need, and then repetitiously repeat those acts and complete it as quickly as I can. Without any comprehension or knowing. The whole point, in my opinion, if I'm achieving a speed run, is to focus on what is necessary, what is minimally sufficient, the bottom line to do them. So I probably study someone's pool of all of their possible responses and know all of them in advance, pick the shortest course and complete that. That's probably, so I would definitely not pick my native language because the English course is the longest. If I have to do something repeatedly, it's going to have to be very short. I think my attention span, for lack of a better word, if I'm being realistic to myself, if I had to optimize something, my attention span does not accommodate the length of the English course. The last time I've done something like that, the longest was like 3 minutes. I can only sustain hyper focusing for like 3 minutes max. Kind of like an OSU map. A long OS map. The rhythm game OS. That's probably as far, and even then there are drops in attention. That's probably the longest answer I've had for a speedrun, but yeah. Very reasonably so. I know my limits. I can't focus on something longer than 3 minutes. 3 minutes is very, very exhausting. Let alone like people. It's really impressive. I know I have become acquainted over these years with a person who has, in my opinion, humbles me every day on how incredibly hyper-focused this person is. Like, they are able to do something for so long. I get this comment a lot when I'm doing Duolingo. Someone would come by and say, or like leave a great comment. It's an encouraging comment, but it's one that I don't really resonate with very much and emotional. When someone says, dang, 7 hours of Duolingo, it's like, dude, 8 hours, man, that takes a lot of like dedication and focus. I'm not focused on it. I already explained that, Hugh. I already explained that, and I think Tetro is trying to make a fun slight. So here's some context. It was like a fun meta joke, but I already explained the whole length and choice thing, Hugh. So yeah, this person, they are so great at focusing, but the downside, you know, there are pros and cons to this. Hyper-focused people tend to not be able to find more and more generalized skills. So when someone says, "Ah, yeah, you spent 7 hours, dude, that's so torture. How do you do this day in and day out for 80 days straight, like 6 hours and 7 hours of Duolingo?" It's largely because I'm not actually doing the same thing for 6 or 7, 8 hours. My mind wanders. I think about a lot of things. I have discussion and dialogue with myself and other people all the time. I'm legitimately not focused. And you might be thinking, well, then how do you learn anything on Duolingo? I learn to manage that and find how I can connect most of these things so that I don't lose task. I think that resonates with a lot of people who have problems focusing on a specific task. But generally, I don't force myself to focus on something. I find enough things to get me to learn something related to it, and then hopefully that it brings it all together. Right. So I focus on a lot. I bounce between a lot of things, while the output, when people watch me, the output is the same. However, I try my best to speak out loud, so it makes it a little bit more tangible and obvious that when I see the same prompt for the 10th time in a row, I don't actually think of the same thing the 10th time in a row. Repetitious natures causes me to be disinterested, so I have to keep it novel somehow. And that's my answer to a comment. I get one or two of these comments every day, and I think it's very motivating. At the same time, I want to tell those people, like, the 7 hours of Duolingo is nothing to me because I don't do the same thing for 7 hours. I rarely ever do the same thing for 7 hours. I might be able, at the upper end, do the same thing for like 30 minutes. 30 minutes to an hour, which is a reasonable time for those so many people who find it maybe impressive that my videos are 7 hours long each day, but really I can no more sustain doing the same thing the same way more than probably the average person. Like, it would get massively boring. And I actually can resonate with this one really nice guy who mentioned that they also stream on a different platform, and Duolingo Live, and they said, yeah, after an hour my brain is rotting and like I'm tired. It's like pushing 2 hours is crazy. Like, yeah, I can relate to that. If you are strictly trying to do the same thing, it's going to get boring. Are there a lot of differences in the different language courses? Absolutely. There are newer language courses and underdeveloped language courses, and they all are separated by different project leads, or at least it looks like it, developmental project leads. And you can have even learn in a different language, and they may have like one section. Like, it can vary from having only 2 sections in a different language. So like, you don't even have to choose English. You can go to Japanese or something and learn English, and it'd be a shorter course. Well, if I already know English, you can pick for example, just the English course itself. You can pick any other language, and it's probably varied too. But even within those languages, like if I'm an English speaker and I use the native language, all the courses vary. It can vary all the way down to like having 1 unit, or like 2 units and one section with 2 units in it. Like, and then others are like gigantic. And Japanese is one of the longest ones now. As of 2024, Japanese is one of the longest, and English tends to be the longest of all of them. So if I were gonna try to do a speed run, I probably wouldn't pick my native language, which happens to be English. And English is statistically across the board one of the longest courses. For example, the Welsh course is a joke comparing. Well, the Welsh course is short. It's in development compared to Spanish course. I don't like the word joke because that would imply that is insignificant, which I personally would discourage using language like that. But the Welsh course is less developed than the flagship Spanish course to contextualize reasonable nature of your negative use of the word joke. The Welsh course is developed later, has a shorter development time, and it is not one of the founding language courses of Duolingo. Spanish is one of the founding flagship courses. It has the longest development time, has the most resources, lots of the most resources, and it also has a historical significance to the founders of Duolingo. So, not to supersede what you're saying, but generally speaking, that connotation of using words like joke would provide insignificance as a critique for word choice here. Hey, let's keep moving along. So this is Konya. Let's see. Okay. Eki
駅
and
園今夜
Konya. Yamada.
Zero.
Kind
今夜
of stuttered a little bit there on Yamada.
今夜
あ、今夜暇ですか？
Konya Ima? Ima desu ka? Oh, free. I haven't seen this in a long time. Ima desu ka? Oh, are you free? Are you free tonight? Ooh. You've done mostly Russian, so I don't know much about the others. Would you say that the Japanese course is better in English? Since I haven't done the Russian course, I can tell you what other people are saying. Right now, in terms of like the speedrunning community, right? Speedrunning community, that would include the Duolingo as a subset. There's also a tier list community. And what I mean by that is any influencer that has a large group tends to form tier lists for like content, right? So according to I'm going to say I sampled about 30 like sub 1K language learning community in terms of Duo, like 30 tier lists. Japanese course is A to S tier. The Russian course gets it's usually between B and C. So if I had to say, and this is 30 English influencers. Generally the Japanese rank 1 or 2 tiers higher than the Russian course. So I would like to say, according to whatever these people did who have used both the Russian and the Japanese, and these people I guess are self-claimed multilingual people, so they have prior experience. So naturally I would say probably. I myself cannot back this up since I haven't used the Russian course. So if you want a course better, this would be it. The Japanese course after this is post. These comments are pre 2023 or pre 2024, and I started post 2024. And the Japanese course has perseverely, from the experience, the Japanese course has increased by 30%. So for better or for worse, that could also mean that it has slowed down per se because it has 30% more content, right? So even before 2024, this was the rate. And remember that we have to also keep into consideration that the Russian course may have changed post 2024. I don't really know, but the Japanese course has improved after 2024, and that's my only experience up to this point. And for someone like myself, it will take over 6 months to complete the Japanese course, blank slate. So I would say for someone who's very speed oriented, maybe, and casual, slightly like on average casual, I would say 3 months is reasonable for the Japanese course. So you can use that to kind of compare to your Russian course experience, if that helps with your decision making. Yeah. Top tiers are obviously the S class consistence amongst those people are English, Spanish. It's largely just English. It's largely English and Spanish are their flagship, or the S consistent S tier ranking, if that helps. So you could use Spanish. You could try Spanish if you're interested. I will be tackling Spanish after Mandarin, and Mandarin is around Russian. So Mandarin and Russian has on average a B tier rating among these 30 polyglot or self-proclaimed polyglot that are making tier lists for consumption, right? So they're about the same. And I'm going into Mandarin after Japanese, which is after a 6-month period. And then I imagine Mandarin is going to be less than that because it's half the length from my details. And then I'm going to jump into Spanish, which is going to be interesting. You've got so far as learning some hiragana and katakana in Japanese, but I have to say that the kanji is maybe a little bit too intimidating for now. Ooh, I can say something about the kanji in Duolingo. If you have kana, it takes its sweet time. So if you're someone who's like very prone to taking it slow, take it slow and whatnot, Duolingo's like kanji introduction is super slow. It might even challenge people who don't think they can learn kanji rapidly. It might even be slow for those people. Like for myself, I'm gonna say I'm meh, very meh. I would say I'm about average when it comes to pictorial symbolism. I do have a background in looking at image like artwork, but generally that is very minimal in terms of using abstraction of pictorial symbolism. However, even I find it slow. So I don't know. They average like 1 to 2 kanji for like 2 whole sections that took me 70 days. And then now in this new section 3, the average is going up to 3 to 4 kanji so far. And then that will take me, this whole section has double the amount. So I'm going to say it's going to take me 140 days, possibly 140 days on an average of 3 to 4 kanji a day. So, or 3 to 4 kanji maybe every 3 days is how I'm writing it. Going along now. Eventually in Duolingo, pre-2023, Duolingo will have exposure to 1300 kanji, allegedly 1300 kanji. I don't know what the post 2024 is going to be, since we're in this year. We don't know what that number is going to be. So at least you'll see 1300 kanji in some way, very, very slowly. It does ramp up, and I was already told by a speedrunner that in section 4, which I'll see in another 140 days, the average goes up to like 8 to 10 kanji for me every 3 days, because it takes me 3 days to complete a unit. So that's, if that pace is, it seems a little less intimidating, that might be interesting for you. I actually think right now, in the beginning, it is kind of slow, and even for myself, who I honestly think I'm pretty average when it comes to this type of thing. It's new to me. I do not have a native language or a language that I'm competent in that use pictorial symbolism. Pretty much my entire life I've used Roman characters, right? So to give you an idea, and you already know Russian, so I'm just saying, if you know Russian, that's closer to the complexity of this stuff than Roman characters, like me being an English speaker, right? I am Chinese in background, however I'm illiterate, so I have no exposure to pictorial things, and even I found it a little slow for an average person, I would say. So maybe it might be something that interests you. Not too intimidating, I would say, the pace that Duolingo goes. This is food for thought.
今夜はちょっと。
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 That's a pretty good phrase. I wonder how polite this is. If you go up and tell someone like, 今夜はちょっと, is it okay to say that? Or is it like, yo, straight up rejection? The interpretation from Duolingo for 今夜はちょっと is tonight doesn't really work well, right? Doesn't really work well. It doesn't really work well. Like, not tonight, please. Not tonight.
ブラジルのアーティスト。
ブラジルの what? アーティスト artist. Oh,
ブラジルのアーティスト。
wow.
アーティスト。
Artisto. Okay, artisto. Fair enough. Brazil, Brazilian artist. Brazil no artisto. Fair enough.
アーティスト。
Artisto.
コンサートに行きたいです。
Concerto ni. Oh yeah, our new tense. Our new form. 行きたいです。Wait.
コンサートに行きたいです。
たいです。
行きたいです。
Want to go, would like to go, wants to go. Interesting. So, hang on, let me... flashbang. Okay. Interesting. So it's not listed here. Wait. Hold up. Let me look at this again. Titus. Yeah. Interesting. So they didn't go with... Okay. Alright. Sure. Titus. So, iku into ikitai, iku into ikitai, and then with des to
行きたいです。
be interesting. Okay, all right. So not necessarily. Oh, wait. That's why it didn't come up. Hold up. I gotta think about this. Yeah. Approximate. Hold up. So iku, and then ikitai. Does my current reference thing not include ikitai? Oh, it doesn't. I'm gonna have to look for a new thing. Or I could look at what Tofuku has. I need a breakdown of this in the future. Okay, we'll do that in the evening. So, ikitai desu. We'll take it for what it is for now. So I want to go to a concert. コンサートに行きたいです。Sorry.
今夜このバンドのコンサートに行きたいです。
Oh no. Oh no.
はい。
The dreaded page, the line break. The dreaded line break. 今夜このバンドのコンサートに行きたいです。Fair enough. So, どんなバンドですか? That's a fair question. What kind of band is it? Or are they? Sure. What
こ
kind
の
of
バン
band
ド
are
に
they?
会いたいですか？
このバンドに会いたい。Oh man. 会いたいですか? I want to meet this band. Neat. Very neat. Do you want to meet this band? Nice. Do you, and I see the knee. Do you want to meet this? Do you want to meet this band? このバンドに会いたいですか?
会いたいです。
Yeah, 会いたいです。会いたいですか? このバンドに会いたいですか? Okay. Oh, all right. This was used. Funny enough, this image was used for actor. Wait, is this still using for actor? No. Oh, and this was also used for oh yeah, the actor. Caillou. No, Caillou. Sorry, Caillou. What do we have? Probably Yume na. Yeah.
有名な
Yume na. Artisto. Oh yeah, artist. Oh, I see what they're going with artisto.
アーティスト
Interesting. Hold up. I need G-Show right now. Artisto. Whoops. It's I don't even know how to represent that in Domaji, really. Nope. I don't even know how to enter it in G-Show. Let's look at what they have for artists. Yeah, I figured. So let's scroll down to, here it is. Artisto. Artist, musician. Interesting. Musician. Artist, musician. Yeah. There's artist, painter, cartoonist, creator, author, writer, that artist, and this painter, artist. Okay. So very, very nuanced still. I don't know how generalizable artisto is gonna be, but this made me think of something else, right? This image would make me think of something else. So 有名なアーティストに会いたいです。Gonna meet famous artist. Sure. Or a famous artist. That's fair.
私もこのバンドに会いたいです。
私もこの、私もこのバンドに会いたいです。Okay, sure. I also want to meet this band.
今夜このアーティストのコンサートに行きたいです。
今夜このアーティストの、アーティストのコンサートに行きたいです。Right, we gotta get used to saying 行きたいです。That opens up a whole world of things. Expressing wanting to do something is pretty useful, especially in my day-to-day conversations. Yes, I can think of a lot of ways that the question now is I want to see how I want to see them use other predicates to see if how much it changes, how much it doesn't change from all the base forms that I have now. My working base form is not the plain form, it's the mas form. So we have mas, masen, mashita, masho, right? Those are my working forms. So where most of the things are relevant to that. I know plain forms in isolation right now. I tend to make the leap from the mas form to the plain form as a point of reference for the time being, but not conjugating the plain form into anything else. So we're going to see how the I form relates to that as we see more predicates. It's not automatically assumed that all the forms follow, because I don't want to work on that assumption too often. I mean, working on that assumption can create maybe a pattern of usage that I don't particularly want to change in the future or have to change in the future. So, 今夜このアーティストのコンサートに行きたいです。Yes. I call it the Thai form at the moment, because that's what we see. That's what we see so far. It might be called something else, in the future, but that's all the knowledge I have for the time being. It's actually Thai is actually a thing that I'm not used to. Thai form is correct. That's fair. I mean, whether it's correct or not, I'm not concerned with that, but thanks for the vote of confidence. Right. I think someone said this a bunch of times. It's probably Hideyoshi and the others. I do not remember grammatical and structural things based on how accurate it is, as in what people call it. I call it the things that help me remember what it is. Right. So a lot of times people kept saying things like, that's not a true counter. This is not a true homonym. I'm not here to instruct. So whether I'm using a term for something, I'm not here to present a masterclass in linguistics. So oftentimes I get that a lot. Like, oh yeah, like say in like sensei or like nensei is not a true counter. And I'm like, that's fine, but I'm using it to remember things. So oftentimes when you try to define things in other people's terminology, it can create more work than less work. So just to clarify. So right now, I'm telling myself it's the Thai form because that's all I see. I only see the Thai form, as in the mas disappears for Thai. That's all I see right now. If it holds accurate, that's fair. If it doesn't hold accurate, I'll have to adjust. And I might not end up calling it the Thai form if I have to adjust. Right, as clarification. So, oh, and also this thing, man, let me tell you a tiny little story. This thing right here, yeah. I can't tell you how many times I get a YouTube video. It's almost like every day. There's a video, some random, in my opinion, some rando Japanese person tells me like, okay, stop using this, please. It's not like, here are 8 other billion ways to say no. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. All right, fine. It's still part of Japanese lexicon. But yes, I do know things like daijoubu desu, etc. Right? Like how to polite, but come on, YouTube, please stop. But that's another story for another time. I can't tell you how many times there's a video that's like, stop using this. We don't use this anymore. And then like, here are 5 different ways. And you know what? Guess what? I know at least 2 of those as well. But the question is, am I ignoring that this doesn't exist? No, I'm not. But it's still, ooh, that comes up all the time, man. I don't know how informative it is. Sure, maybe one day someone will say like, whoa, you're being very rude. It's like, okay, I'm sorry. Sumimasen. Actually, sumimasen is actually a substitute for this, according to a lot of these people. Sumimasen. That's it. So, sure. Got it. Thanks. Oh, hey. Hello there, Mouse. It has been a while. I'm doing well, if it's not apparent. How are you doing? What have you been up to? Yeah. Yeah. Hora, yeah. Mimasen. All right, fine. Sumimasen. See, like this, right? Well, Duo actually does do this, but they do both, right? But actually, in this case, most of the time, the response to something like this, the right answer is not the one that says yeah. So, there is a lot of jabs towards things like this that would suggest a response that isn't very common, but actually they start with sumimasen quite often when responding to something like this in this situation. Not that it's explained anywhere, right? It's not explained anywhere. For those who want some explicit instructions, probably go elsewhere to find it. But I'm very hyper aware of saying yeah to something enthusiastic or suggesting or responding to things, right? You're doing great. Life's been busy. Oh yeah, between school and your YouTube channel, and you're studying for AP right now. Ooh, what are you studying for? What AP? Very nice, very nice. It's always lovely to hear that you're doing great as well as being busy, right? It's not too often that people say they're doing great and busy at the same time. That sounds fantastic. Glad to hear it. Pre-calculus, language and composition, US history. Oh, interesting. And environmental science. Huh. That's quite an eclectic group of things. Pre-calculus. It's been a long time since... Oh man, I have an interesting YouTube video that showed up about math. And I didn't click on it because, in my opinion, my personal professional opinion, I guess, semi-professional opinion when it comes to the background in math and science, is that this person's title was very clickbait. Basically, they said that math in US is pointless until calculus. That's literally what that title was. like I'm actually paraphrasing. They actually used a bit stronger language than this. Like it came up and I'm like on a very open-minded day I might click on it to see if they make some valid points, but this is an exercise in projection. Projection that I'm not too resonating with, right? I don't resonate with this, but when I heard pre-calc, it's like, man, it's been busy, but I can't complain. Good things have been happening. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Do you mind sharing any of these good things? Did you get good grades? Things are looking up. People like your, maybe you got some affirmation from other people. You see things working out that you've been working on for a very long time. Sounds like things are moving fast and busy. すみません。どんなアーティストですか? What kind of artist is it? Yeah. I wonder if that's, excuse me. Okay, what kind of artist is he? Okay, his, he, she, they. Right. YouTube channel has been blowing up, decent SAT scores, going traveling. Whoa. Very nice. Very nice. Well done. Well done. Keep up the consistency. Excellent. Traveling, huh? Where are you
こ
going
のバンドは
traveling?
とても人気です。
Ninki again, so popular. Why is it highlighted here, though? Oh, it's being used as the object this time, as opposed to attributive form. Ninki was only introduced in the attributive form the first time. In our animals unit, counting animals unit, when they were talking about cafes, dobutsukan cafe, right? No, not dobutsukan, dobutsu, dobutsu cafe, right? Animal cafes and whatnot. So now Ninki is being used as an object here. Fair enough. Kono, figurative object. Kono bando wa totemo ninki desu. Fair enough. A predicate, right? Like a participle. Okay, so this band is very popular. Fair enough.
このバンドは本当に人気です。
この
バンドは本当に人気です。
They're really popular.
このバンドは本当に人気です。
本当に人気です。Exchange out totemo for 本当に, which is useful because I find that very is like, if very is a 1, then 本当に is probably a 2 for me anyways. Going up. And I think yesterday someone introduced the word extremely or extreme, and I promptly forgot it, unfortunately. But I know that I saw or heard, saw and read the word for extreme. It'll come to me at some point, right? In the future. このバンドはとても人気です. Okay, as a reinforcement. So now from English to Japanese, right? The Duolingo way. Ooh, my Americanism came in, and I said Duolingo. Sometimes I do be slipping into my accent English. I don't know if anyone else say Duolingo too much, but that is a regional thing. The way people pronounce Duolingo. Duolingo as opposed to Duolingo. Do I do other stuff besides Duolingo for learning Japanese? I absolutely do. Indeed, Petro. I already did it just now. So, I do use G-Show. Even now, it doesn't show up on, like, I don't want to, like, dox myself with lots of screen flashing and stuff. But I do G-Show. I use a conjugator. I look at a conjugator a lot. Right? And I read grade readers at Kadoku. And then today, for the Thai form, I'm probably going to go on Tofuku and read an article on Thai form, and then read all the subsequent review and all the subsequent possibly new articles relating the Thai form to any other forms, so that I can form multiple ways to get to the Thai form, not just from the Mas form. This is probably what I'm going to do right after this stream. That's kind of my bootstrappy way of describing most of the things. Yesterday, sometimes if it's not grade readers, I'm watching interviews. There are many people who go out and do content like the interview content format that happens a lot, very popular as a shorts format. And they usually use different levels of Japanese while talking. And they have very large Japanese subtitles as well. Those subtitles don't line up specifically with the language itself, so I have two different inputs. I have the input of what it looks like when it's formally written, and then I can compare it to the spoken Japanese. And these people also do like vlogging. So these are vloggers, and they also interview people, right? Interview people. So I tend to, because they smile, there's body language, and there's more context, right? So I watch a lot of vlogs and interviews a lot of times. Those are some of the current things I do. Yep. And then things that, when you say other stuff, a little shout out to other things I do. I do mind palace training. I don't know what people call this, mind palace training. Basically, I look at objects. In my environment. And I engage in self-dialogue in Japanese. In all my languages. So Fujonese, Spanish, English, and Japanese. So when I go running, I look at trees, I look at houses, and I do internal dialogue while I'm doing that. So this is probably like 90% of the time. Even when I'm on Duolingo, you'll hear me do self-dialogue in multiple things all the time. That is what I would call my version of immersion. I don't believe in comprehensive. Hot take. I'm 40% behind what they call comprehensive input. I don't agree personally for myself behind the whole idea of 100% comprehensive input or aiming to increase comprehensive input. That's when you specifically only immerse in your target language. So for me, I like my vloggers to be multilingual, right? So they're always consistently going back and forth, English, Japanese, a lot of times. Sometimes I like the Spanish people. So I find a few Spanish bloggers who also is interested in Japanese. And then at least some part of the video and then the written and visuals incorporates both English and Japanese. So a lot of times it's the mindfulness that I resonate with, not the this exclusive thing that people do. I do not resonate with people who only think in one things, only think in exclusive terms. So that's kind of something that I want to highlight because I don't do that. So when people come to me and say, oh, well, you're not doing it the right way, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I won't be doing it the right way because I don't particularly like the right way. So oftentimes I make this distinction. Where am I getting the Japanese? How do I acquire language? This is how I acquire language. As opposed to the right way and efficient way, I suppose. Call me naive and silly, but my particular way, I enjoy it. It's less stressful. It allows me to appreciate my native language, which I feel like most people who are learning with total comprehensive and total immersion, they have a lessened appreciation for their native language. Learning Japanese makes me improve my English as well. Like, it helps me appreciate my English. So my goal is not to be exclusively fluent in something. It's to elevate all the things that I currently do. I don't like compartmentalizing. When I play video games, I don't want to speed run. To go back to your original question, Tetro, I don't like to speed run because it doesn't leverage all my other skills that I've developed over my life. When I play a video game, I try to integrate as many things I do personally. So if I'm playing a Japanese game, I'll talk about the Japanese culture, the Chinese culture, being Asian, being an American person who's listening to a Japanese language. Not, I'm very good at speedrunning, I should stick to speedrunning and only worry about anything that concerns speedrunning and then discard the rest. That's kind of not my approach. Most of the time, my life is colorful because I holistically, the word I would use is I'm a holistic learner. I'm not a specialized learner in a way. So I don't hyper objectify what is efficient or not. I holistically learn, as in I take in as many things as I can, integrate as many XP as I can, and enjoy the journey. So yes, absolutely. Not only do I don't only use Duolingo, I also don't use Duolingo in one way. I rarely ever use Duolingo or use anything for what it is. I tend to integrate all my experiences into the tool. So if the drill bit, like if I had a power tool that only does one thing, I typically don't like that. So I try to think of other ways to use the tool that I'm given. So most of the time, Duolingo offers a lot of things. It doesn't offer a lot of things. So I bring most of those things into Duolingo. And then whatever Duolingo offers, I bring that to the other tools. So all my knowledge from Duolingo is being brought to the vlogs. And then what Duolingo doesn't explain is being brought to Tofuku. So I have the raw input of Duolingo and using Tofuku for more input from my Duolingo input. So everything is connected to everything, as opposed to I only go to Tofuku for grammar, or I only go to vlogs for comprehensive input, etc. Yeah. Okay, interesting. I found learning new languages quite difficult, so it's interesting seeing what works for others. That's awesome. That to me, Tetro, and hello there, Wabaki. Hello there. I think that's brilliant that you're scouting and looking for different learning techniques, right? Different methods. And I would highly encourage most people to do that so that they can pick and choose and integrate the different types of methods. Like, oh yeah, this is an interesting one. Let's put this into practice, but I'll combine it with this one. So in my, I highly encourage people to look for someone that maybe their backgrounds also match them. If you happen to come across someone when you're hearing their stories and their anecdotes, if they're offering that, if it resonates with you, like you have a similar background, taking their learning methods and approaches as a foundation, and then finding people who are slightly different and fanning out, and then continuing to refine your approach over time, to me is an investment for a lifetime. Like, you can carry all these skills with a forward investment in learning techniques and apply it to so many things. So it's, in my opinion, never, I say this very, very cautiously, I don't like using absolute phrases, but to me, it is almost never a waste of time to invest in a skill set like learning, or that can come back and pay you back in dividends for a lifetime. So yeah, go around and go look and collect on life skills, right? And that's, to me, is why I stay emphasizing for a holistic approach, a holistic approach to life skills. We're not talking about specialized skills like I don't know, speedrunning would be kind of something like that. Like, there might be diminished returns if you're trying to take a holistic approach to speedrunning. It might be very specialized that you will spend, I don't know, a disproportionate amount of time learning strategies that are not applicable, right? Because speedrunning is incredibly optimized, right? So it's not concerning those. I'm typically talking about life skills here, since the life skills span is your entire life, right? Your entire life, not the scope of whatever your project is in speedrunning, which speedrunning has projects, and those scopes might not necessarily be the extent of your entire life. So for me, most of the things I talk about is the application of refining your life skills and constantly taking whatever task you have and applying your life refinement of these various skills. Learning is one of the life skills. How you learn, not how you acquire language, in my opinion. Acquiring with specific, like, be more specific. Listening, writing, those are components of a larger life skill, which is the learning approach. You also use podcasts for Japanese input? I don't use podcasts, I use vlogs. I prefer vlogs because then I can see body language. Body language, visuals. I know podcasts has become a little bit more visual lately, but generally speaking, I prefer vlogs. Vlogs allow me to see contextual interactions that are non-verbal. I also like non-verbal cues. I think podcasts has a very... I do use podcasts when I can't see the thing. So if I go and drive somewhere, or I need to use my eyes for something else, I'll use podcasts because I can still take audio input in without... but generally speaking, I will probably stick with vlogs since I can use both my eyes, my ears, and whatnot. It's a more like mixed up thing, right? Right. So if so, I would recommend UU Japanese podcast on Spotify. I don't use Spotify because you need a subscription, don't you? It has subtitles, yes, and has subtitles and speak Spanish, Japanese, and a bit of English. Ooh, that is interesting though. I do like that. You piqued my interest when you said that this person is multilingual. So I really am a sucker for multilingual content. For vlogs, these vlogs have Japanese subtitles. Usually on the bottom, and then English subtitles at the top as well. And then they have like flashy things. So these are vlogs specifically meant to talk about their everyday lives, but at varying levels. So one vlogger likes to stick between N5 and N4. Another vlogger right now for me is around N3. So they do end up doing that. You can get this one for free. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Let me write that down. The UU, huh? UU podcast. I'll have to do they happen to also by any chance have a YouTube channel? Because it kind of looks like they do. Is it under UU Nihongo or no? Is UU Nihongo the person? Nihongo is the person you're referring to. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the suggestion, Waba. Hey, just curious, does practice to earn hearts work for me? You mean like, does it give you back hearts? It works. It's been a while though. Usually I use you're talking about like earning your hearts back. It does work. It's been a while since there's no really grammatical points that are big, but whenever I fall below like 2 hearts for a lesson, I'll use practice for 3 hearts. But I think it's working. I'm not sure the nature of your question with her son. For me, it keeps redirecting back to... Oh, that can happen. Are you on the desktop version? That can happen, actually. So, yeah, sorry to hear that. Unless you're on the... I don't know about the mobile app. Oh, okay. That can happen. I don't know if it's working right now. So, right now, it's been a while since I used the practice thing. But I have had that error, like the bug where some of the features, it keeps redirecting you to the main page. So sorry to hear that. That kind of sucks. Actually, I'll check it. I can't use. You can't use the practice thing unless you lose a heart. Maybe we'll lose a heart and see if it works. Okay. Hello. Why is there 2028 on the title? Tuyasa, 2028 is how many days since I first streamed on Twitch. It's for record keeping. So instead of having to remember the days, that's the number of days. And it keeps my perspective. So 2020, it's been 2028 days since my first live stream on Twitch. And if you're over at YouTube, I also keep this number as well. I think it's day 192. So I use this to whenever someone asks me things like number related, I can tell them that I streamed over 80% of these 2028 days. So if someone wanted like some sort of metric on how long have I been doing this, and you know, what are my frequencies, I have a breakdown of these 2028 days as well as these 192 days on YouTube. So that's what that number is in the title. I like to keep track of certain things. It helps me actualize my effort. Even if it's a simple number, it can mean, it can be very encouraging, right? Number goes up, helps you actualize the amount of time that you have been committed to something. And I often encourage people to use some sort of at least incorporation of record keeping in order to keep someone self-motivated when no one else is motivating you, right? Journal keeping, record keeping, notebooks, language learning journals. It can be very cathartic and useful to be able to see something that indicates that you are making use of your time, as opposed to allowing that time to be like nebulous in your mind, because oftentimes how memory works is the time gets compressed. The longer you live, the more compressed your time is going to be relative to the amount of time you actually spent doing something. Hello there, Seth. Yeah, if I was concentrating on learning Japanese, I'd definitely also be learning kanji. I mean, language learning in general is quite difficult. Too many words to remember. Sorry, I like reading conversations between the people in chat. Yu at Nihongo Podcast, he is also on YouTube. Okay, has interviews as well within. I love that stuff. So I will have to check that out. Waba. I am an incredibly big fan of people who are not shy about using their various means. And I quite like interviews. I am a person who does focus a lot on interviews. I believe oral communication with the presence of nonverbal communication is something that is spectated a lot, but underdeveloped in many people. Like, there are many people that I've had the privilege to meeting that probably have excellent command of Japanese and English, even French, German, Norwegian, Irish. However, since I only am able to interact with people from a written perspective, it is not very clear how well their public speaking is and their nonverbal communication, right? So for me, the thing that I focus on a lot, at least I feel is an essential skill, is the ability to integrate your intellectual language competency with output. The output in the sense of being and visual input, where you can integrate nonverbal cues, effectively communicate in a manner that resonates with emotional intelligence to the person you're talking to. And podcasts and interviews and different environments where people interact is a great way to collect a lot of that information. When you're passively looking at that and you're not practicing those skills, it might not be as informative, but still useful. So like from the podcast standpoint, I'm probably collecting a little bit more nuances than say someone who is more interested in the intellectual content of a podcast. However, vlogs become even more telling a lot of times. You can tell when a person's tired, you can tell when they're exacerbated or excited or situationally awkward. Interviews in the environment tends to reflect a lot of things that are improved as opposed to rehearsed. But I do like my podcast forms as well. So thank you for the suggestion. It's incredibly daunting and you need to have discipline for Japanese, sure, for kanji. Understand, I'm learning Japanese on Duolingo as well. Ooh, nice. Hello. How are you? And how's your Duolingo Japanese experience so far? Uyasa. How's your, like, I'm in section 3, unit 2 at the moment. And I'm having a lot of great discussions about learning. This is what I spend at least half my time talking about. So hopefully that doesn't distract a lot of people. I tend to... Hello there, Milo. Thanks. I was just recently WSGMACU. What's going Maku? What? Sorry. That's a little too abbreviated for even myself. Oh. Good so far. You're in section 2, unit 3, almost 4. I started like 2 months ago, around 30 minutes a day. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. So we're probably very have very similar foundations. Very similar foundations. So outside of, you know, just words like adjectives, new adjectives maybe, and like new nouns or something, largely I would say anyone who's been using Duolingo who are actively retaining the stuff by anywhere like in the middle of section 2, most of the foundational structure around the sentences are already solidified. So things like let's see, section unit 3, probably things like sushi o tabemasu, right? Sushi o tabemasu. Something with an object, predicate, and an implied subject. Sorry, an object, a predicate, and an implied subject. I eat sushi, indeed. What is currently some of the words that jump out at you that you like to think about? I usually think about food, and there's a lot of food in Duolingo, like a lot of food. Possibly even when the subject doesn't even involve food, there's still like 1 food or 2 foods thrown in. Yeah, I think a phrase that I've warmed up to with before Duolingo that I had no idea was yokoso. Yokoso. Yokoso is maybe section 1, unit 4, I think. And then of course like hajimemashite. Hajimemashite. Sumimasen, of course, right? Eto. I'm impartial to eto, for sure. Dojo yoroshiku, right? Dojo yoroshiku. Welcome, welcome. Yokoso, welcome. Okay.
この
このバンドはとても人気です。And honestly, even if we're in like an entirely different place, the sentence structure kind of stays the same in Duolingo, so you naturally will see these words and can
とても
probably guess what type of part of speech they are. I mean, that's kind of Duolingo's thing, for better or for worse. That's kind of Duolingo's thing, right? So like in this case,
人気です
the words that will be different, that are not known right now, is probably
バンド
bando, but it's katakana, and then you already have totemo, probably for
と
very,
ても
and then
人気
ninki is the hiragana word for, or the hiragana representation of popular, which you will get when you're counting animals in section 2. I'm going to say unit 14, right? Unit 14. I feel sometimes there's some lessons are a bit too repetitive and easy, and sometimes hard. They introduce something new like kanjis, and I don't really know where it's coming from. Yeah. It's a mixed bag. How are you feeling about that? Do you feel like, does that make you not want to use it, make you want to use it? Like, how are you adjusting to it? When I find the place is too repetitive, which I do agree, like the pacing is kind of varied depending on how similar and grouped and how well grouped it is. It definitely varies during the process. For repetitive ones, I try to, when I'm not working hard, I try to think about all the other vocabulary that I can relate to the thing that's too repetitive. And then when I'm really like engaged, as in it's coming out from a lot of places, I spend my time focused, and that's when I actually enjoy it the most. When it's willy-nilly and there's a lot of new things. And in section 3, it kind of hits the ground running at the moment, so I'm not having internal dialogue with myself. Sometimes in the same lesson, I got 3 times almost the same sentence. Yeah. So Duolingo does this thing where if they're introducing, especially in section 2, you'll see this. It'll continue in section 2. You'll see the thing where they will have everything, right? So if Ninki, if Ninki is the new word, they might be able, if they happen to be introducing another word that is a substitute, right? Basically, they'll leave this whole thing unchanged and insert the new word, right? Or if they're introducing sometimes a new predicate, like a new verb, they'll keep all the structure of the new predicate the same, and then maybe change up like kono versus sono versus like ano, like, and then everything else stays the same. Yeah, I want to say that it can be a little too easy and a little too repetitive. However, I think, in my opinion, later on, it will become very, very like normal for you to say, oh yeah, they're going to do this next. They're going to do this next. However, when you enter a conversation, right? When you start constructing something, it's kind of like a roulette in my head. So like when it's too repetitive, I'm already doing it automatically. Like what can I do here? Well, you can definitely say sono here if you want it, right? You can use honto ni, right? Honto ni instead here, instead of very. So it kind of gets to a point where I think you're learning by synonymous. You can kind of think about it as you're investing in synonymous construction. A lot of times it's a forward investment, kind of like when I explain something, I'll say it 4 different ways in English to make it sound a little bit more provocative. So when I'm thinking of something very provocative, perhaps I will switch it up with the word sensationalism, that kind of thing. One thing that I don't really understand is the wa in sentences. Sometimes why there's no wa. Oh, that's interesting. Section 2, unit 4 and 3. In terms of like what you're saying about wa, like it's a particle, so it's a grammar point. I've since moved to an outside source for grammatical points. So oftentimes, if you can remember the pattern, right? If you can remember the pattern, that's fantastic. That's what Duolingo teaches, patterns. However, if you're asking yourself these questions already, I think it's highly encouraging. If you look at other sources of grammatical things, there's places like Tofuku. This is my personal use. I use Tofuku, and whenever you have something that has a question with particles and you see like a new pattern of particles and a new pattern of particles, I typically go back to an outside source that says all these things. Oh, wa can be used for all these things. But then I try to find the one that this pattern fits, right? And then over time, revisit the same article when a new pattern comes up, And a lot of times places like Tofuku and other places will tell you when there's no wa either. So sometimes they'll tell you like, oh yeah, well, this is not typically used. So perhaps I'd probably say if you have a little time and you're very curious and it might be like frustrating and whatnot and you're not wanting to remember the literal patterns on Duolingo, it's suggested that you go to another place for grammar points so that you can explain why things are, why, and whatnot. And I have been doing that since pretty much starting with wa. It starts with wa too. I think I started doing this habitually after section 1. So it's kind of a fun read, honestly, and I go back to it. So like whenever there's a new wa position, it's like I don't understand why this is definitely a new pattern. Every time I see a new pattern, I get used to the habit of, oh yay, this evening it's time to go back and revisit that article. Lots of times articles summarizes all the things. Yeah. Wa is used as a subject marker, yes, or actor in a sentence. Yeah, well, it's a marker, it's a topic marker. Yeah, it's a topic marker that can be a subject marker sometimes. Yep. So in Duo, the examples they have in the beginning, they tend to be the subject when was associated to wa, but wa itself is a topic marker. So sometimes the topic is not the subject. So sometimes the topic is not the subject. So there are times when the subject is not the subject is not necessarily acting in a manner that would use wa. So I think that's probably as loose as I can say it. So most of the time, it's kind of like it's a topic marker a lot of times, which happens in the beginning that when Duo is constructing their sentence, it's to an English speaker can be seen as the subject. I don't know that kanji, but there's the ni particle, or not the ni particle, maybe not even ni. Ni wa ni. No idea. Gaimasu. Niwa to tori gaimasu. I have no idea. Maybe it's garden. I have no idea what you're trying to tell me there, or what you're trying to demonstrate there. Oh yeah, there are 2 chickens in the garden. I think a few people did the what do you call it? Like, I don't know what you call those. Like puns. We're gonna call them puns. Punny puns, like a repetitious overlap of uses. I wouldn't call it a language twister to some extent, but yeah, it's fine. Yeah, joke. Yeah. No. I know, guys. I know. Calm down. You are probably the 7th person to give me I call them puns. So basically, like using homonyms and using homonyms to cause repetitious word line up. That's fair. Right, because niwatori is chicken, right? And niwa, one of the niwas, is garden. And then ni next to wa, 2, and the topic marker. Yes. And then gaimasu is there exist, right? There exist. So there exist chickens in the garden. There exist 2 chickens in the garden. The reason why I couldn't read that is because I don't have the kanji for those yet. So I don't actually know those kanji. Yep. Hey, Cozy. Hey, Cozy. Hello, hello. We have some friends here. You don't know much, just thought it was funny. I think it's pretty funny too. I think it's pretty funny. It's kind of like here's one. Since we speak English, right? Most of us speak English. Can canner oh can canner can or maybe something like can you can as a canner can right. Can you can as a canner can right. So can you can as a canner can or a canner can as you can a can, things like that. Like English does do that as well, which is funny. Like how much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood, right? The one that not the greatest is she sells seashells by the seashore. And I spelled she sells seashells by the seashore, right? What's another good one? I do like tongue twisters. The teacher asked if I had or had was correct in a sentence. Had while Jane had. Yeah. Oh, baby, baby, oh, baby. Wait, what does that even mean? Baby. I haven't done Spanish twisters before. That, like, I don't even know how to pronounce that properly with like emphasis. Well, what's that even mean, Cozy? Baby, oh, baby. Baby drinks the drink. Oh, okay. I see it. Yeah. I see it. Interesting. Yeah. Good one, guys. Have you guys ever if you're guys ever interested in Mandarin? There's a guy that came up on my YouTube shorts. I forgot his name, but he does tonal twisters in Mandarin, and that's I don't know enough, like I don't have execution, and I'm not literate and literate or have enough output to do the different tonals, like shen. Like I don't know all the other tonal qualities of shen, but there's a guy out there that does that too, and he does it really well. To my ears, I have poor output. My output for Mandarin is like non-existent. It's not as like stereotypical as ma and ma. Like ma and ma, right? Ma and ma are mother and horse. But in Mandarin, since it's tonal, you can find other examples where like shen I don't know how to represent it in pinging actually. Like Shen comes up like 7 or 8 different times. Thanks, Nojo. I don't speak Mandarin per se. I'm not comfortable in saying I speak Mandarin. I can understand Mandarin, and I'm a product of immersion. I'm a baby. I'm a product baby of immersion. So I can listen to Mandarin, and I'll probably respond in English or in a different language I'm more comfortable with. However, if the Mandarin requires that I use something I recently heard, as in ni hao ma, like ni hao ma, ni hao ma, and then I would say han hao, wa han hao, right? So I can repeat something that I've heard recently. However, most of the time I would say I'm doing well or I'm doing okay. How are you? I'm in how? Men how? Men an how? What is ta men? Oh, they. Oh, time and han hao. Okay. Yeah. Time and how han hao or how ma. Oh, time and how ma. You're asking how are they? Yeah. I was responding as in like they're probably doing well, right? They're probably healthy. However, I could say that I speak Fujianese. I'm comfortable in saying I speak Fujianese. So, ni hao, why ya hao, why jiru, how do you even say an hao? Yao, why yari? That's like very good. I don't know if I would say that. I don't think I've ever greeted someone like that. It's very uncommon. Again, I talked about this kind of yesterday about you don't really greet people by asking them how they say, but New Hall is Fujianese. New Hall would be the most questionable, was the biggest equivalent of Ni Hao Ma. But usually I would be asking, did you eat yet? Which is你吃了没？你吃饭？I don't really know how Mandarin goes about that as well. 你吃了没？你吃了吗？ Or something like that. Fujianese is a dialect of Mandarin. So when someone says Mandarin, you are also referring to Fujianese. At least that's how people are classifying it. Basically, all the dialects of Mandarin are still considered under the umbrella of Mandarin. So I speak Fujianese most of the time. And a lot of times when I try to think of Mandarin phrases, I'm a product of immersion. So oftentimes, if I don't use those phrases very often, it takes a while to figure out what it is. Yeah, and there's no formal schooling for Fujianese. So Mandarin is my closest counterpart. It's the closest counterpart. Like random things that are very important. It's like why miss you, or why miss you. I don't know how to say this. I am feeling sick. I don't think this doesn't seem right.
我感觉不舒服。
Oh, 我感觉不舒服. That's good enough. Yeah, I'm feeling sick. 我感觉不舒服. Yeah. Why miss you? Why miss you right now? As in, like, I'm feeling sick or I'm not feeling healthy. I'm not healthy. Right? I'm feeling sick. So things like that, where if I hear something, I might be able to output the Mandarin. However, I cannot construct Mandarin. I can't I can construct Mandarin in the sense of understanding, but I cannot output without like a reference. In Fujonese, I can. In Fujonese, I can. And I can't read. I can't read at all. So I'm illiterate in Mandarin, which is my next thing to do. My goal is by 6 months, I want to reach conversational, like constructive, educational level of Japanese. As in, if I talk to someone, I can talk my way out of a box to learn something with Japanese, with broken Japanese, right? So by 6 months. So we still got a little over 90 days from now, right? So plenty of time for that. And then we're gonna hop into Mandarin on Duolingo, and I'm gonna leverage my Mandarin. Even though the Mandarin is a shorter course, I can leverage my Mandarin. And then after that, we're going into Spanish, which that's actually the second language that I've ever learned in my life formally. So right now, my Spanish is incredibly rusty. However, the Spanish language, going back to someone else that was talking about like the variances in Duolingo's, Spanish is one of the flagships. It's going to be really rapid in the beginning because it's covering over like pretty much 3 years plus of Spanish that I already have, but it needs to be like reviewed. I haven't used all my Spanish in a very long time. So outside of your insults and very angry public chat stuff in video games and whatnot, that's usually the extent of my Spanish being reiterated. Or the occasional person who comes in and says like, dude, man, you're a content creator, so that means you're a virgin in Spanish. It's Latina. Yeah, it's Latina Spanish. Hispanic Spanish. I wouldn't necessarily say American Spanish, but technically if American is used for the continent of the United States, or like where the continent that United States and Latin America resides in, then yes, it's American Spanish. North American, usually, because historically the person who founded Duolingo is Guatemalan, so right. And coyote, well, you're trying to be specific, right? So naturally, if you want to be specific, then it is worth going the full 9 yards, right? Oftentimes when you want to be technical, then it is an open discussion to be even more technical. However, if you didn't want to be technical, you would have left it at Spanish, but it is Latin American Spanish. And the founder of Duolingo is Guatemalan. The founder of Duolingo is Guatemalan. And they had a really nice TED Talk about how moving to the United States and how Spanish, right, Latina, Hispanic Spanish was the inspiration for the leaping point for the development and expansion of Duolingo. I found his TED Talk incredibly inspiring. Unfortunately, that's not the sentiments that people understand. They usually view corporations and products like apps by viewing them as a dehumanized organization, right? But I would encourage people to actually watch that TED Talk. Quite inspiring. At least that's how I introduced it in day one. I watched his TED Talk. I watched Louis' Louis, I forgot his last name. TED Talk before I started Duolingo. Okay, anyways. This band is really popular. You know, we're bootstrapping now, so let's get our lessons in. Okay.
この
このバンドは本当に人気です。
人気です。
So they swapped out とても for 本当に, right?
ステージの隣。
ステージ。ステージの隣? Interesting. Huh.
Tonari.
Interesting. Okay.
Tonari.
Okay. It being isolated like that is kind of weird. Saying that just like in isolation, but we doing a full section today? No, wait. Yeah, we're not doing a full unit today. No way. We're doing N2 though. We do have today. Day 2s are the longer days now, so I do have to kind of focus. Day 2 has because of the structure of Duolingo, I have 17 lessons today, as opposed to the typical 11 plus 3 if there's a personalized practice. So usually it's 14, but I have 17 lessons. Maybe we'll go halfway and make it 14 lessons. I don't like the current structure that they have now for it, where you have to go review the first half and then before you can review the second half. So next to the stage. Interesting. Stage の隣.
4時頃出かけたいです。
Yoji, what the,出かけたいです。Okay. 出かけたいです。4時頃出かけて. Do I not have the kanji for goro? Oh no, I don't. Yeah. 4時頃出かけたいです. Right? So, interesting. So, oh, this might
出か
actually...
けたいです。
Oh, no, it's the same. It's still the same meaning. I want to go out around 4 o'clock. Konsato ga go? Tanoshimi desu actually works. Oh, interesting. Oh, I know what they're doing here. Okay. Yeah.
楽しみ
Tanoshimi desu. 早くで早く出かけたいです。That's kind of rough to say, huh? 出かけたいです。Lots of kakas. Two kakas or two tatas can be a little rough for me. 出かけたいです。No 24-hour stream. Someone else is apparently doing one. Usually 24-hour streams these days on Twitch and stuff are like subathons. I don't do subathons, by the way. Sorry to disappoint. I'm not. I want to preserve my encouragement by practicing what I preach. Take rest, guys. Life is a marathon, right? Learn at your own pace, but don't forget to rest. So, the days of 24-hour streams are behind me. I have done a couple of 24-hour streams before. Actually, there was one I believe was 36 hours. It was kind of fun, but I think those days are behind me. I like to maintain the image of someone who discipline also involves knowing to rest, right? And it might be underappreciated now, but much like working out and doing physical activities, the mind requires rest in order to consolidate its information. So you do reach a point of diminished return when you consume too much novel elements without periods of rest and consolidation.
私は午後1時に出かけたいです。
私は午後1時に Why is ni here? Oh, it's probably because it's with reference to 出かけたいです。出かけたいです。How does this differ though? Does this interpretively change?
に
Kind of. So I want to go out at a time. Okay, I mean that's still... Oh, and then they went even as further to clarify its I'm. 私は午後1時に出かけたいです。出かけたいです。I keep saying key. 出かけたいです。Okay, sure. It's not too different. It's not too different.
3時半に出かけたいです。3時
3時半に出かけたいです。出かけたいです。
出かけたいです。3時半に出かけたいです。
Okay. I want to hang out at 3:30. Sure. Or go out. Sorry, hang out is a different phrase, but in English I interchangeably use hang out and go out. So that's more of an English thing. So 出かけたいです versus 遊びたいです probably. 遊びたいです。
何時に出かけたいですか？
何時に出かけたいです。They're gonna ground this in, and I kind of like it. 出かけたいです。出かけたいです。出かけたいです。出かけたいです。Alright. What time do you want to go out? The prepositional verb phrases, the verb phrases that end in prepositions. I've already cited some of the weaknesses or some potential confusions if you add something more to like things like to go out, to meet up, to hang out, that kind of thing.
どこに座りましょうか？
どこは座りましょうか? Interesting. We should sit here. Oh, like in a concert. Yeah. We should sit here. Or us. Where should we sit? Sorry. Where should we sit? どこに座りましょうか? That's a reasonable question at a concert. どこに座りましょうか? Where should we sit? That is very classic. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a concert, concerto. It could be a Eigakan. Eigakan. A movie theater. Eigakan. Because we have Eigakan. Eigakan. Where should we sit? Speaking of I mean, a concert could be at a theater as well, like a theater, a performing theater, a performance theater. What?
ステージ
Stagey. Oh my gosh. I'm like, that doesn't sound like anything. Oh, stagey. I'm like, I'm saying it in my head like stagey. What is that in English? Stagey. You getting an expression that you getting expressions that are not direct translations yet? Usually yes. Greetings and stuff. All the greetings and responses don't have direct translations, right? Lots of the generalized greetings and responses don't have direct translations, right? Or was that a good while ago? It comes and goes. Like though a more recent one in the last 3 sections is irashaimase. Irashaimase. The welcome at a restaurant or like a business, when people say welcome in a formal business setting. Irashaimase. Onegai arigato gozaimasu is not technically literally translated as well. It's actually more of a sentiment. Yeah, it's mixed up. Also you can say ii desu ne, which means sounds good, but that's not necessarily the translation. Ii desu ne. Daijoubu desu. Actually, I don't think they use daijoubu desu in that non-literal translation. Yeah, they used it in the literal one where like I am okay. But that's not all that means as well. So it's a mixed bag. Most of the time it comes from outside resources to recognize if there isn't a direct translation. Not the other way around most of the time. Duolingo tries to stick to making it appear as though it's a direct interpretation. However, here and there's varying degrees of interpretation. Like how to ask someone something. Kikimasu was actually used instead. Kikimashou was used, which may not actually be the literal thing. Yeah, lots of there are some colloquialisms. I think they should try to stray away from colloquialisms. Yeah. English, the translation stuff into English has a lot of colloquialisms in English. As in, I find myself constantly stopping every once in a while when a new vocabulary shows up, and then they try to interpret it in English, and the interpretation in English has a lot of colloquialism things, like literally going to do something, for example. Going to do something, right? That would be the literal translation. Going to do something. but you typically going activity is kind of the best example, like the way I can really, that's as best as right now, that's what I have to articulate. Like are you going to karate, right? Karate, going to karate, right? Are you going to karate, right? Versus going to do karate. And that's really what you're actually saying in Japanese. You're going to do karate, but the colloquialism would be you're going to karate. Things like that happens too, where like if you're talking about like literal or direct translation, even the English side of things can get a little too colloquial. You drop things, lots of preposition drops happen all the time too. Like they would interpret it literally or attempt to try to like be very direct. However, English would drop those prepositions too. So like Duolingo would try to add prepositions so that it reminds people, that reminds the target language, the native language speaker, that, oh yeah, those are there in writing most of the time. But in speech, they would drop a lot of prepositions here and there. And also the object are sometimes dropped. Yeah. And even subjects can be dropped sometimes too, which is ironic. Subjects can be dropped in English a lot of times too when you're like reading out English things. Ironically, this actually works to Japanese because Japanese drops, they drop subjects all the time. Like that is the norm rather than the rule. This is the exception, right? Dropping subjects is the exception, not the rule in English, but in Japanese, it is the rule, not the exception. So occasionally it's funny that they added the subject back, but in English colloquialism, this is one of the few cases where the subject is actually dropped. Let's just say though, they haven't translated things like arigato, arigato, right? They haven't translated this to I thank you, at least. So a duo still drops subjects when it's the exception. I talked about this in a way back when arigato gozaimasu, right? Arigato gozaimasu was introduced. It's actually I thank you. That is the writing for English, but we drop the subject. It's thank you, right? Kind of like let's just throw in some random. I remember, since where I'm from in the United States, there's a lot of German descent people. So Gesundheit, right? Gesundheit, like bless you. The phrase bless you, it's I bless you. Oh, we don't interpret it that way either. So it's just bless you. Or help. I don't think help came up yet. I'm waiting for it. Duolingo will eventually. I feel like help is one of the phrases that Duolingo will, and the translation is going to be mixed because it's I need help. A lot of times I need help, not help, right? And then I'm guessing Japanese will have many versions. I know a few already. I know a few of expression of help, or I need help, I need assistance, right? So it's actually I need help, but in English it's just help. Or help me instead of help me, or I need help. Fun times, right? Fun times. Language is always If you dig deep. What is this again? Stagey no ito anashi mae and ie
前
Oh yeah, that makes sense. We should sit in front of the stage. Yeah, we should sit in front of the stage. Stage no mae ni suwarimashou. Yeah, suwarimashou. Stage no mae ni suwarimashou. And also, or screaming help out in public. Yeah. There are a lot of
ここに座りたいです。
like asking for assistance out in public is got to come up at some point. So far there's one unit so far about emergencies, as in onegai shimasu. So like keisetsu onegai shimasu. Keisetsu onegai shimasu, right? Like police, I need the police, please. Right, in that way. So onegai shimasu was used as a way to say please in a more... Oh, and warning was also used too, in a sense, but it was more modest. They used the word dangerous, abunai in dangerous, but you can kinda use another version of that to elicit warning or be careful, like watch out kind of thing. And I'm curious how far they're gonna go with that as well. Duolingo thing, you know, like I can express it's dangerous, like, oh, that looks dangerous at the moment, as opposed to like watch out, you know, like careful everyone, careful. And careful is already simplified. It's actually be careful. And then it's like and if you're like referring to y'all be careful, sorry southern people, but like you all be careful, right? But it all truncates down to careful. So we're dropping subjects, we're dropping verbs, that kind of thing. I look forward to seeing what Duo introduces as colloquialisms or responses and exclamatory whatnot in Japanese. Yep. Koko ni suwari. Oh, suwaritai desu. I see. So what they're doing is they're turn of phrasing, in my opinion. They're turn of phrasing. Basically, how do you express I want to sit somewhere, versus we should sit somewhere, or I should sit somewhere, kind of thing. Obviously you don't typically self-talk out loud, but the idea is they're comparing the volitional, would you or should we, no, should we, right? The volitional, should we do something versus want to do something, because now we have tai, right? So that's kind of a nice touch. I want to sit here. Koko ni suwaritaimasu, right? Suwaritai desu. Whoops. Suwaritai desu.
どこに座りたいですか？
どこ
これ
Whoops.
これど
ど
こ
こ
に
に座りたいですか？
座りたいですか？
Where do you want to sit?
どこに座りたいですか？
どこに座りたいですか？
花さん、入り口の近くに座りませんか？
入り口の近くに座りたい suwarimasen ka? Okay, and then they introduce the third way to ask, would you like? Would you like, interpretively? Oh, this isn't technically, this would be arguing for a non-direct. This is a non-direct interpretation as well. So here's a good example of a non-direct interpretation. Would you like? Suwarimasen ka? Not exactly, but I like how they're interpreting it. Would you like? So this is being in contrast to should we, and want, right? So these are a really nice trifecta, and I can understand why they would like to introduce Thai form along with masen ka, and then masho, because it's a great, like, a mixed way of approaching someone with asking questions and trying to get an idea of what their thoughts are. Has how rude or weird, etc. come up? Weird? Not really. Sort of. No, not really. In terms of rude, the closest thing is urusai, which is annoying and noisy. Urusai is the one. There is the word that doesn't get used very often, the word for hideous, and I have trouble remembering what hideous is. The word hideous that they decide to use. I think it's let me think. I don't remember. That's how often it is used. It's not used very often for hideous. And then there's one other. There are not a lot of them. Usually in terms of rude and weird, or maybe like rejection and stuff, not really is the closest. Like, I don't really like this, like it's not my jam. Instead, so when you say like how rude or weird, like instead of saying, oh, how rude, it's like, not my thing. That doesn't resonate with me. I don't really like the way you're saying that. That kind of thing. It's like indirectly projecting your own feelings, as opposed to assuming or like gaslighting the person into saying, wow, that's rude, right? Instead of saying that directly, that's rude, it's more like, not really my thing, thank you. Like politely rejecting. Yeah. So there are different ways, like amari. When you say object and assign a particle, you can say amari tabemasen. I don't really eat whatever the thing is, right? Or wachoto comes off as I don't really as well like this. I don't really like this. So those are the only two phrases so far. And then, of course, the classical sumimasen. Sumimasen, to apologize instead. Like, yeah, you're rude, but sumimasen, excuse me. Or sorry, I'm not vibing with you. The general consensus that if you think someone's rude, or you're trying to like not be rude back, sort of like sumimasen, I'm leaving now. I don't know, I don't actually know how to say I'm leaving now. So yeah, I'm not sure if they'll ever use sumimasen aggressively, like in English, right? Like, excuse me, sir, excuse me. Do we have some beef here? Like gyuniku. No, that I'm totally taking these out of context. I actually know how to say beef, but I don't think they'll ever use beef in that manner. But you know, I don't think sumimasen has ever been used aggressively like in English. That the phrase of like move the F away. Yeah, so nothing too rude so far. I don't think so. I don't think they're deliberately trying to do that, and it's very reflexive. I mean, it's very reflecting of the Japanese culture when it comes to like public things. And also, by the way, just so you know, you probably already gathered this from all our discussions from all the other people who are learning Japanese. Every tense is in the proper tense, in the polite tense. So where no matter 100% of all the things in Duolingo up to this very moment, 81 is in the polite form. It's in the polite as possible. Even all the objects. So all the nouns, like different objects, even the many adjectives that there are adjectives, they would pick the polite form, the formal form. So all the formal forms of all the, if any adjectives have formal forms, or any objects and places have formal forms, they pick the formal form to introduce first, outside of like the borrow words. The borrow words are an exception. However, when it comes to the Japanese words, it's all the honored forms. Like even your restroom is honored. Otearai. Otearai, the O is an honored restroom. So they choose the forms, like instead of someone said that it was the Nakadaka or no toire, right? Instead of toire, for like a bathroom or something, otearai is the one that's introduced, right? And everyone gets honorifics, you know, everyone gets honorifics and whatnot. So it's incredibly proper at first. There are casual. Yeah, all of these have casual, and most people argue that the polite form is not a great, like, it's contentious, but most people say the polite form has very limited use, and we may get plain form in the future. According to Lotus, I guess, and a few others, the plain form is somewhere in section 4, or maybe at the end of section 3. I don't remember where it is now, and it keeps moving, probably because the courses is being changed over time. But somewhere there will be introduction of what's referred to as the plain form, and that's usually the casual form. So it's technically non-polite, it's casual, and that's we're not there yet. We're not there. Most people who type Japanese, though, like to me, a lot of times they're using the casual form a lot of times, or casual conjugations and forms more often than using. The ones that know me the longest are the ones that still stick with the polite form, which is all I know so far from Duolingo. So the only way I can read other people's comments is I know the stem and I take a guess at how they conjugated their thing. Like yesterday, someone said the phrase, can you read this? Can you read this? I'm speaking to you in Japanese. And the only thing I could get from it is I know there's an act of saying, there's an act of reading, there's an act of speaking, and it's between the person and me. But because of the way they conjugated it, I could not, it was very difficult for me to know, like, to orient those words, right? So that's usually because of the limitation of understanding conjugation, right? Or like getting used to other conjugations. So when I'm like watching and listening to vlogs, I know the essence of what they're talking about. And because there's context in the interview, as in like an interview, they're just meeting for the first time. So they're naturally going to talk in a specific tense. So I can still understand the discussion in a vlog setting because there's time, there's order, and there's arrangements. Like, are these strangers? Are these not? So even not knowing the tense and the non-polite form they're using, I know understand what they're talking about. They're talking about what they used to do, what they do now, or what they continue to do because of the contextual nature of the interview. So over time, I'll get used to hearing them at least, or seeing it. The downside is because Duolingo doesn't do that. When I'm in Duolingo, as in like during stream, it can be hard to break away from that because I'm not thinking about it in that terms, and I have to guess because on Twitch, the communication's different, and it's like English. People tend to choose to talk in the present tense or the past tense or the future tense, or say things like, "Oh, I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking Japanese to you now." That's to me in English. It's hard for me to contextualize because you don't say that when you're talking to someone like often, right? So would I naturally think that's what the Japanese is saying? Probably not. And then when they explain it to me, it makes sense. So that's good, right? I can still at least understand it afterwards. Like, I wouldn't go up to someone and say, can you read the sentence right now? It's in English. You see what I mean? Like, so when you're learning like phrases that you would use, it's very difficult to know the super detailed things. I just know that that person is talking about speaking in English and saying speaking in Japanese and saying something in Japanese. I don't know how that relates to me and the person because of the tense usage, which is fine. I think that's where I am right now most of the time. So I'm looking forward to hopefully Duolingo covering some of it, and then I'll probably end up learning the rest somewhere else. Shisure shimasu. What does that mean? Shisure shimasu. To be away? To be in a state of leaving? I don't know. I'm trying to contextualize up there, but shimasu would be to be in a state of something. And I don't know what shitsure is. And if it's like if it was a comment regarding moving away or leaving, that's probably to be in a state of gone, like to vanish. Is all I'm guessing from that context. I don't have enough Japanese understanding, Victor. For shitsure. Shitsure. Yeah, shitsure. To be something. Or to do something, sorry. To do leaving? To do moving out? To do exiting? That's... wait. Actually, I can look this up. What am I doing? I like talking to people more, but... Shitsure. Oh, to be discourteous or impolite. Oh, I see. Yeah, to be... Okay, to do... Oh, to do a discourteous... Oh, okay. Shitsure shimasu is a staple phrase in Japanese work and school environment. It's leaving or entering someone's... Oh, it's leaving to... Okay. Oh, wait. Why does it come up with discourteous and politeness? Wait, excuse me or goodbye. Oh, I see. In a phrase setting, excuse me. Ah, okay. I see. And then suru... What the... Wow, this is really complicated. Jisho is not doing me any favors. but it's a stable phrase in Japanese work. And oh, shirei shima. Oh, shirei. I heard it before. Yeah, shirei shimasu. It comes off really fast actually. Shirei shimasu. Shirei shimasu. I heard this before. Shirei. Oh man. I heard this before. Yes. The moment you said it's used to excuse oneself for doing something rude. Shirei shimasu. In what you call it? I remember like bowing and leaving. Yeah. I got it. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. So means flawed or defective. Okay. That kanji means etiquette or manners. Put this word within shimasu or to do, and you got okay. To do something rude. Yep. Leaving or entering. Yes. Yeah, it's kind of like excuse me, but pardon my rudeness, right? Pardon my rudeness. Pardon my rudeness. I gotta excuse myself, right? Pardon my rudeness. I like that. Yeah, shirei shimasu. Yeah. Shirei shimasu. It comes off really fast actually when they say it. I do remember that phrase. Yeah, thank you. That's a good example. Yeah. Pardon my rudeness, right? Nice. All right. Now we're going to get back to lessons again. Ana-san, what are we doing here? Iriguchi no chikaku ni suwarimasen ka? Would you like to sit near the exit? Right. Iriguchi. Let's see. Watashi wa stage no chikaku ni suwaritai desu. Okay, yeah, I want to sit. I see. Fair enough. I want to sit near the stage.
真ん中の席はちょっと。
Oh, hey, mangaka. Wait. Naka? Oh, mannaka. Sorry, mannaka. I'm thinking of an entirely different word. Don't worry about it. At first, I thought that's what they said, but they said mannaka. Mannaka. What could mannaka mean? Middle? Mannaka no seki wa chotto. I don't really like the middle seat. I don't really like middle seats. Fair enough. Middle seats. That's probably it. It's middle. Okay. Mannaka. Wait, can I hear it again?
真ん中の席はちょっと。
Mannaka no seki wa chotto. Seki wa chotto. Okay.
真ん中
Mannaka.
キーボード
Omocha.
おもちゃ
Stage.
真ん中
Mannaka.
モニター
Monitor.
入り口の近くに座りませんか？
Iriguchi no chikaku ni suwarimasen ka? Would you like to sit near the exit again? Watashi wa mannaka no seki ni suwaritaimasu. Says no one in the world. I'm just kidding. I want to sit in the middle seat. Honestly, I'm kidding, obviously. If you're watching a show, sometimes sitting in the middle seat is you take the risk, right? But you get the middle. But a lot of times that kind of backfires if you get sat right in front of someone who's taller than you. I've been in theaters where the theater is really old, but it's like historically nice. But if you get unlucky, man, you're just staring at the backside of someone's head. I'm just saying. It was a very recent experience, by the way. A very recent experience. That person was 3 times my size in all dimensions. Alright, 2 times my size. Nah, 3 times my size. Height was a problemo. Problema? Oh, I think problem is feminine, isn't it? Or is it masculine? No, it's feminine. Problema, right? Problema. Una problema? No. Cozy. You can probably answer that. Throwing that out there. Okay. We should reserve... Oh, wait. Never mind. We're thinking of something else now. We should reserve the middle seats. Okay. Oh! Yoyak shimashou. Yoyak shimashou. Nice. Way to bring back reserve. What am I doing? Oh, they could have gone even harder and say we should make sure to reserve the middle seats, because I can also express that too with chanto. Okay. What do we have? It's great to get the seat back. Seki. They introduced it for transit, like a train seat, but it didn't come back very often. Seki. Let's see. Middle seats. New word. Mannaka. Wait. Seki no mannaka. That's how that works, right? Yeah. Seki no mannaka o yoyak shimashou. Oh, no, never mind. It's the reverse. Wait, let me think about it. The middle, yeah, true. Nearby seats, the middle, okay. Middle of the seats. Fair enough. Oh, I can test if the practice thing works. Okay. Oops. What is bag doing here?
真ん中の席は
どうですか?
どうですか?
Yes, yes, yes.
真ん中の席を予約します。
Here. All right.
Soto.
Soto. Oh, this is Soto. Wait, how are they gonna... An outside concert, an outdoor concert. Soto. Probably.
私、
Hito, Nakayama. Oh, Konya. I forgot.
Soto.
Soto. Okay.
Soto. Soto.
This is the same Soto as outdoors, right?
Soto.
何が飲みたいですか?
We'll find out soon enough. 何が飲みたいdesu ka? Aw. What do you want to drink? What do you want to drink? I can say these things now. Aw. Sorry. 何が飲みたいdesu ka? Juice. Are you going with juice? We don't actually know how to say orange juice.
ジュース
Juice が飲みたいです。
席に戻りましょうか。
戻りましょう。戻り What the heck is 戻り
戻りましょう。
Return. That's interesting. Okay, we'll have to look up something else as well for modori. We're gonna have to compare and contrast with like kairimashou and nodorimashou. Modori masho. Right. Seki ni modorimashou. Should we return to the seats? Really? I guess. There's a little bit there. This is more direct, I suppose, as opposed to interpretive. Should we return to our seats? Technically, it doesn't say our seats.
外で少し休みましょ
外で okay, yeah. 外で
う。外。
Yeah, so it's the same soto. I can't be sure, obviously. I can't be sure until I actually see it. If it has an alternative meaning, or it is a different word entirely, or it has a different pitch accent, or a different kanji. There's so many things I can go on. So soto de, but in the context of concert, I would imagine there are outdoor things, like outdoor concerts and stuff. 外で少し休みましょう。Oh, okay. Rest outside, sure. We should rest a bit outside. We should rest a bit outside.
外で食べ物を買いましょう。外で
外で Did you just say sha?
外で食べ物を買いましょう。食べ物を買いましょう。
We should buy some food outside. Outside. We should buy some food outside. Oh, I get it. I get what they're going for. Okay. Yeah. 外で食べ物を買いましょう。
外で食べ物を買いましょう。
早く飲み物を買いましょう。
So how is 早く used in this context? 早く食べ物を買いましょう。We should buy food quickly. Adverbial. Okay. Sure. The manner in which we, okay, I see. That's useful. I'm not sure if we used to some similar effect here. We've used it to describe something as fast as well. So a participle. Also a state of time as well. Technically it works in the same way. Like to be like return early. But now it's really using it as quickly, which kind of makes sense too. So it's a different aspect of time. The last time we used it, it was more like leaving work early, returning home early, that kind of thing. And then before that was this is fast, like the train is fast and the car is fast, or an amount of time is it fast, right? Kind of thing. So we should buy food quickly, or drinks, nomimono quickly. And I guess throw in some drinks because English. Or we should quickly buy some drinks. Oh my goodness. That's an English thing. Although we should quickly buy something is lines up a lot better to the Japanese. So I do dig that. We should quickly buy some drinks. Although that's not my natural phrasing. I often say we should buy some drinks quickly because the act of buying the drinks is more important than whether it is quickly. For me, like I tend not to try to hurry someone up. So the goal is if we buy some drinks, that's great. If we do it quickly, maybe not so much, right? But it's part of the idea, but I usually shift the stuff to the end. The main core of the idea is first, and then I modify it after. So it's good that they accept it, though. It's nice that they accept that. As opposed to we should quickly buy some drinks. My natural inclination is to say we should buy some drinks quickly.
私の好きな歌が聞きたいです。
私の好きな歌。Oh, 歌。Yeah, 歌が聞きたいです。I want to listen to this. I want to listen to my favorite song. Yeah, it's implicit because it's stakina. No, skina. Sorry, skina. So it's implicit. I want to hear. Okay, listen here. My favorite song. All right. It's kind of funny because I ended up putting 2 here, but literally not so much. It's not so literal, right? But for me, I'm more inclined to say 2. I want to listen to as opposed to hear to. But since they're using the word hear, I want to hear my favorite song comes out more naturally. But oftentimes I would say I want to listen to my favorite song. Interestingly enough. Funny how it's an English thing, not a Japanese thing. No dig at Japanese. Japanese is pretty clear.
このアーティストの古い歌も聞きたいです。
Wait.
このアーティストの古い歌も聞きたいです。この
アーティストの古い歌もう聞きたいです。This artist's old song is also I also want to listen. I want to listen, or I want to hear this artist's old song too. Or I also, however they want to interpret it.
このアーティストの古い歌も聞きたいです。
Yeah, it's an English problem again. So what did I say? I want to hear this artist's old songs too. Okay, fair enough. You could also say I also want to hear this artist's old songs.
バンドの人気の歌が聞きたいです。
バンドの人気の歌が聞きたいです。Okay, getting used to it. I want to hear the band's popular songs. Very important, right? バンドの人気の歌が聞きたいです。早く、what are we hearing? 早く something. 席 seats 耳 ear 鍵 key and ebi shrimp 席に戻りましょう。We should, what is it? 戻りましょ We should return to our seats. We should return to our seat. We should quickly return to our seats. In that way, I'm okay with that. We should return to our seats quickly. Right. And now they do. Oh my gosh. Now they went the other way and said we should return to the seats quickly, as opposed to we should quickly return to the seats. English. That's an English problem. Sorry. I'm making a big deal of it. This has very little to do with. This is less about the Japanese. It's more about the English.
エリカさん、早く席に戻りましょう。
イリクさん、早く席に戻りましょう。Yeah. Well, what's the response? でも外でコーラが飲みたいです。Oh, that's a funny response. That's a pretty good response. But although I want to drink but I want to drink the soda outside, the cola outside. What is the other one? Demo. I see what they did. They also made a exception now. So demo. Gomi bako wa nikai desu. But the trash can is near. Yeah. Oh, I want to drink cola outside though. I usually put the but in the front, so the but can be in the front. But big but with 3 T's. But I want to drink cola outside. Big but. Although putting the tho at the end does make it so that you don't end up saying the statement with outside at the end, which is a preposition sometimes, but outside is an exception. It's also a place. Vending machines are outside this building. Are we using what is it? Tatemono? Tatemono? Yes, we are using tatemono. Kaidan, stairs. That's an old one. So, okay. Jihanki wa soto. Jihanki wa soto. Oh, jihanki wa kono tatemono. No. Yeah. So this would be
自販機
wa. I'm gonna say kono tatemono no soto.
外
Yes.
す
Yes. Kono ato cola o nomitai desu. Right? So
この後コーラ
ni.
に
Is it ni or
に
oh, it's ni.
飲みたいです。
Or is it
にが
Oh no.
な。な。
Oh no. Oh no. Um.
Na.
Yeah, I don't actually
Na.
have seen it. We'll just stick with this. Duo, you didn't give me enough sample size. It's Ga, isn't it? Didn't give me enough sample size. Alright, it's fine. My suspicions. I just wanted to see.
この、あと、
この後、what was it called?
コーラ
コーラ
が
が
飲みたいです。
飲みたいです。Not enough sample size.
Get more with super.
Nah. No one needs heart. Actually, let's see if the heart thing actually works right now. Someone said the heart thing doesn't. Let's try it. Huh.
スーツ
It works here for the time being.
北海道の魚は美味しいです。
Oh, this was the other word for cozy. Kawaii. Kawaii is the other one.
怖い。
Kawaii. Scary.
怖いアトラクションが好きです。
短いピクニック。
Oh. Choco Minto. Sure.
はじめまして、カイさん。はじめまして。カイさん。
Okay. I need a major. Do we have business? No. Business. Okay, music, sure.
黄色い帽子
Pretty hats. All right. Oh no. Iroi.
黄色
Yellow
帽子
hat. Sutsu. Cheap suit? There. Oh. Oh no, that's Hayai. Whoops.
北海道の山は本当に綺麗ですね。
I don't want to talk about it.
北海道の山は本当に綺麗ですね。
I'm trying to be a little fast here. Hokkaido. What was it? Hokkaido. Wait.
北海道の山は本当に綺麗ですね。北海道。5000
Oops.
5000山の山は綺麗ですね。
I'm missing something.
北海道の山は本当に綺麗ですね。
Sure. What is... Oh, picnic. Picnic. Picnic wa... Picnic wa... Picnic wa... Doko? Doko works.
黄色いスーツ。
Favorite flavor. 好きな
好きな
味。
味は
チョコミント
チョコミントで。
ですす。What score are you, Kai? Oh.
はい、3。は、何年生でか。
Works. Oh, what did I do here? Yeah. Oshare. Oshare na. Sure. Fashionable. Okay. 4 hearts is fine. Pen. Really? Pen.
Pen.
I refuse to believe pen is the only pen.
ペンはありますか?
Pen wa arimasu ka? Do you have a pen? We already talked about arimasu ka and aru being existence, but multi interpreted as do you have a pen because of the possessive of if there exists a pen, it's usually in the context of asking if that person has within their possession an existence of a pen within their possession. So then it's interpreted as do you have a pen? I know there's no context involved in there. It could be interpreted as there is a pen. Fair enough. I like bringing up this point because, man, it's such a blast from the past because this discussion was within the first 2 weeks of Japanese, and it's day 81 just to like rekindle some old experiences, you know. It feels like an eternity ago since we had the question, since we talked about the nuances of aru and iru.
Higashiguchi.
Higashiguchi. Is it another exit? Oh, is it east?
Higashiguchi.
Higashiguchi. Yeah, so we have north and south, east. Where's my west? We're gonna get west soon, probably. Higashiguchi.
Higashiguchi.
Okay, Higashiguchi. East exit.
東口。
サインが欲しいです。
Sign. Sign. Like sign? Or autograph? Oh my gosh, like sign, like signature. Like sign a signature. Oh my gosh.
サイン。
Sign. Really? Sign ga hoshii desu. I want his autograph, sure. No, implicit subject. Right. Pen, oh no, sign ga hoshii desu. Pen wa arimasu ka? Fair
Pen.
enough. Makes sense.
このアーティストのサインが欲しいです。
このアーティストのサインが欲しいです。I want this artist's autograph. Fair enough. Aw, what the heck? They really need to retroactively draw in Falstaff, man. This bears a little bit of a pep. This is like Falstaff 1.0. Or Falstaff, I guess it's 1.0. Now Falstaff is like 2.0, you know? We're in Falstaff 2.0 now. Sino what? I want? Wait. Onegai shimasu.
お願いします。
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Your autograph, please.
バンドと話したいです。
バンドと話したいです。話したいです。
バンドと話したいです。
話したいです。So, バンドと話したいです。I want to talk to the band. With the band. Oh yeah, true. バンドと、yeah, バンドと話したいです。Fair enough. Ano, かっこいい。かっこいい。かっこいい。Oh, that guy is flexing. Yeah, barbecue. ボードゲーム。アーティスト Wait, that's the... Really? Really? Come on, that's a stretch.
アーティスト
Artisto. Artisto to hanashitai desu.
チェックイン
アーティストと話したいです。
Moto Rio Moto Shoyu yeah, Shoyu on Sky Masho. Okay. Ja. Okay. Ja. Kitakuchi de machimashou ka? Oh, hey. That's really good. What the heck? Alternatives. Okay then. We should wait by the exit. We should wait. Yeah, we should wait by the north exit. Kitakuchi. Should we wait by the north exit? Or at the north exit? Or at the north exit.
南口の前に並びましょう。
南口の前に並びましょう。並び。No idea. 並びましょう。What do we have?
並びましょう。
Line up. Okay, to queue. To QQ. 並びましょう. Interesting. We should line up. I can line up. At the front, or we should line up in front of the south exit. 南口の前に並びましょう。
南口の前に並びましょう。
そう、南口の前に並びましょう。
アーティストと話したいです。
アーティストと話したいです。じゃあ、oh yeah, 東口で待ちましょうか。東口。
ケンさん、どこに並びますか？ケンさん。
something 並びますか？に Wait. どこ
に並びますか？ケンさん、どこに並びますか？
ケンさん、どこ Oh, it's the vocative. Vocative, ケンさん。どこに並びますか？ Where should we line up? Or where do we line up? Where are you going to line up? Alright. Sure.ケーブルアーティストモニターペンImagine telling them that no, it's a pen, not a pen, pen. Focus. Would you like to line up in front of the east exit? What was it again? Hikashi Hikashikuchi. Hikachikuchi. Wait, line up in front. Okay.
東口
Hikachikuchi. Hikashikuchi. No, mae.
前 に
Ni. Hikari. Hikari ma. No. Narabimashouka. Narabima. Oh, would you like Narabisenka?
並びません
Narabimasenka.
か
Okay. Alright. Higashiguchi. Higashiguchi no mae ni narabimasenka? Oh no. This second half is kind of really rough actually. Koko ni narabimashouka. Koko ni narabimashouka.
こに並びましょうか。
Okay. What are our two kanji? We have soto. Soto and I don't remember. So no. Soto and I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. This is getting a little sussy today. Okay.
疲れました
Tsukaremashita. Tsukaremashita. Interesting.
疲れました
Tired.
疲れました
Tsukaremashita. I'm tired.
疲れました
Tsukaremashita. There's so much. What the heck? Skatemashita. I can get behind that, really, actually.
まし、
So, skademash. Skademasu. Skademasu. Ooh, skademasu. Skademashita. Skademashita. 家に帰りましょう? Or is it the...
帰りましょう。
帰りましょう. What was the other one? Returning to the seat? Oh, man. Return... Okay. Okay. And, ie is not being... It's not using the kanji. What the heck? Hello? Unless this is a different ie.
もう10時半です。
もう10時半です。10時半です。
も
う already, yet, now, interesting. もう Oh, I can get behind this too. もう10時半です。It's 10:30 already? Sure. もう8時です。Can you say もう午後8時です。8時です。
8時。
もう11時です。
もう11時です。1時。もう It's 11 o'clock already, sure. What does this have to do with... This feels a little bit like separated from the whole concert thing.
すみません、もう家に帰ります。
But I can maybe see it be like, it's already this time, we should, or like,
すみません、もう家に帰ります。
すみません、
もう
Oh, interesting. すみません、もう
うち
家に帰ります。
帰ります。
帰ります。I've already, sorry, I already returned home. Nice.
またここに来ましょう。
また。Oh.
また。
また。Interesting. Okay. That's not... Okay, また。
また。
またここに行きま、ここに行きましょう。来ましょう。Sorry, 来ましょう。
またここに来ましょう。
来ましょう。We should come back here again. Interesting. Or we should come again. We should come here again. Fair enough. Yeah. またここに来ましょう。There's so many. This second half is
ダニエルさん、疲れましたか？
so much right now. 作れましたか？作れましたか？作れましたか？作れましたか？作れましたか？ Okay, ダニエルさん、作れましたか？
疲れ。
No, 疲れ。Thinking of something else. Tsukare. Tsukare mashita ka? Okay. Oh no. There are too many new words. Tsukare mashita ka? はい。でも、またコンサートに行きたいです。Oh, yes. Yes. So, Daniel, are you tired? Right? Are you tired? Yes. However, I want to go. I also wait. I want to go to the concert. Mata again. I want to go to the concert again. Yes, I want to go to the concert again. Yes, I want to go to the concert again though. Okay. Again though. Okay. Demo mata. Oh. Daniel mata konsato ni ikitai desu. Interesting. Wow. These are getting really good. I like it. There's like extra 2 or 3 like extra things.
グッズがたくさん欲しいです。
グッズOh, goods. Merchandise. Merch. Goods. Goods. Yeah.
グッズ。
Goods. Okay, the goods. Give me the goods. Hand them over. Hand over the goods. グッズがたくさん okay, たくさん欲しいです Okay. We're sticking to one new word now. Okay. Thank goodness. I'm gonna be real. I'm having a very hard time remembering the words. I think I only remember like 4 or 5 words right now. That's kind of tough. They're kind of sort of related but not related at the same time. I want a lot of merch. Goods.
ナオミさん、疲れましたか？
Yeah, 疲れましたか？疲れましたか？はい。Okay, はい。でもまた、okay, same thing, right? でもまたコンサートに行きたいです。Right? Same response.
バンドのグッズが欲しいです。
バンドのグッズが欲しいです。Okay? I want the band's merch. Anison. Interesting. Anison. What was this? He got she. I feel like it's Higashi Gucci. Probably not. Wait. Oh, I can't even hear it.
花さん、疲れましたか？
疲れましたか？はい。はい。でも、また、一緒にコンサートに行きたいです。Okay, so they added一緒に together. Yes. However, I want to go to the concert again together. I want to go to the concert again together. Though. Yes, I'm tired, but I want to go to the concert again together. I want to go to the concert again together. Though. I want to go to the concert together again, though. Oh, gosh, okay.
バンドの新しいグッズが欲しいです。
バンドの新しいグッズが欲しいです。I want the band's new merchandise. Sure. I want the band's new merch.
このバンドの CD が買いたいです。
このバンド CD が買いたいです。Okay. I want to buy this band's CDs. Sure.グッズがたくさん買いたいです。
たくさん。
That guy with the pink shirt. Alright, let's try this.
この
バンドの CD が買いたいです。Okay. How does this work? 新しいアルバム新しいアルバムも買いたいです。Okay. How do I mess this up?
この
後オラが Oh yeah, the experiment. オラが飲みたいです。
飲みたいです。
How do I do this? Oh, I flipped it. Why did I flip it? This one's a little sketch. Okay. Yeah, this one's a little sketch. Okay. Something naka. Oh. 真ん中の席真ん中の席を予約しましょう。
とても疲れました。
Oh, you do it that way? I'm very tired? Interesting. とても疲れました。Interesting. Oh yeah. Right, yeah. サインが欲しいです。ペンはありますか？ You have a pen.
この後、北口に並びましょう。
この後、北口に、right. 並びましょう。並び。After this, we should line up. 並びましょう。Line up at the north exit.
席に戻りますか？
戻りますか？戻ります。I have to compare it and contrast it to 入ります。戻ります。
席に戻りますか？席に戻ります。
戻ります。
このバンドのサインが欲しいです。
このバンドのサインが欲しいです。I want this band's autograph.
ナオミさん、疲れましたか？
疲れましたか？はい。 またコンサートに行きたいです。行きたいです。I kind of, okay.
どのアーティストに会いたいですか？
どのアーティストに会いたいですか？どのアーティストに会いたいですか？Which artists do you want to meet?
早く席に戻りましょう。
Oh, yeah, that's right. That too. 早く席に戻りましょう。Okay. すみません。Right, soto. I still haven't reminded myself what the other kanji is. Did I see it already? すみません。外でコーラが飲みたいです。飲みたいです。
今夜、このバンドのコンサートに行きたいです。
Oh, yeah, 今夜。That's the other kanji. There it is. 今夜このバンドのコンサートに行きたいです。行きたいです。どんなバンドですか？ Right, asking what kind of
エリカさん、早く席に戻りましょう。
早く席に戻りましょう。戻りましょう。Nodorimas is something else, but odorimas is something else. Oh no. And then norimas is the other thing. Odorimas. Odorimas is the other thing. That I'm kind of hybriding here. Danieru-san, 早く席に戻りましょう。でも外コーラに飲みたいです。Ugh, I keep adding an extra syllable to all of these. Like I keep trying to say nomima tai desu as opposed to nomitai desu. Nomitai desu. Kikitai desu. Aitai desu. Aitai desu. Yeah. Okay. Alright, kanji time. We have 2 kanjis. Let's go. Oh, and something new added to that. Oh, yeah, konya. Right, because it's related to konya. Yeah, alright, fair enough.
今夜
Okay. 2 familiar particles and then
今夜
not so familiar with the rest. Oh my gosh.
今夜
I don't know how you feel about this.
今夜。
今夜。
It flows well though.
今夜。
今夜
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 今夜。
今夜。
Oh, it's the other direction. Okay. Yeah. The kanji flows well though. So it's not as bad as the other ones.
一日。
That's tsuitachi. Ichinensei. Sure. Tsuitachi.
1年生1
1
日
日
火曜日何年生今日
Okay. Sure.
1年生
1日
Of course you say it there.
1日
And 1日 here
1
too.
年生
Okay. Say
金曜日1
1
日
日
明日
明日
1年生何
何
年
年生 Okay. So for the ichi, okay, sure. And then we're back to konya, sure. All right.
今夜、
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 今夜今夜
今夜、
今夜
今夜、
Okay. Soto. Right.
外
Oh, that's a repeated radical right there.
外、
Interesting. They had two with a
Soto.
repeated radical. Okay.
外
Ooh, there's a struggle
Soto.
there.
外、
外、
The one little like curve thing reminds me of tabemasu.
外
But just that one
Soto.
stroke though. So I don't think it's enough to.
外、
I'm not sure if it's
外、
good enough to be considered radical. Okay. Okay. Konya and Soto.
外来週今夜
先月
10
10
今夜今夜今夜こ外
先月
明日
明日
今夜
水
外
え
外山今夜今夜
Oh, for a moment there, I heard something else.
先月来週外今夜4今夜明日先月外
Introduce
Yes, yes, yes. Yo.
今日
Yeah, with Konya. Sure. Makes
今日
sense.
今夜今日今夜こ日 先週今夜今日
が
2日今夜今夜今日私今夜来ます今日今
今
夜
夜
先月
先月 1
一日
I know what it says.
今日明日今夜今夜行きます
います
5つ今夜今日京都
Oh, I see. Kyoto. Cute. Kyoto. Cute.
何時
Oops.
今夜
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 今夜今夜
え今日今夜
今夜何曜日日曜日今日東京
Like cute.
今夜
Okay,
今夜
sure.
今日
That sucked.
今日
今夜
Showing that they both use the same kanji, left kanji.
日曜日火曜日今夜2日
and
今日
Alright.
外
外外
外
外
外
First,
外
外
Zadi's artificial voice is cursed. Feels bad, man. Artificial voice assigned to Zadi. Onya. Okay.
今夜
今夜
I
今夜
kind of like that they
今夜
picked two kanji that shared a new radical. So you have two kanji immediately
Konya.
that has
今夜
a familiar new radical.
今夜
Interesting choice. I don't know if that's
今
coincidence
夜
or by chance. I mean, like, coincidence by chance or by design. The bottom right hand radical is very reminiscent of the left hand radical with one last stroke. In Soto, between Soto and Konya.
外
Cursed.
外
外
外
外
外
外
Oops. Cursed. Okay.
今夜
今夜
今夜今夜
今夜
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 Yeah, that's a little too far out. Got some time? Soto.
外
外
外、
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 外
外
外、
外、
外
外
外、
外、
Get more with
Yes, yes, yes. All right, we're gonna go back to our lessons quickly. I don't think we're gonna do kanji bootstrapping today. Another time here. This is gonna be a review of N1. This is R1 for the electronics. How much time do we have? 2 hours. Okay. Okay. Mae.
前前前
Kyo.
今日今日
え
今日
Kyo. 3日。
3日
2
2
日。
つ
Oh, not to. Oops. Oops. Not to. 2つ。2つ。Whoops. 7
7
つ
つ。
前
前。
今日一緒にゲームをしませんか？
今
今日、
日 something game.
今日一緒にゲームをしませんか？
Oh.
一緒にゲームをしませんか？今日一緒にゲームをしませんか？
Okay. Would you like to play video games together today? 今日一緒にゲームをしませんか？
今日
新聞前
3
3
年
年
生
生4回
4回
電気屋はスーパーの前です。
電気屋はスーパーの前です。Oh, 電気屋は
スーパーの
の前
で。
ですす。The electronics store is in front of the supermarket.
電気屋はスーパーの前です。
The first half, the N1 half, was a lot more less. All the items were like grouped together really well, and also no new predicates, right? No new predicate forms and all that stuff. I think it actually have less words too. What kind of monitor do you want?
どんな
モニタ
モニタ
ーが欲しいです。
ーが欲しいです
欲しいですか？
か
Why does watashi suddenly become only kana? 私のモニターは少し古いです。明日、electronics store 電気屋に行きます。Okay, sure.
ATM
ATM は電気屋の前です。
電気屋の前です
もっといい、oh yeah.
もっと
もっといい。 パソコンが欲しいです。I want a nicer computer.
もっといいゲーミングモニターが欲しいです。
Okay. I want a nicer gaming monitor. Sure. ゲーミングモニターのセールがあります。There's a sale on gaming monitors today. Sure. Pretty nice. もっといい。Okay. Gaming monitor. I'm gonna buy a nicer gaming monitor. Sure.
もっといいパソコンが欲しいです。
もっといいパソコンが欲しいです。今日パソコンのセールがあります。Right? There's a sale on. How convenient. Interesting. 新しいゲーミングパソコンが欲しいです。It's kind of funny because they did a lot of wants, like using Hoshidas, but at the same time, we're introducing the Thai form in the same unit. I think that's by design, obviously. It's no coincidence, right? You can read into that deliberateness between contrasting Hoshidas, pretty much the only way they introduced up to this point of expressing some sort of personal desire, and then introducing the Thai form, right? And they lined it up with wanting something like electronics. It's kind of nice. What are we doing? Ga hoshii desu. 新しい
ゲーミング
パソコンが
欲しいです。
Okay. Okay.
今日新しい
ゲームを買います。
安い
We have the kanji for yasui. That's probably where they're going with this. 1万
1万
There it is.
安い
これも1万円ですか？
これも Wait. これも1万円ですか？
これも1万円ですか？
Oh, this is actually a new phrasing too. Like using これ and それ like this. It's actually kind of new. This is also 10,000 yen. 安い。私1万前
今日
軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。
軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。Okay.
軽い
light weight 軽いヘッドホン
が欲しいです。
すみません。このモニターは1万円ですか？
このモニターは1万円ですか？
この、すみません。
すみません。
このモニターは1万円ですか？このパソコンは1万円ですか？安いですね。じゃあ、買います。このモニターは32インチです。And this is new too, technically. I haven't actually used numbers in this manner. Especially a combination of Jew in this manner. It's a functionality of Jew more. used it kind of once before, which was for minutes. But I wasn't sure if the counter or the counter would change the way that works. So far it hasn't changed anything.
この
この
モニターは
32インチです。
インチです。
Okay. Oh yeah, this one's kind of sad.
もっと安い
ゲーミングパソコンはありますか? Is there a cheaper gaming PC? Is there? Yeah, because this guy's broke. Sad face. この軽いパソコンが欲しいです。Yeah, and then これをください. This is a new structure too. Being like sort of like ordering or adjusting to a specific thing by using kore instead. Kore and sore maybe.
このモニターは30インチです。
このモニターは30インチです。もっと大きい。what is wrong with you? もっと大きいモニターはありますか? Is there a larger one? Larger monitor? これをください。この安いモニターが欲しいです。Right. They want this cheap monitor.
どのテレビが安いですか?
どのテレビが安いですか? っていうwhich TV is cheap? Right. 23インチ。
23インチ。
軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。
軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。
Okay. Speeding right along here.
3万。
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 10,000. So 30,000. 3万。
3万。
このおしゃれなキーボードは光ります。
このおしゃれなキーボードは something. は光ります。It lights up. Right.
この
おしゃれなキーボードは
光ります。このおしゃれなキーボードは光ります。
Sure. This stylish keyboard lights up. RGB, right? RGB. もっと RGB で。RGB. Okay. Let's see. 安い。1万。
強。
3万。前。
このカラフルなキーボードは光ります。
このカラフルなキーボードは something.
光ります。
One way to say RGB, right?
このカラフルなキーボードは光ります。
このカラフルなキーボードは光ります。Okay. 3万はとても高いです。Okay, right? Where's my son? 3万。3万円はとても高いです。I forgot units. これは私の新しいパソコンです。No? Not パソコン? Oh, yeah, yeah.
パソコン
です。まだ Mada mouse. Mada mouse wa arimasen. But there's no mouse. I don't have a mouse. Interesting. I still don't have a mouse. Oh, yeah, Mada. I still don't have a mouse. Yeah. このキーボードは Oh, here's hideous. I don't actually remember this one. What?
Keyboard はダサい
I don't remember it being a combination of these. Why does it have an E with katakana? Dasai. That's why I have a trouble remembering it. Dasai. It's like, oh, I see what it's doing. Yeah. It's probably Chinese. It's like a Chinese adjective. Is probably what I'm thinking. Why it's like that. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up now.
です。
Dasai. I can think of a word that sounds like that is not a positive word either. It's more like nasty. Like it's kind of gross. Which, okay, that kind of implies hideous. That's fair. Yeah. From Fujonese, there's a word for like disgusting or nasty. It's gross looking, and it's close to that sound. So probably a Chinese adjective. Hence the katakana. Nasai. Nasai is the word. Oh, it actually sounds like it too. Nasai. So Nasai is, yeah, Nasai is really close actually. It might there be E there, Nasai, or hideous. Yeah, Nasai. It kind of reminds me of garbage too, actually. Yep, kind of like nasty, gross kind of thing. Nasai. I know I'm not trying to say nasai as in like the Japanese word, but nasai is the other word. How do you say, I'm curious, Mandarin, hideous in Mandarin? What does Google Translate say? Oh, that's not even close. That's not that's not the word I'm... Yeah, it reminds me of garbage. Like garbage. Like nasty garbage. Okay, it might be a coincidence though. You don't know, Victor? You don't know? I'm curious. Sanman en desu ka? I just came from a video saying that all languages, no matter what, are all equally as hard orally speaking. That's fair enough. Perspective. I usually take the perception of difficulty from the perspective of psychology, as opposed to hyper objectivity. So a lot of times I can't. It's difficult for me to resonate with linguistic metrics, like the objectifying of measuring the perception of difficulty. Right? I understand them, and I love that people measure these things about linguistics, Gabriel. However, from my perspective, since I'm more of a life-oriented, holistic approach to learning, typically I gravitate towards ascertaining what the perception of the person is from a psychological standpoint. So I can actually resonate fairly well with that no matter what the language is. It's from the perspective of the person using it in terms of its oral or the output or the input in any regards. It's usually relative since difficulty has a psychological component to it. It doesn't ring a bell, Victor? Fair enough, fair enough. Oh yeah, I forgot about this phrase too. Kureji, credito card, credito card, credito card, credito card.
クレジットカード。
クレジットカードを使います。Sure. Okay.
もっと
もっと静かもっと静かなキーボードが欲しいです。
このカラフルなキーボードはどうですか？
このカラフルなキーボードはどうですか？ Oh yeah, this is where they say 1万yenは少し高いですね。Just a little bit. Actually, 10,000 yen is kind of steep. もっとおしゃれなベッドホンヘッドホン I can't sing ヘッドホンはありますか？ Is there a more fashionable headphone with fabulous colorful na illumination? No, I'm just kidding. Like I was trying to be dramatic. Like they want a headphone more like a illumination, you know, like a lighting display. You want like a light show on your headphones. Yeah, it's true. The only reason a language can be considered harder than another is due to things like how much that language is spoken or that you can immerse. Yeah. I appreciate the raw measurement that people are doing in the field of linguistics. Like, coming from a scientific background, it's really informative when you're collecting a lot of data. But ultimately, when you collect the data, it has to go through interpretation, right? So when you're writing your scientific findings, it ultimately goes through a filter of interpretation. And interpretation requires like the interpretive nuance of how much the background that person has, which is in the introduction of a scientific journal, for example. The methodology, the results are the metrics, right? The results are the metrics of the methodology, but the conclusion and the interpretation, like the discussion and interpretation, is ultimately the application, so to speak, the ultimate application of some of these things. And in the field of linguistics, it's awesome to know how many words there are, how much time statistically the average person takes, the constant combinatorial pairing, like English to Japanese, Japanese to English, or Russian to Japanese, all that stuff. It's great for record keeping and data, and analyzing all of that may require even the most rigorous machine learning trained model to gather all that high throughput data, right? At the same time, in the end of the day, we are still humans, so it does go through a human filter at the end. And ultimately, for myself, becoming overwhelmed and all encompassed by the massive amount of data, which is technically objectifiably accurate, right, once measured, interpreting that becomes is not human, as in it doesn't account for how to get someone to learn a language a lot of times. In fact, it can be incredibly daunting. As a person who worked in genetics for the longest time without computational power, it became incredibly daunting to even fathom accounting for the multiplicity of genetic variations in a set of organic events, right? Even random organic events or random mutations. So a lot of times that can make things incredibly daunting. So that's where tools come into play. But at the same time, when you're learning a language, you could have AI help you with translating. That's one way to solve the problem, right? To pragmatic facilitate the problem. Or is a skill that you want to acquire manually. Then that all that data collection can become astronomically and multiplicatively dehumanizing and overwhelming to the person, right? To the actual human being willing to use it. So then would you say it's impossible to become a polyglot because the human brain is always trained to forget things, maybe even a bilingual? That's tough. I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. For me, it's tough to be a master of, to me, I come from a state of a generalization. So to me, if you ask me, I won't ever be able to tell you comfortably that I've mastered more than one language. In fact, I don't even feel like I've mastered my own native language. So in a sense, if you keep a brain, like a mindset of being multilingual, like for myself, holistically, I cannot deviate too much away from neglecting my native language. So I don't know how polyglots, like true polyglots, or maybe above the exception, right? The exceptional polyglot, as in not the people who are statistically average, maybe the super exceptional, the exceptions and not the rule kind of thing. Those individuals can navigate maintaining a level of proficiency that excels above the social norm or the statistical norm across the board in multiple languages. Maybe they will be labeled as truly polyglot. For myself, as someone who is invariably focused on being multilingual, my psychological suggestion is to keep all your languages intact and associated together, because focusing a long period of time on very specific languages without nurturing and maintaining all the connections, oftentimes you become under practiced in other things. So for example, those who absolutely love the Japanese language, to me, when I hear them speak English now, it sounds very Japanese. Not that it's a desirable or undesirable thing. It largely, the person ends up having like a compromise between the two, right? It's reflective in the person. So yeah, it is kind of hard to know, because the brain consolidates at least for those who are maybe statistically normal, or normative, like within an average of proficiency. Like myself, I consider myself fairly average. I expect myself to consolidate. So as I'm learning more Japanese, my English will naturally be consolidating with the Japanese. So instead of completely trying to separate the Japanese and then reassociate them later, I'm consistently learning Japanese by continuing to associate my English. So as I'm learning Japanese, I'm having discussions about the intricacies of English. So as my Japanese increases in its nuance, it will be contextualized and associated with English. So they are associated together. And for better or for worse, that means my Japanese will not be very awesome versus someone who dedicates all their time to Japanese. However, my English will not also be neglected as a consequence of those many hours. So it's kind of like middle ground, right? So I'm a polyglot of nothing. I cannot even comfortably consider myself multilingual, since my competency is spread across the languages, as opposed to So maybe there are geniuses out there that the resource is so good that it makes it indistinguishable because no one is as skilled as they are in those multiple things. But does that mean they're truly a master of all of them? Well, if you compare that person and themselves, like in a hypothetical situation, right? You compare all the resources that person has and compare themselves choosing 2 languages over 1 language, then reasonably so, from an objective standpoint, hypothetically speaking, the person who chose 1 language will be a greater master of that 1 language, comparing 2 clones, right? 2 person with the same subset. That person will not be divided by 2. They will be invested in 1. So if your assessment of polyglot is the maximum potential of a language, then no, probably not. The more languages you know, the more you're subdivided amongst those languages, right? However, a lot of times when we talk about language competency or polyglottism or whatever you want to call it, it's compared to the statistical average. So now you're comparing different people. So there are people out there that their bottom line, when their potentials are split among like 5 languages, that statistical average of performance is still well outside the norm of someone's competency of 1 language. So those people could be polyglots. Like, for example, relatively speaking, if someone can command 5 languages as well as I can command 1 language, which is my English, then perhaps you could argue statistically and objectively in some way that person is a polyglot because they know 5 languages as much as I know 1 language. When you're comparing apples and oranges, right? The human variation. And the reason why I say it's a apples and oranges comparison is because you're assuming that I spent all my time learning English while this person spends all their time learning those 5 languages, and somehow their 5 languages is superior to my 1 language across some objective metric, right? Because we can kind of measure them. But the thing is, it's apples and oranges because the time I spent on English is realistically deficient compared to the other person because I'm working on other skills, not involving in language acquisition. So then you have to weigh all the outliers of that, right? What are all my skills worth? Does it drive? Does it significantly depreciate my time investing in English itself? Some people might argue that, well, whatever the person does, you're using your native language. Well, no. That doesn't imply that you're actively learning and improving your native language. There are plenty of examples where people can get by speaking high school level English for the rest of their life, the complete duration of their life. So using something as an output doesn't improve the input unless it's an active use of it, right? So then it's like, in the end of the day, like, I don't envy the daunting task of linguistic people having to answer questions or asking requests of advice about how to best approach language learning and whatnot. To me, I generally view all of these things about difficulty, mastery, and whatnot on a case-by-case basis, in my opinion. But it would be very convenient if there were answers to that, right? How do you define a polyglot, right? Well, a polyglot's definition is dependent on the language's characteristics, right? In order to quantify what is the threshold of mastering a language, you must also be able to quantify and define what constitutes as language units and whatnot. And those are the million-dollar questions linguists still have to argue about. What constitutes as a competency level of language? What constitutes as fluency? What constitutes as a syllable? What constitutes as exclusively a lexicon to one language? And does communication and non-verbal communication factor into written and spoken language? It keeps going. The list just keeps going. So all this is all the mastery and weighing of polyglots is predicated on being able to measure the simplest units of competency, which you can't really measure them. At least that's the impression I've gotten from an outsider who is also not a professional linguist, just someone asking questions, because I don't have a fervent universal definition. Like, what is the definition of fluency? Without even that simple definition, you can't even reliably transcribe to the status of what is a polyglot or even being multilingual. For myself, I err on the side of spuriousness. So I can explain what I can do in a language and allow the person I'm speaking to qualify it, right? If they ask. But I wouldn't ever consider myself comfortable in defining a whole class of competency without even knowing what that even means anymore. So then what is the point of learning another language if you're bound to forget? Should you put it aside and just instead master your native language? Now we're going into the talk of philosophy. And for me, from a psychological perspective, your life, you're a linear time creature, right? You're a human being with some time on your hands with limited time. And that time is to elicit a value that makes you happy. So ask yourself, what produces the most value to you, right? It's a question that is often only answered by the person themselves. So we're in the field of philosophy now, and that is a question you can probably answer, or hopefully a healthy human being can answer for themselves. For myself, I choose to bind everything to my native language, or all my languages. And as a consequence of that, I will ultimately fail to master any of those languages. In my opinion, it will not reach to the height of the ones that choose to dedicate themselves to everything else, right? I slowly creep up. So my Japanese will not be at the expense of everything else I know. It's a slow process. And it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Or in exchange. I don't like the word sacrifice. It means you're losing something. But it's an exchange. An alternative path. And it makes me very happy. So philosophically and psychologically, I would encourage someone who's asking these bigger questions to understand, what do you need to be happy in life? Do you need legacy? Something else, right? And ultimately, I feel most people have their answers already, right? At least that's my perspective. I like people to be happy. That's personally my take on it. If mastering your native language provides the most catharsis and encouragement in your life, that should be sufficient. Unless sometimes there are individuals who trap themselves where their happiness is defined by the metrics that are presented to them. And hopefully those individuals find their answer as well, right? And that's like polyglots. There's a balance to it, but I think the whole trend of polyglots is setting standards that are more the exception than the rule. and ultimately creating a increasingly dissatisfactory goal for a lot of language learners. And personally, that's very disheartening. And I want to dispel that. At least if there's anyone in the world that appreciates that you are trying to learn a new language, it'd probably be me. I want to throw my hat in there. I appreciate that you are learning a different language and willing to share it at the cost of mastering your own native language. It's very admirable. And I still appreciate those people who focus on mastering a single language. This is actually a very divisive point. As an American, I'm not sure, Gabriel, if you're an American, but this is a very natural question being thought over and debated constantly in the United States. And many of the prominent figures in secondary language acquisition are also being proactive about this. Do we continue to push for multilingualism, right, in schools and formal education and whatnot, or optimize and focus on a mastering of a singular native language? And in the United States, this is particularly prominent because that singular native language happens to be the almost imposing de facto bridging language, which is English. It's a very, very deep rabbit hole that I kind of sort of touched on because someone else mentioned the guy, Stephen Crasher. He's really politically active as well in this idea, and it's in the United States. So he is a professor, or I don't know if he's retired yet, but he is a speaker in the United States. So very excellent question. I obviously have no answers. I'm not an expert, and I often choose to be very comfortable that I'm not an expert in anything anymore. Yes, as an American, sometimes when I study foreign languages, I wonder if learning another language besides English would make sense. Yeah, it's kind of tough. It's a very tough question. Especially growing up in the United States, you are not incentivized to learn like the vast majority of the structure and the pragmatism of business models, and like the sheer pragmatism and objectivity, the hyper objectivity, where like what makes sense, as in how pragmatic it is. It's very, with that type of mindset, it can feel very defeating and deflating to consider ever engaging in the study of a foreign language. Lots of societies, especially the United States and maybe even Japan or China, when they're focused on like pragmatism, being efficient, being pragmatic about things, something superfluous when you already know the bridging language like English can be incredibly deflating when you start ironically being more objective about it, right? I like learning Japanese, but if you ask my parents, who happens to be Chinese, they're like, you know English. Why? Right? And my answer to that is because it makes me happy. I know how sappy that sounds, but if you truly think that you're doing something that makes you happy, it can go a long way. It can go a very long way to engaging in other people's perspectives and enriching your own experience in the process, right? How much is that worth? For me, it's probably everything. I prioritize psychology and people's motivations, like the human condition. So naturally, if I stick to one thing, it will be much, much more difficult for me to have a more cultured and cosmopolitan appreciation for other people's perspective. Learning another language opens doors to different perspectives, right? Among other things, but definitely a language. Because the world likes to pamper to English, right? Speakers in almost every country that's popular, even in third world. Yeah, it's remember that I want to make a clear statement that it's how things happened, right? It's circumstantial, that English is in this position, as opposed to suggesting anything about linguistics and stuff like, oh, which language is more ideal and all that stuff. That's way beyond my scope. However, historically, it is a natural language, right? English has acquired a natural position. If you want to see something that's interesting, many people made attempts over the history to construct languages. So there are many attempts historically on constructed languages as an attempt to integrate all the linguistic understandings, like the pragmatic metrics of language, in order to make a universal language that is constructed. But the languages we are talking about are natural languages. They are the consequence of history, serendipity, geopolitics, and whatnot. So it's not that English is better at something or not better at something. It's what happened, right? It's what happened that placed English there. And yeah, it's a tough one. And even more so if you're from the United States or like a former colonial British colony, right? Or the UK themselves. It's constantly a question. Very excellent questions. I appreciate the candidness about your like challenging questions. I imagine you ask yourself this all the time. You seem to be incredibly proficient at another language. So I have no qualms in assuming, or at least strongly presuming, that you ask yourself this all the time when being interested or naturally being interested in other languages. Ultimately, for me, it's the journey. So regardless of where the journey takes me, I'm happy for it. That keeps me alive, happy, and motivated. It's very sappy, it's very cliche, but if you can get into a mindset like that, really there isn't many objective things that will keep you from feeling satisfied, in my opinion, right? Like, I'm satisfied if I never sound like a Japanese native. It's perfectly all right. It's one of the benefits of having perspective on things, as opposed to being hyper objective about things. I think the world we live in, because of the internet and the explosive nature of like machine learning and all that, it has possibly made a whole generation of people neglect the idea that they are still human and they have human needs and very human and irrational things that can't honestly be answered sufficiently by being objective about it. It's kind of like an exercise in Star Trek. I recommend people watch Star Trek. Just look at Spock. Like, there are lots of hypothetical things that may be creative in finding and answering. What is that question? It's kind of like almost asking the meaning of life, really. Anyways. End of my digression. That's what I have to offer anyways for the time being.
この緑のマウスはどうですか?
Let's see. このこの緑マウスはどうですか? No one has a green mouse. Come on. Show hands who have a green mouse, like a computer mouse. Come on. I like green, but man, I can't even imagine myself having a green mouse. Imagine gamer green mouse, as opposed to like a accent color. Height. No. Goman. Is it Goman? Yeah. Goman en wa totemo takai desu ne. That's a really expensive. That's so expensive.
もっと
もっと静かな oops. もっと静かな mouseは imagine having a noisy mouse. マウスはありますか？
もっと静かなパソコンを探します。
もっと静かなパソコンを探します。We are hello? Where? No. Oh, I'm going to look for a quieter computer. Okay. このカラフルなキーボードは光ります。Sorry. When I think of hikari, I start thinking about lights. Like hikari makes me like really bright. When I hear hikari, it sounds very bright. And I think I've heard it a lot of times in anime. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Let me check Jisho for a minute. Hikari. Yeah, because it's light. It's literally light. Yeah, hikari I hear a lot in actually video games. Hikari. Hikari for like it's a noun it's a noun that's used for like elements and like to describe magic and stuff, so I already naturally feel like hikari is very bright. So pretty easy to remember for me or from personal experience. このカラフルなキーボードは光ります。That was a little weird.
この
カラフルなマウスは光ります。
マウスは光ります。
えOh no. Where am I? I'm at 57. I have 57 minutes. Yeah, we got this. Let's do it.
このグレーのモニターはいくらですか？
このグレード。Oh, I totally forgot グレード。グレードのmonitor?
グレー
のモニターはいくらですか？
いくらですか？
Sure.
このグレーのモニターはいくらですか？
Okay, how much is this gray monitor? Sure. この人気この人気のSpeaker. Oh yeah, speaker. Oh, I totally forgot about speaker. Dang. Speaker 探しましょう。Okay.
グレーのマウスはどうですか？
グレーのマウス something.
マウスはどうですか？
That sounds fine.
グレーのマウスはどうですか？
Sure. Okay. Oh, wireless. Wireless のヘッドホンを買いました。Or no. Oh, I totally forgot about this one. 見つけました。Found.
見つけ
Yeah, 見つけました。Found. I found a wireless headphone. Or some wireless headphones, or a pair of wireless headphones, etc. I found wireless headphones.
もっとカラフルなマウスはありますか？
Okay. もっとカラフル
な
マウス
は
ありますか？
Sure. もっとカラフルなマウスはありますか？
もっとカラフルなマウスはありますか？ Right. グレーのマウスを見つけました。そう。グレーのマウスを見つけました。見つけました。いつも、ワイヤレス。ワイヤレス。いや、ワイヤレス。いつもワイヤレスのヘッドホンを使います。Fair enough. That's kind of cute. Very cute. Okay. もっと高いモニターをwhoops. Last year. 去年もっと高いモニターを買いました。Okay. That is no speaker, by the way. This is Pep. This is not a speaker. Just saying. I'm kidding. Hurui is what they decided, which makes sense. Sono speaker. Yeah, that's kind of funny, by the way. Sono speaker. Here's a fun little side thing. Sono is actually a brand. It's a debunked brand now. I think they might have closed down. But Sono is actually a brand of speaker. So it's kind of funny that Sono speaker could be, if you're a tech enthusiast, Sono speaker is actually a thing. But in this case, it's obviously not referring to that. But Sono speaker wa, because it still makes sense. Sono speaker wa totemo furui desu ne. Because ironically, they are old speakers. Because I'm pretty sure Sono speakers closed down, or maybe got bought out, right? So this statement will still make sense if this is a proper noun. Sono speaker. Just a little side fun thing, coincidences. このスピーカーは多分高いです。高いです。Sure.
このスピーカーのケーブルは長いですね。
長いですね。Oh, it's very long. Why wouldワイヤレスのスピーカーを探しませんか? Would you like to look for a wireless speaker? Right. グレーのキーボードはいいですね。もう is also もういいですね。
このモニターのケーブルは長いですね。
wireless.
去年もっと高いモニターを買いました。
Last year I bought a more expensive monitor last year.
このキーボードのケーブルは長いですね。
It's too long. Go for wireless. もっと高いキーボードは
光ります。
What was this? It's短い
ケーブル。
Okay. Ooh, talking about like philosophy and stuff, philosophy and psychology and stuff makes me like really energetic.
もっと小さいパソコン。
もっと小さいパソコン。もっといいパソコンを買いました。Sure. That works.
このスピーカーは重いですね。
このスピーカーは重い。What?
このスピーカーは重いですね。
重いですね。
重いですね。
Heavy.レシートをください。すみません。
すみません。
レシートをください。Excuse me, the receipt, please.
マウスの電池も見つけました。
マウスも電池。Oh yeah, 電池。Right. Oh, I forgot about 電池. Battery. Oh, no. Did I remember 電池 2 days ago? I don't know.
見つけました。
見つけました。
マウスの電池も見つけました。
Found batteries. I also found batteries for the mouse. Right? Oh! Oh. No, first. Oh, whoops. Okay. I'm going a little too fast. 新しい
マウス
は、電池を使いましょう。使いますか？使いますか？ Yeah, that works. Okay. Shopping bag. We remember that though. Oh, I didn't remember battery. Actually, because today was the day that I reviewed this vocabulary. That's right, because we changed up our studying schedule or our practice schedule. Okay. So I missed 2 words out of the 17 that I remembered. Interesting. Okay. 大きい
レジ袋。
レジ袋。大きいレジ袋はありますか？マウスの電池を買いました。I bought batteries for the mouse. 長いケーブルを見つけました。Wait. もっと longer cables. もっと長いケーブルを見つけました。パソコンのモニターを買いました。Fair enough. レシートをください。or お願いします。
お願いします。
That works too. お願いします。Sure.
全部で5万円です。
全部で5万円です。すみません。レシートをお願いします。Okay. That's kind of a leap, but that's fine. 重いテレビ。
全部で9万円です。
全部で9万円です。すみません。And this is a leap too. すみません。レジ袋をお願いします。I have some shopping bags.
大きいレジ袋はありますか？
大きいレジ袋はありますか？ Do you have shopping bags? Do you have a shopping bag? A big shopping bag. 大きい。
パソコンはとても重いです。
パソコンはとても重いです。Okay. The computer is heavy. The computer is very heavy. Sure.
モニターのケーブルを買いました。
モニターのケーブルを買いました。I bought cables for the monitor. Okay.
マウスの電池も見つけました。マウス
の電池も
見つけました。マウスの電池も見つけました。
Alright. Alright, we're gonna... Oh no, I still have one more.
マウスの電池も見つけました。
Yes, yes, yes.
マウスの電池も見つけました。
Yes.
ゲーミングモニター。
ゲーミングモニター。Oh, yeah. You don't have money.
もっと
安い。
全部で9万円です。
It's 90,000 yen in total. Off we go. We're gonna use our credit card, or they're gonna buy it because...
食べます。
Oops.
買います。
Because it's cheap.
軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。
軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。I want 軽いlightweight headphones. 軽い I said 軽い
お
this please.
が
this cheap monitor. I want this cheap monitor.
このキーボードは2万円ですか？
Is this keyboard 20,000 yen? Sure. We're going a little bit quick because now I'm relying on how quickly I can translate back and forth. この黒いsorry. この古いパソコンoops. が欲しいです。And then これをください。
このスピーカーのケーブルは長いですね。
Wireless all the way.
全部で2万円です。
Thanks. The receipt, please. Right.
このパソコンは15インチです。
このパソコン is it too expensive? すみません。もっと Oh, okay. インチ Yeah. Looking for a bigger Wait a minute. A bigger computer? Oh yeah, this one was awkward because they're referring to the monitor. Alright. Now let's do our review. We gotta do our review of the new stuff. So Konya.
今夜
Yep.
今夜
So Konya?
今夜はちょっと。
Konya wa choto.
はちょっと。
Yeah. Tonight isn't gonna really work. Right? このバンドはとても人気です。
とても人です。
カイさん、今夜何をしますか？
カイさん、何をしますか？ Wait.
カイさん、今夜何をしますか？
今夜。
カイさん、今夜何をしますか？
Yep. Kai, what are you going to do tonight? Right? このバンドは本当に人気です。
は本当に人気です。
イギリスの有名なアーティストです。
Ooh. That's a change up.
イギリスのアーティスト
Oh wait.
有名な
Oh no,
有
no, no,
名
wait.
な
Well, actually,
有名なイギリスの有名なアーティストです。です。
he's a famous British artist, right? I want to go to a concert. コンサートに行きたいです。
行きたいです。
Okay. We're getting used to it, right? And 山田火曜日今夜セロお皿ケーブルナイフアーティスト artisto, artisto,
アーティスト
artisto, and then wiresu, wiresu,
ワイヤレス
wiresu. Just a little bit too long. I'm holding just a little bit too long. Where do you want to go? Konsato works. 昨日遊園地に行きたいです。I want to go to a theme park yesterday. Oh, no.
行きました。
Yesterday. 行きました。I went to a theme park yesterday. 今日はコンサートに行きたいです。
行きたいです。
I want to go to a concert today. Yes. Yes. 私の好きな what's your favorite something? Meet up? Want to meet? Bando works. Let's go. 先月このアーティストのコンサートに行きました。So they went to their favorite artist's concert last month. 来月このアーティストに会いたいです。I want to go to this artist next month. I want to meet this artist next month. このバンドは本当に人気です。Okay. This band is really popular. Sure. I'm looking forward to tonight's concert. Interesting. Is this maybe? Oh no. Oh yeah. No, they did it. I see. I know why they included this. Definitely, because want and looking forward are actually two separate phrases that they interpretively separated. Man, you're just doing what I want to do. Watashi wa Nihon something ni urayamashi? I don't know what the ending is. I want me Japan. You want to go Yashi. Learn Japanese? You want to learn Japanese? I don't actually know, unfortunately. Or you want to go to Japan? I don't actually know what's after Nihon. Own something. It looks like a cake. It basically means I'm jealous of you doing what I want to do. Oh, okay. Yeah. Can you explain to me urayamashi? Is that the state of feeling jealous or envy? And then ni, something that looks like hon next to a right hand kanji. So that's kind of funny. And then watashi wa is self-explained. That is jealous. Oh, cool. I haven't learned that yet. Rosinante. You could do this. You know, I'm sure everyone would be interested in seeing you flex your Japanese. You can totally do it. I imagine the subtext here is you might not have enough time and you probably have to work. You probably have a family or something. Or maybe there are a lot of other things that are going on in your life. That's understandable. That's perfectly understandable. But definitely, I mean, You might really enjoy it. Who knows? Right? Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. What do I say in this situation? Mada mada desu. Mada desu. I'll take it as a compliment. I'm looking forward to... I'm not doing anything really extraordinary, by the way. So if it feels like you can do this, you can totally do this. If you're self-motivated, very enthusiastic, not too concerned about what other people think, per se, but also be looking for other people's advice and interaction, this is a great way to learn language learning. Also, obviously, you might, unless you're uncomfortable with like public speaking and whatnot, that might be a little bit. Yeah, I hope so. I definitely am enjoying it. Thank you. All right, so I still got like 3 or 4 lessons to hit, so we're gonna scoot here. Oh, and speaking of looking forward to, let's see.
今夜
今夜のコンサート。コンサートが楽しみです。Right?
が楽しみです。
そう、コンサートが楽しみです。今夜のコンサートが楽しみです。Do you want to meet this band? このバンドに会いたいですか？
会いたいですか。
Up and away! We got 4 more lessons.
真ん中の席に座りたいですか？
Oh, right. 真ん中 is already or again?
真ん中
I think. 真ん中
の席に座りたいですか？の席
席に Oh, these are the new predicates. All this is new. Okay. 真ん中の席に Okay.
座りたいです。
座りたいです。Technically, suwari was already introduced, but like suwarimasu and whatnot. But
真ん中の席に座りたいですか？
Oh, this is a middle seat. Oh no, middle seat. That's right. It's the middle. Mannaka. And I missed something. What did I miss? Oh, I missed the ka. Yeah, in the middle seat. Yeah. So all of these are new and it's kind of tough. Let's see. And then I forgot the ka. It's fine. I want to go out at 1 p.m. So let's see. Go 1時に go out. It's 出かけたいです。Oh, I guess they want watashi wa, but fair enough. 出かけたいです。
真ん中の席のチケットは高いです。
Okay, sure.
真ん中の
Did I hear?
真ん中の席のチケットは高いです。チケット真ん中の席のチケットは高いです。席のチケット真ん中の席のチケットは高いです。高いです。
Interesting. Okay. 真ん中の席のチケットは高いです。
真ん中の席のチケットは高いです。
Okay. The middle seat tickets are expensive. Or tickets, yeah, that's fair. Tickets for the middle seats are expensive. That's fair too, because they're combining the multifaceted use, multi-interpretive use of no. Yeah, fair enough. What time do you want to go out? Nanji, dekake tai desu ka?
何時に出かけたいです。
Oh, nanji ni. Whoops. Yeah, at what time? Nanji ni dekake tai desu ka? Sure.
あそこに座りたいです。
sorry. Oh. あそこに座りたいです。
座りたいです。
座りたいです。
あそこに座りたいです。
あそこにあわりたいです。座りたいです。座りたいです。あそこに座りたいです。I want to sit over there. Sure. I want to sit over there. How many total course points do you have for JP course so far? What do you mean by course points? We should reserve the middle seat. And I don't really need any like typing for what they mean. I kind of know already what they mean. Experience points? I don't know, 120,000, something like that. I don't know if I crossed 120,000, something like that. We should reserve the middle seats. So, mannaka, yes, mannaka no seki, mannaka no sekiを予約しましょう。
予約しましょう。
何時に出かけたいですか？
何時
に出かけたいですか？
出かけたいですか？
出かけたいです。
出かけたいですか？
か。
何時に出かけたいですか？出かけたいですか？ Do you still learn Japanese? Are you still actively learning Japanese? And what are you using for Japanese learning? Or how are you engaging with Japanese? Wireless. Stage.
アーティスト。
Please.
カップ。
フォーク。
ステージの前に座りたいです。この真ん中の席がいいです。でもチケットは少し高いですね。もっと安いチケットを買いましょうか？
Nice. This person is shopping for concert tickets. Yeah. A nicer sofa. I can't even say sofa, actually. Nice. Lots of anime watching and manga reading. Nice. Very nice. I see then you're at the stage in which you are constructively acquiring engagement and acquiring experience as opposed to establishing any foundational work. Fair enough. How long have you done that? How long has it been for that? Are you multilingual originally? Did you learn Japanese? I don't. What is your background with Japanese? Stage の前に座りたいです。座りたいです。I want to sit in the front. In front of the stage. I want to sit in front of the stage. この真ん中の席 seki ga ii desu. This middle seat is nice. This middle seat is nice. Demo, chiketo wa shikoto takai desu ne. It's a little bit expensive, isn't it? Although it's a little bit expensive, isn't it? Moto yasui chiketo o kaimashou ka? Should we look for a cheaper ticket? Right, concert ticket. どこに座りたいですか?
2、
Where do you want to sit? 真ん中の席はどうですか? How about this middle seat?
No.
Sure. Or how about these middle seats? Or how about the middle seat?
今夜駅で会いましょう。そして一緒に駅からコンサートまで歩きましょう。何時頃出かけたいですか?
They are making plans to meet up. Technically. But they are also talking about a concert. But not really choosing a concert. Right? Making plans to meet up. So, 今夜駅で会いましょう. As in, tonight we should meet at the station. そして then そして一緒に together, right? 一緒に駅kara. Oh yeah, eki kara. Ooh, that's integrating something from a previous unit. Kara konsato made. Yeah, konsato made arukimashou. So we're walking from the station to the concert. Then together. Then we'll walk from the station to the concert together. 何時頃出かけたいですか? So when do you want to go out? What time do you want to head out? Right. You have watched and read anime and manga for years, but I wouldn't say I'm at high level in the language. That's why I said I was jealous earlier. I want to study too so I can reach the high level. There are lots of how competent are you? By the way, what is the reason behind my name PhD? It's because I have a PhD. That's about it. The main reason why I have a PhD behind my name is because the name is taken. So like if I was gonna go by Maku, I can't go by Maku. The name is taken. So I need something. So I threw PhD at the end. It's because I have a PhD. I could have went with Maku-san though. Now that I think about it. Although I'm not Japanese. So that would be a little deceptive. Or like it wouldn't fit what I'm doing most of the time. I'm not solely focused on Japanese. I just happen to be interested in Japanese. So I'm not only interested in Japanese. In what subject? In biology. I have a PhD in biology. Why not learn some stuff? Rosinante. You can probably do whatever. Seeing that you've read anime and manga and your competency, like you can do whatever. Like even do like Anki course sets or react to Japanese vlogs or something and share your experience with other people, right? That would be kind of fun since your competency level is well beyond foundational already. Maybe grade readers? You could read grade readers out loud and then like write and stuff. That would be kind of fun. I'm talking about my later stages. Like I plan on doing these things in the future too. play Japanese video games, or like play Japanese story games, like visual novel games. That would be a great way to integrate your anime and your manga interest into something instructional and still learn foundationally. So you have like a Jisho or something else, like a conjugator, various plugins while you're playing visual novel games, and then reading Japanese, and then it combines anime and manga with an interactive component if you're not shy about interacting with other people. That's always kind of an interesting thing that lots of people are interested in, quite a bit actually. I don't have the competency for that at the moment. Stage は大きいですね。Sure. どの席に座りたいですか? I think there are plenty of people that would love to hear someone. I imagine you secondarily acquired this, right? You're not like a... it's really fascinating for people that for a Japanese audience, in my opinion, or like people interested in seeing a person who acquired a lot of their reading comprehension and maybe even output based on anime and manga reading. I did not acquire, unfortunately or fortunately, I did not acquire Japanese from anime or manga. I acquired nothing. I passively have ear training, and output sound production is okay. As in, I can mirror all the sounds that I've spent 2/3 of my life hearing all the time. However, I have no competency, so I'm applying to acquire all the competency actively with Duolingo in order to mirror the sounds and give the sound and ear training some value, right? But it would be... it's a super relatable experience from people. You might even inspire hope, right? Like be very encouraging because other people do read manga and anime, and perhaps you have a lot of tips and advice that you've been doing over your lifetime with anime and manga that helped you create competency in Japanese. I have zero. I played lots of Japanese games, video games, and talk about Japanese culture a lot. I watch anime, and I seldomly read manga. It's mostly ear training, and I was passively consuming those things as opposed to actively consuming them. Until now, until the last 81 days. So. Yeah, you went at the process in a different way than me. By the way, I just subscribed. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Sono stage は本当に大きいです。Works.
どこに座りましょうか?
どこに座りましょうか? Okay. Where should we sit? Did I slide that thing? Okay, we'll have to review that later. That's fine. Stage の近く okay 近くの席はどうですか? That's fine. The how about the seat close to near the stage?
3時半に出かけたいです。
3時半に出かけたいです。I really need to stop saying 出かけ。or 出かけ、yeah. 出かけたいです。出かけたいです。3時半に 3時半に出かけたいです。I want to go out at 3:30. Sure.
4時頃出かけたいです。
4時頃出かけたいです。I paused on 出かけ just to make sure. I want to go out around, where's around? Around 4 o'clock.
真ん中の席に座りたいですか？真ん中の席に座りたいですか？の真ん中の席に座りたいですか？席に座りたいでか。真ん中の席に座りたいですか？真ん中の席に座りたいですか？
I don't remember. I messed this up.
どこに座りましょうか？
What do I do here? Oh, it might have slid in there. Wait. どこに座りましょうか? Oh. There's a chance it might have slid like this when I was pulling it. But I don't see. Yeah, it might have slid into the wrong place when I was tapping too quickly. That's fine. Do or break, do or die at this point. And then we'll end wherever this review is because it'll make for a decent day 3. 外 Sure. 外
早く水を買いましょう。
Oh, check leaderboard? Nah, leaderboard is ending today for me. It's irrelevant. Leaderboard is irrelevant. But I'm at 5 or 6 or something like that. I'm in the Diamond League. There are abusers in the Diamond League, so it's irrelevant.
早く水を買いましょう。
早く
水
を飲みましょう。Wait.
早く水を買いましょう。
買いましょう。
買いましょう。早く水を買いましょう。
Okay. 外。私。人。4時。今夜。
このアーティストの古い歌も聞きたいです。
このアーティスト。Sure, I'll show you the leaderboard in a sec.
このアーティストの古い歌も聞きたいです。
Do you use Duolingo? Do you use Duolingo? Rosinante? Which, by the way, have you ever watched well, then you're probably familiar that Diamond League has abusers, but not that matters. Have you watched a sci-fi? You get like 11 points. Yeah. Last week there was someone that scored 300,000 points. So no, there are abusers. This time it's not that bad. Not that bad this time. But yeah, that's a very common thing. It's already well documented. So have you ever watched a sci-fi series called The Expanse? Because your username happens to be a name of a very prominent spaceship in The Expanse, the Rosinante. It's one of like the main ships of the MC and gang, the main character and gang.
このアーティストの古い歌も聞きたいです。
このアーティ
アー
スト
ティストのサイン。
サイン。
このアーティストの古い歌も聞きたいです。
古い what? 歌聞きたいです。probably 聞きたいです。
聞きたいです。もこのアーティストの古い歌も聞きたいです。
歌も聞きたいです。Oh, have you completed the... By the way, Rosinante. Oh, you had a character from the One Piece? Oh, yeah. That's also ship related. Or Rosinante. Rosinante is a very classical, like, wayfaring name. A wayfaring name. Be it on over the ocean versus in space, right? Space is in ocean. But yeah, I really like the name. Rosinante. Rosinante. Have you completed the Japanese course post 2024 since you use Duolingo? Have you completed it twice? As in like pre-2023 and post-2024? Interesting. Because I want to like pick your brain about that. I've met someone before, his name, he goes by Hank, that is doing both to some extent. He stopped at a specific place and then reset to do the 2024. So he had commentary about that. And outside of that, I don't think I've met anyone that has done both. So I'm always curious to pick the brains of someone who has legacy. Yeah.
Watashi.
Watashi. Do you want watashi here? Sure. Oh no.
Watashi.
That's not. That's fine actually. So.
好きな。
好きな。
私の。
私の好きな歌
が
聞きたいです。
聞きたいです。
早く飲み物を買いましょう。
早く飲み物を買いましょう。
買いましょう。早く飲み物を買いましょう。
We should return the seat soon. Oh, soon is the one that I was thinking. Yeah. Oh no, soon. Oh no, we already have soon.
もうすぐ。
Why would you say like that? もうすぐ。もうすぐ。You're on section 2, unit 9? Ah, okay. もうすぐ。席。
戻りましょう。
戻りましょう。戻りましょう。I see. もうすぐ席に戻りましょう。
水が飲みたいです。外で飲み物を買いましょ
う。Okay. Person wants to buy a drink. Good. 水が飲みたいです。外で飲み物を買いましょう。We should buy some drinks outside. So you have plenty of time. There's so much more. Like section 3 has 44 units. You can totally do Duolingo if you want it. Are you asking me, Gabriel? Some bamboo poems. Interesting. I haven't. Bando no atarashi uta
Ga に が
が聞きたいです。Right? No. I've lost my train of thought. 早く席、
がに
早く席に戻りましょう。バンドの新しい歌が聞きたいです。
コンサートはもうすぐ始まります。早く行きましょ
う。Nice. 始まります。Right now, they need to hurry to the concert. 外でお茶が飲みたいです。Sure. 私の好きな what? 私の好きなアーティストが聞きたいます。Fair enough.
席に戻りましょうか。
席にis there a specific reason you're asking about bamboo poems? Is there something about bamboo poems? 席にもうすぐ Oh, by the way, Rosanante, my leaderboard is about to reset in 2 minutes. So I don't think I will be able to complete it in 2 minutes before being able to see the leaderboard. But I can recap the leaderboard. First place is at 30,000. Second place is at 20,000. Third place is at 18,000. Fourth place is at 16,000. Fifth place is at 13,000, and I'm sitting at 12,000. And my average is around 12 to 15,000 a week. So that's usually the XP points. No, I asked because I heard that form in ancient poem that the only way to learn a language is with poetry. Ah, I see. Yeah, poetry is going to be something. Yeah, you learn from in ancient. Yeah, that is going to be like next level. I actually barely have command of poetry in the English language, let alone another language. Yeah. I quite like poetry and writing, but man, that is well beyond. Sometimes I like to read essays on poems. That's my only comprehension, even in my native language. Even in English, oftentimes I read essays from literary scholars about poems. Even in English, I don't have enough creative comprehension in general, let alone Chinese and Japanese poems. So even my most developed, skilled language, I struggle with poetry. Let alone like maybe a softer version of poetry would be songwriting. I can't do that either. I'm not at most amateurish at best, even with my English, my native language. Like my songs sound like garbage. What back in the day when I used to write lyrics, they lack flow, they lack diction, like their stressors are off beats, like coupling, syllogism, like syllables and stuff. They're kind of out of whack. I used to write haikus though, because they're simplified and stuff. But things like iambic pentameter, you know, heroic couplets, Shakespearean writing, that type of thing. Whew, that is way outside my proficiency. Well, I even heard Japanese cursive, which is used a lot, is a nightmare aspect of Japanese. I can appreciate that. I definitely can appreciate that. I do like cursive quite a bit. I do like cursive quite a bit. I did participate in calligraphy before. However, again, very amateurish. The art of calligraphic or like artistic cursive, any form of like font-based artistic liberties on any form of formal writing, I err on the side of pragmatism. So I only have pragmatic writing abilities in everything, including my English. In terms of cursive, sometimes I use it stylistically, but most of the time, like, it's kind of difficult to demonstrate using this thing because it doesn't preserve the curvature, but you know, things like, right? Things like that, right? I do have some preservation on terms of like more complex stroke patterns, but when it comes to like calligraphy, I remember like writing certain things, but you would need a brush and you need some friction, right? So maybe in the future. I will be doing like painting stuff and drawing stuff in October, and I might take samples from Japanese cursive in order to create art prompts from them. So that's probably the closest thing I'll ever get to actually doing it. So there is a chance, like in October, it's usually called Inktober to me. Every year I spend 30 days straight, or is it 31? It's actually 31 days. 31 days straight, and I will be integrating my Japanese. I will be integrating my Japanese, but what you're referring to, in my opinion, is in the mastery of the form. In my opinion, is calligraphy. So even beyond cursive, like for writing purposes, like if you're trying to like cursive write for pragmatism, beyond that is the mastery of the art form of the brush, right? The brush. So I will probably be doing all my prompts, all 31-day prompts, by taking example of calligraphy as my center point for amateur art, right? Amateur digital art. That's my plan for October. So we're going to do that in the future. I do like exploring the form of writing. So maybe until then, I will explore the world of Japanese cursive when that time comes. It's way, there's 5 more months until October. Or a little under 5 months until October. Yeah. It'll be interesting. I think I'll learn enough Japanese where all the English prompts, I can find the kanji probably well informed enough to find the appropriate kanji as inspiration for the art pieces that I'm going to make. Or going to draw, whatever. I haven't even considered what verb I would use when it comes to artwork. I guess draw. Hey, should we also... Wait, should we... Oh, no, not also. Seki ni... Modorimashou ka? Should we return to the seats? Our seats. Blank. Nani ga nomitai desu. Nomitai desu. Well, what do you want to drink here? Well then, could you draw this character with the brush? I can't see it, so it means verbose. Well, I can't see it. But maybe. We don't know yet. You'll have to wait till October to find out. The answer is probably yes. Because you can capture the... Is it a black block? It's a white block. Since everything is black or inverted for me. But if I look up verbose, right, you would do an art study on it. There's a difference between drawing it competently, like probably what you're suggesting, versus drawing it interpretively as an art form. Well, let's look. Verbose. That's not it. Let's find verbose. Let's find an image of it. Yeah, the answer is yes. Yeah, the answer is yes. Because it's pictorial. Yeah, with 4 dragons. So yeah, it's 4 dragons. In fact, you could probably cheat and do one of them, and then you can carbon print the 4. I would probably, what I would do interpretively, it's 4 dragons. So I'd probably draw the 4 elemental dragons. So like I would probably draw the top dragon in red, the right dragon in blue, the bottom dragon in green, and the bottom right dragon in yellow, and then draw a silhouette of noodle dragons, Chinese noodle dragons, for all 4 of them. That's probably the prompt that I would use. So it would be interpretive. To give you an example, I've shared this artwork before. My artwork I done publicly most of the time, or I record all of these things. So like you do an art study, so it's a little different from writing consistently all the time. It's you take the art prompt, you study the lines, and then you do them, right? So like for example, oops, I have to oh wait, I can do it this way. Give me a sec. Like for example, I did an art study of several art studies. I have no experience in digital art, by the way, outside of these special self-study things. So this is inspired off in an anime movie called Redlined. So I took its interpretation of Redline and used its like things and lines, and then I combined it with some graffiti art that I took from other inspiring things, and then I used like various checkered patterns, right? And then you study the form. So you study form, and then you can create art, right? So is this more complicated than the calligraphy of that character verbose? I would argue yes. However, it's not that I can't do it. It's more like, is it sufficient for your standards, right? And usually art form, if you treat things as an art form, it's more about the imperfections and highlighting the stuff. So if you look really close, right, it's pretty much chaotic. But when you zoom out, it looks like a piece, right? So I think my approach to calligraphy is going to be a little different than writing something for the sake of writing it, right? So things like, for example, like this, right? If you look very closely, it's incredibly chaotic. It's incredibly basic. But the idea is to introduce lines and to create a bigger image. And that's kind of how I view kanji. So in the future, I will take kanji, like the dragon. Actually, it's a great thing. Taking verbose, it's 4 dragons. I would love to do a dragon prompt with verbose. I would probably draw like 4 dragons using the kanji in the middle. I think the closest kanji I have is probably on the back of what was, oh, it was this guy. Hang on. So this guy. Let me save this. This guy. So I was messing around with other techniques, but that's probably the closest thing by sheer coincidence. But this is Akuma, right? Akuma. It was inspired off Akuma from Street Fighter, and the prompt was demon. So things like that, where you can probably do it the same way, which is what I'm gonna do. In Inktober, you're given a prompt, and I'm gonna take that prompt and you find a kanji, and then use the shape and language of that kanji to make a prompt out of it. So that's kind of the idea moving into October. Just to give you an idea, right? I think artistry is a little bit different, in my opinion, when you say, well then, can you draw this character with a brush? My answer is yes, I can. I can probably draw any character with a brush, because you're only focused on that character, as opposed to you're using it functionally for writing repetition. I only have to do it once, right? Because it's a painting piece. How do you keep up the motivation? You're studying the language so much already, like 6 hours so far today. I saw 9 hours in some other streams. It's because I think the most reasonable explainer is I have each of my streams feel different. I'm always talking about something different. So half the time I'm motivated by my interest. I bring a story with me, 1 or 2 stories with me to talk about, and then people like Gabriel ask really wonderful questions and whatnot, and I digress a lot of times. So verbose is the apt word here. I'm very verbose when it comes to talking about things. And my language learning, strictly speaking, is like half the time. And then the other way to stay motivated is I don't do the same thing every day. Every single day is different for me. When you breathe and you enjoy the process, you notice and take in different things every single day. You try not to notice all the same things every day. Notice something different. Pay attention to other things during the day. So you could be doing the same prompt like I'm doing now, and your memory is telling you, I already know this prompt. I already know the answer to this. But how do you make it different, right? And that's what I typically do. It challenges my creative sense. I don't feel... The one thing I can say is I am both incredibly aware of my incompetence, but that doesn't keep me from feeling confident that I can make something magical out of it. So not only will I probably not fulfill the standards of drawing verbose, right? However, I will make something of that in my image. And perhaps I hope to get the prompt dragon, because Gabriel, that is beautiful. I will keep that in mind. If the dragon post comes up, I would love to draw 4 dragons using the strokes in the kanji verbose. That's beautiful. That works out really, really well. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It might not meet the standards of your master calligrapher or your master cursive, but I will transform it in my image. It will come from me. So the most beautiful thing to keep yourself motivated is being able to actualize the things that you can do, right? Do something, record something, share something. I highly encourage most people to do that. Be able to produce something that you can see, right? You can feel. Like, remind yourself. Like, many people misinterpret, for example, the number that I place in front of my YouTube videos. The number, I get the question every once in a while. There's a number next to my Twitch video and a number next to my YouTube video. That's the number of days since I started streaming on both platforms. It's not to show off how long I've done something. It's to remind myself, well, it could be used that way. The one thing that is showing me is I have been doing it for that long, and it gives me actualization of all the things I've done. It is 64 strokes, 4 on the left and the right. Left bottom is very interesting thing to see as calligraphy. Well, here's the thing about digital art, right? If I could choose to do, I could choose to cut that by 4. So I could use 21 strokes and I could mirror it 4 times, or I can copy it 4 times and break out other tools, right? So there are many different ways to do it. I might not even draw all 4, but it is very, very interesting to look at, right? And we'll see what my approach is. Art comes in so many different ways. I like the kanji though. The kanji looks pretty sweet. At least the one that I was looking at. The Chinese or whatever, the Chinese ones and stuff. And I usually spend like 4 to 5 hours on each prompt. I don't know how much time I'm gonna have in order to squeeze in my Duolingo lessons. I might actually chill out and do like only 30-minute Duolingo sessions while working on the Inktober prompts. It's really far away for now. Yeah. But create things. Definitely create things. Create things makes one feel very rewarded for what they have. It reminds you of what you have done. Right. Anyways. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. Here we go. Resets. Where are we? Something. I want to drink something. We have... Oh, iced coffee. Iced coffee. We should quickly return to the seats. Okay. Oh, that's quickly. Yeah, right. 早く。席に戻りましょう。Outside the building. 外の建物。Nope, it was the reverse. I figured. Well, too many distractions, but yeah, you know what? Let's complete this. I think we can complete this. Oh, wait. It's still here. I have 39 minutes actually. Resonante. Oh, not quite 30,000 actually. Not quite 30,000. And I don't have 12,000 actually. I'm off by 1,000. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I gauge whoever's up here, and if I can meet it, then I can meet it. But generally speaking, this is Diamond League, so it is what it is. Right, it's no longer intellectually interesting anymore for myself. But there you go. Although kudos to 5 years and 5 years and 4 years. But just so you know, these guys are fairly reasonable. Fairly reasonable. The abusers are the ones that get 150,000 to 300,000 a week. Yeah. And it's very clear how they do it as well. But that is not within the scope of my learning process, so we're not really integrating any of that. Let's get some hearts back.
カップケーキ。
エビチャーハン。
Since we have 39 minutes. I thought it ended at 10 p.m. my time, but apparently it ends at 11 p.m. So in another 39 minutes. Shrimp fried rice.
ナプキン。カラフルなカメレオンですね。
Yeah. Sleep well, Gabriel. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for the very interesting questions. I hope you're happy about learning different languages and enjoying it. And sleep well. I'll catch you later.
エビ。
Epi.
学校で英語を話しますか？
Gakko, it's disheartening when if certain things keep someone from enjoying what they want to enjoy. Kako de eiga o hanashimasu ka? Wait. Oh, eigo. Whoops. I say eiga. Eigo. Do you speak English at school? 明日は授業が How many classes do you have? Okay. 4つあります。
このカラフルなケーキは美味しいです。
このカラフルなケーキは美味しいです。Sure. This colorful cake is tasty. 今週は授業が how many? 2? That's weak sauce. 2つあります。
今夜は日本語を話しましょうか？
Oh,
今夜
tisk. Where's my kanji? 今
夜は日本語を話しましょうか？
話しましょうか？
話しましょうか？
Should we speak Japanese tonight? Okay.
今日
4
4時間
サッカー
を
をします。
します。
今日4時間野球をします。
Am I doing something? Oh, hello there, Granola. 頑張って. Thanks. Am I doing something special for day 100? Not day 100 specifically, but 101. So, every 25 days or so, any 25 days-ish. I mean, there's a chance it's going to be 100 and it's going to be 103 days because 100 might be a 3-day super because you might get 3-day supers. But every 25 days, every 25 days, I have a review. I have a review that I call tentative talks. And I prepare for them, or I try my best to prepare for them. and they're to review the last previous 25 days. So it is technically a special day, even by that standards. I'm not sure if I'm going to do even more than that. And these tentative talks takes 8+ hours. The current ones are day 20. I'm going to say day 26. It might actually, no, it might be day 27, day 53, and day 76. These are the, it might actually be day 20. I don't know about this one. It might be day, it's one of these days. If you look down the thumbnail, it's the only one where there's going to be a huge screen, my face, and lots of text all over the place. Those are the days. Those are the review days, where I basically try to recall without context over 90% of what happened in the previous 25 days. So yeah, technically I am doing something special for day 100. If it lands on day, and it usually lands on day 101. The following day is when I review. So the first day of every quarter. I haven't attempted. There's no way it's realistic for myself to attempt to recall all. By the time day 100 rolls around, I imagine my vocabulary is going to be somewhere around 1600, including outside 1600. And I'm anticipating by the rate we're going, it's 140 kanji. So that will be way too daunting. So generally, every 25 days, I'm going to be covering 300-ish words. Write every single kanji up to that point, every single kanji in Duo from memory. And that's about it. That's usually, and then I talk about psychology and things that have changed over time. So if you ever curious, those are the days. So they're usually, interestingly, no, they're not the most viewed thing. Yeah, it's a very sober day 100. Yep. I try my best to reflect upon the things that I've done. Try to, anyways.
今日4時間野球をします。
今日
4時間
4時間を
今日4時間野球をします。
野球をします。
野球をします。
はい。ナプキンをもうください。
ください。
カップケーキを1つください。
カップケーキを1つください。
カップケーキを1つください。カップケーキを1つください。
A singular cupcake.
カップケーキを1つください。
A singular green tea.
お茶を1つください。
I'm going to need 2 hearts. We're going to try to get 2 hearts and then do the 3 things, right? We have 2 more lessons. I've fallen a little bit behind, but it's okay. You pasted day 100 and 200 without even noticing, unfortunately. Oh. Wait. Oh, you meant 200 the second time. Is that what you mean? Oh, passed. Oh, I passed day 100 and 200 without even noticing, unfortunately. Oh, I get it. I get it. So for me, someone asked me how long do you think it's gonna take. I calculated it to some extent and extrapolated it. At the pace I'm going, it's going to be like day 700. Sorry, not day 700. I messed up. What is 7 months? We'll just take the average of 30 days. So there will be 200 and there. In this case, there will be at least 210 days. So 210 days is probably the pace I'm going right now, conservatively. And then eventually this will be phased out for Mandarin. This will phase into gaming and other things. So naturally speaking, I think this might actually slow down because I do have other things that I will naturally do. So the pace will probably slow down, and I place myself conservatively at 300 days is probably when we'll see the final course work in Duolingo Japanese, which is close to a year. So realistically, February of 2025 is probably the end. And that is assuming there's a big assumption here that Duolingo doesn't change. That is foolhardy to assume that Duolingo doesn't change within this period. It's probably going to change. So I have decided I have to make decisions on the fly when that happens, right? Mandarin will be a different approach because of other things like my background. And then Spanish will be even more complicated. All the while, I will be doing artwork and other things that I talked about already. So many other things. And who knows, I might not even be using Duolingo by the end of the year because of other changes. But for now, the projection would be reasonably like 210 days if nothing changes. That's kind of optimistic.
途中で
大きいお皿
Oki osara. Big plates. Right. Osara.
お皿
駅からエリカさんの家まで歩きます。
Yeah. Sure. We are going to walk from the station to Erika's house. Looking forward to my progress. Me too. I'm also looking forward to your progress, Granola. You should be keeping me up to date on things that you're working on. I like to see other people grow around me or do stuff around me. I want to also observe how my dialogue with all of the people that are around change over time. We can have nostalgia together. Nostalgia with other people is amplifying, amplifying that you were here, you were doing something, you were exchanging ideas, you were leaving impressions, right? It's that tangible human legacy. It's very rewarding. Like Gabriel told me something that in October might be brought up again. So I try to hold on to the legacy of people. I don't know, Granola, if you watch anime, but Frien tackles this thing of legacy quite well. The portrayal of legacy. I'm not sure if it's you and I who talked about Frien the other day, or it was someone else, but Frien really captures. It was? Okay, good. Yeah, see, this is what I mean by legacy. People carry other people's legacy. You remember that? I don't know. Have you seen all of it? You've seen all of it. Sorry, slightly spoiler here, but that guy who You remember the dwarf that defended the village, right? That hit hard. It's other people that will carry your memory forward. So I want to emphasize that life blows by you if you focus on the end game, right? If you constantly focus on the end game. But people can bring your memory of you to the end game. You are immortalized. In a way, you could also say Batman, but like in a way, like how DC and stuff portrays. But that's kind of what I mean. So definitely find people that are clearly going to carry your impressions and whatnot. It can, if it doesn't leave an impression on them, but if they remember something of you, it's really gratifying. It's incredibly gratifying. It's reaffirming to yourself that you've existed, right? Actualization. At least that's what I try to do. Yeah, you like the inherited dreams? Yeah, story? Yeah, the inherited dreams. Like, don't be sad, right? Like, sometimes a lot of people say like, oh, but maybe I can never reach this point. It's like, I'll reach it for you. If I don't reach it, someone else is going to reach it, right? It's being part of a collective. It's being part of a bigger picture, right? And sometimes that makes you feel like you're bigger. You can achieve bigger things without necessarily having to focus on the big thing that you're trying to hold on to, right? You end up appreciating the present while having other people and feeling trust and warmth and whatnot. At least that's in my opinion. And 3N really does that. It really does touch upon a lot of the psychological things that, in my opinion, are very, very useful for today's youth, to today's younger people who are very inspiring. I didn't become successful because me alone was talented and whatnot. That may be okay to say, but usually it's on the shoulders of many who passed on their knowledge to me. It's built on the wisdom and experience of people I come to appreciate in the moment. And all these things, all these wisdom that they imparted onto me have become emergent to the future things. So like, I did not know the value of their wisdom at the time. And day after day, that wisdom continues to be elevated and evolve and change over time. So inheriting people's dreams, always constantly being inquisitive about other people's journeys. You have no idea how they're going to influence your own journey. So sometimes when you have to make a journey, Hemmel said it himself, right? Hemmel, fictionally, Hemmel said it himself. If you're gonna do a journey, why make it suck? Right? Why make it suck? The more the merrier. At least that's my opinion. The anime really captured it really well. I can't encapsulate my own psychology much better than Frien at this point. If I were to write a book, man, there are some startling parallelisms with that anime. Eki made bus ni norimasu. Fair enough. We should get on the bus from the station. I will. I already have. Because Fern is socially awkward. And most socially awkward characters speak like they are from Duolingo. Did you not? Already did it. But I'll probably rewatch it again with Japanese subtitles so I can read along. I haven't watched it along with Japanese side. I don't know if you noticed, but most as I was it was between like day 30 plus to day 60 is the period when I was watching Frien with my buddies. We watch once a week, or we try to watch once a week, and usually we watch like 4 to 7 episodes ish. So during then is when I realized that Fern basically speaks like Duolingo. Because she's always in the mas form. Because she's socially awkward. So she never feels connected with other people. So she's always keeping her distance. And in order to illustrate that, classically in anime, they use the mas form. So pretty much almost all the things are understood outside of the vocabulary, but because the vocabulary is grounded in visuals, right? In visuals, you can ascertain what the vocabulary that I'm missing is from the visuals, or the situational and positional juxtaposition of the events. You can determine that outside of like when and where things are, right? So pretty good. It's pretty good, and I'll probably watch it again. Fern is a great Japanese character. If I had someone that is on Duolingo, and maybe they're like they're working hard, right? Working hard, and maybe they use some other outside things as well, like maybe grammar points, something for grammar. For grammar, immediately, if someone says I like anime, what's a anime that you would recommend, that you enjoy watching, that you also have some characters that you could use with Duolingo and maybe 1 or 2 grammar sources? Fern from Frien. It's incredible. Actually, here's a really fun little story on the side. By coincidence, the day I learned Hiroba. Hiroba. Wait, is it Hiroba? Oh no. Yeah, Hiroba. Yeah. The day I learned Hiroba is when they entered a plaza to do shopping for kaimono. They use kaimono and Hiroba. And it came out of Fern's it was Fern who said it. So it was pretty funny. So it's a coincidence. The week that I learned Hiroba and kaimono is the week that we saw Fern talk about shopping at the plaza. Yeah. So plenty of interesting coincidences. And they talk about food all the time. Nomimono, and like tabemono, and stuff like that. Oh, and even feelings, right? And then how Fern constantly apologized. It's really great. There's anime out there that I highly recommend to most people who, if their first source of predicates, right? Predicate forms, finding someone who is socially awkward. I'm actually going to possibly rewatch Bochi, because I'm pretty sure the MC character is probably similar in her speech pattern for now. So I've been rewatching here and there anime that fits social behavior that plays to my Duolingo background, right? Even though I could be learning other things, but the nice thing is then I can learn all the other vocabulary around the things I already know. And that's where my vlogs come in. So I know that I'm around, and N5, N4 when it comes to like structure and stuff. So there are vlogs specifically, they're trying to keep it intact on this level. So that's where I get most of my extra listening practice. In fact, my listening practice is, I'm kind of underdeveloped in my reading practice at the moment. So I might actually have to do more grade reading and stuff on the side. But yeah, Fern, very adorable, very adorable. In fact, that's kind of how I felt when I was a little kid. I was very polite in that sense, like very distant, incredibly distant. Because she's not quite a tsundere, not quite a tsundere. More like traumatized. Poor kid. I know we're talking about fictional characters, but I actually see this a lot. It's a very common pattern. And the trauma doesn't have to be like the death of everything. Trauma comes in much more less extreme forms that causes that type of lack of communication, right? And communication skills at first.
ここからケンさんの家まで歩きましょうか。
Coco? Okay. I'm not gonna read this. We're practicing for the extra heart, so we're fine for now. My voice is kind of giving out. Should we walk from here to Ken's house?
新幹線が楽しみです。
I'm looking forward to the bullet train.
駅まで遠いですね。駅まで近い
No,
遠いですね。
Okay. Ooh, this is from last unit.
ここで渡りませんか。
この後どこに行きますか。このどこ
Oops.
どこ次の次あとこの後どこに行きますか。どこに行きますか。
次旅行が楽しみですの。
ここで渡りませんか。ここで渡りませんか。
Okay. It's a lot faster if I don't speak or read or comprehend the things. I just need to hear or see and only prioritize the right answers. It cuts. If I had to go fast, right? A lot of people like to go fast and stuff. If you only look for the right answers, I do 30% of the time I'm only looking, like 30% of the time I spend looking for the right answers. The other 70% is thinking about all the other thoughts. That's what keeps my memory working when I'm trying to retain all this information, right? However, when I'm trying to save time, it's a lot faster if I just focus on doing what most people would do in this situation, which is to look for the right answers, and it cuts down a lot of the time, right?
この
Have you tried? I have, Jiao. I tried the N5 at because someone brought it up quite a bit. I tried a mock exam of N5 at about, I'm gonna say anywhere between day 30 and 40, and according to the mock exam I scored 80%, which I think that's okay. It felt awful though because I couldn't read the instructions. So most of the time I had to get, a lot of times I get one wrong in order to figure out, to test my theory about how to get the next set of questions right that deals with the instruction. But I've said this before, the mock exam made me feel like I I was using test-taking skills. Test-taking skills. More than fully comprehending. So there wasn't full comprehension. It's more like I combined my test-taking skills, which I have a lot of because I'm a product of formal education. So there's a lot of test-taking skills, and Japanese formatting actually works pretty well with test-taking skills. And this bolstered my thing. I would say at least 30% of the results is coming from test-taking skills. So at least 50% of it feel like I was competent. But overall, I was able to, I think, get a passing score in a mock test, right, for N5. But that's it. I haven't done anything since. It was just out of curiosity. I have no plans on using the JLPT, but there are things that I do that's related to the JLPT. On YouTube, some people do flashcards, like flashcard format YouTube videos, and they're usually talking about, they usually take JLPT stuff as a guide. So I've been going through them as an extra thing. And then from time to time, I look at the list of grammatical concepts that are expected of JLPT. That's as far as I go in terms of its competence. But I have taken an N5 mock test online about 40 plus days ago. And my dissatisfaction comes from my limited tense. Usually the predicate tense is not obviously not practiced enough because of the way Duolingo slowly compartmentalized tenses. So a lot of that stuff is inferred. So there's enough context clue based on the format of JLPT that you can infer a lot of those things. So the test is very much like standardized testing that I'm very used to. If that helps answer your question. Does that mean I will pass the real one? Probably not, actually, because I'm an emotional train wreck when it comes to examination. Standardized testing, I haven't had standardized testing in 17 years, probably. Oh, okay, I did take a standardized test to get into graduate school. The GREs were the last time I took a standardized test. The graduate entrance exam, the graduate school entrance exam. It was okay. I scored high on like literacy aspect of things, but my mathematical skills and stuff sucked the big big one. It was sufficient though. It was sufficient to get into the university of my choice. Yeah. I'm terrible with timing. I'm terrible with environmental lifts. And I am pretty sure I need special accommodation. But most of the time I didn't realize I need special accommodation for test taking. So I'm incredibly lucky and privileged that I managed to do the exams that I need to, but I'm very terrible at exams. And I've been trying, but largely I stray away from it. It's one of the things that I would say I don't practice what I preach. I don't run towards standardized exams because I haven't ever been motivated to improve standardized test taking. Yeah, I'm pretty deficient. My skills are incredibly deficient in that environment, regardless of how much I know. The type of format of exams that I'm used to now is oral exams. As you probably may have surmised, I'm far more apt at oral exams. Oral exams, like interviews, I prefer something that deals with interacting with a human being. So the stuff that I imagine most people who are interested in written exams and whatnot and standardization, I prefer my nebulousness. I like nebulous, like peer review stuff. Peer review stuff is my preferred form of assessment now. So when someone talks to me and challenges me and maybe guides me or something, then I can talk about and expound and try to demonstrate my competency, as opposed to having some standardized thing, rubric that I may or may not be able to prepare for. I don't like preparing for prescribed information, even though I try my best to do so. So I'm a naturally born, I suppose, poor test taker. I have historically been below average when it comes to standardized testing. With that said, my college education and my graduate education was in the liberal arts. So all the tests was dependent on how well I know the professor. I went to a private college and university for graduate school. And they are both the liberal arts schools. So what they do is the tests is often based on the professor, which works to my benefit, because if I understand the professor, I score well. That's kind of how that works. I study the person. I study what the professor, I pay attention to what the professor thinks is important, and I remember what that is, not something someone prescribed that I don't even know about. So that's kind of how I'm approaching language learning right now. It's not about what other people think are important, that are standardized. It's what I think the person who's talking to me is important, and if that's relevant. So if I had to talk to a person, I have to know what they find is important. And that's how you resonate with people. Generally, I love that one because I'm personally biased. My education was based on that. So much like playing video games, I don't play by the rules. I play by what my opponents do most of the time. So like the rules can be anything, but I need to study my opponents. If I'm being compared and competing, like for example, applications, right? Applications. Or I need to sound better than the next guy, right? Then I study that. I don't study some gold standard that is needed for competency. At least that's how I approach things, because things are still run by human beings. So I know that was a little more than you asked for, but generally speaking, I like to expound and make sure that I'm at least investing in some important details. I might take some other mock tests in the future when someone really insists on being interested in it. I took the mock test on a whim because it came up 4 or 5 times. Someone said, oh yeah, JLPT and N5, are you going for N1 in the future and stuff? So I at least tried it and got my feet wet. It was, if I ranked my experience 1 out of 10, 10 being great, my N5 mock was like a 4. It was below average. Like if 5 was normal, like meeting my expectations and stuff, pleasantly great, it was below average. I felt like I was incompetent, right? Incompetent where it matters to me. And I was competent where it didn't matter to me, which is test taking skills. The more I rely on test taking skills, the more I know that I'm compensating for a lack of comprehension. It's kind of like talking to people. I can pretend and manipulate someone to thinking I'm credible versus I'm actually credible and I'm withholding information until someone voluntarily, like, it's, you know, the output is that I may seem still composed in both situations, but one situation makes me feel awful because I can't help someone. For example, when someone comes to me for help, I can sound comforting in both situations. However, on one situation, it just makes me feel awful because I can't help the person. I don't have any information. I have no way of doing it. So the best thing I can do is learn with the person. Like, someone comes up and it's like, oh, I don't know how to do this. It's like, I don't either. Let's go and learn it together. It still feels worse than someone asks me something and say, oh, I have an idea. Let's start, and structure-wise like that. So that's kind of like, that's how it felt. I felt incompetent, but I knew I could pass N5. At the same time, that doesn't make up for competence. It's a lack of competence. Rarely have I been raised in a formal educational background to feel good about being incompetent. Like, passing an exam is no more rewarding than how you feel about your competence, how much you learn from the exam. What have I learned from the JLPT M5 mock exam? It taught me that I have gigantic gaping holes in my Japanese comprehension. So naturally, it doesn't make me feel great, but it's fuel for my fire. So I doubled down and I continued even harder than I've done before, only to when the N5 reminded me of how incompetent I'm in. For the record though, historically, when it comes to rating my competence from 1 to 10, I will generally give people a 5 most of the time. If I am competent in something, I will give people a 5. I rarely ever skew towards 10. So, call me what you will, but generally speaking, I'm not a natured person that would ever feel comfortable in telling anyone that I'm more competent, or even I could go as high as 6. But I know the realistic outcome of my lifestyle. My mindset is holistics. So naturally, I cannot become a specialist in a lot of things. I'm usually fairly incompetent. But being around a 4 and 6 is what someone accused me of. The reason, ironically, inaccurately, but I keep myself around 4, 5, and 6 is because I don't want to end up being that dude that think they're competent, but they're not. Being in this mindset helps me drive my motivation all the time. So it felt like a 4. N5 felt like a 4. And what does N4 feel like? 80%. Yeah, 80% is pretty meh. My standard for myself when I was still like really, really going at it was like 95%. 95% was the standard for myself. When I was young, ambitious, possibly naive, and quite arrogant. Nowadays, though, 80-20. 80-20, I accept it. It feels bad, in my opinion. I will tend to feel bad, but it also drives my motivation. Great opportunity to explain that type of thing. It's another secret, I guess, quote, secret sauce of my motivation. I rarely ever think I'm competent enough to stop doing something. I think not a lot of people can resonate with me. The younger you get, the less likely someone will be able to resonate with me. I don't stop learning something. I change what I learn because life steers me somewhere else. But I never say I completed something. That's something that's relatable to those who are more inclined to believe completion stuff. But yeah, N5, N4, N3, N1, that stuff gives people a goal to complete. I don't need those things. At least in my opinion, I don't need those things. It would be fun to do them though. Are there mock exams for all the JLPTs? I only did an N5, but I didn't assume there was like an N4 to an N1. I did a free one at that, so they might not be good either. So I took a free one because I don't like paying for things that I don't have to pay for. So they might be like outdated and stuff. I don't know if JLPT stuff gets outdated. Yeah.
あと
Hello there, Blue. Oh, there are? Blue? Yeah. Maybe people who complete N1 are not always fluent. Yeah, I agree. Granola. That's true. People who we'll do another cut. People who graduate from college doesn't necessarily speak college English as well. just so you know, what I mean is standardization tries their best to find all the objective things that will increase the statistic likelihood, right? So someone who completes N1 is statistically likely or more likely to be closer to fluency, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean, guys. So the idea is informal education, when you have standardization, they're trying their best to find all the metrics that they can test to statistically significantly determine someone's competency, be it fluency or not, right? Like the various things. It doesn't guarantee that. It's statistically reliable that it's consistent. So much like N1 is potentially a more likely metric, if you can complete N1, that you are more likely to be able to either develop fluency or are fluent at the moment. To keep that in mind, because standardized testing, any form of standardized testing, is based on probabilistic models. They are based on statistics that are interpretive. So it's not to put it grounded in more scientific thinking. When you do standardized things, it's a chance. It's a probabilistic thing. It's not a guarantee thing. Like if you can do 10 push-ups, it means you are in the statistical norm. That doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're healthy, right? It is likely that you are healthy because you can do 10 push-ups, right? And then added on top of that, oh, you can do 10 pull-ups too. Then your statistical likelihood goes even higher. So if you can complete N1 and do other things indicative of fluency, you increase your statistical odds of being fluent. And N1 is one part of that. It's kind of like writing tests, right? Writing exams. I took the GRE, the graduate board exams, and even those are statistically likely to indicate a prominent successful graduate student. So a graduate board exam or entry exams are supposed to help people who are looking for graduate students to determine if they're appropriate for graduate education. However, the university that I entered in, they weigh that still lower than the interview process and your CV, like your previous exam, like your previous experiences. So they leverage that too. So if you have a combination of a great CV, as in like lots of laboratory experience, and you can do your interview very well to demonstrate your competency on top of a standardized exam, then your statistical likelihood of being a successful candidate goes through the roof. So that's kind of how, in my opinion, from a formal educational standpoint, you might have to look at these type of standardization. You're trying to pile standardization in order to create a case for statistical likelihood that you are competent. And one is like 10k words and 2k grammar points. The language has more words than that. Yes. Standardization does not mean comprehensive. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Standardization is to reach an efficacy of statistical significance. It's not to be comprehensive. There is nothing in this world, in my opinion, that is produced by a collective of human beings that are truly comprehensive of human things. Unless everything in the world is recorded in every facet of its ability, it's still not comprehensive because there's no element of telepathy. You can't capture all the thoughts of human beings. So naturally, it would be very logical to presume and assume that a standardized metric is non-comprehensive. So I think that's a logical fallacy that a lot of times people who do not, in my opinion, not that it's a bad thing, you don't really need this, but it's a logical fallacy that is attributed to statistical science, like things that are predicated on objectivity. Objectivity is whatever it's being able to measure, but measure is based on human hindsight. So naturally, it's not comprehensive. It's the best of their ability. So that's kind of one of those things that I think makes science so misunderstood when it comes to the interpretation of scientific data and knowledge and interpretation. Rarely has any scientific finding is comprehensive. They're tentative theories and maybe really, really strongly supported theories. And even the laws can possibly, in a future of, unfathomable, that can be changed, right? That can be altered due to non-comprehensiveness. We cannot observe a universe in which we participate in completely. You cannot know your own competency if you are measuring your own competency, that kind of thing, right? And then other people can attempt to measure you, but at the same time, they are participating in a system of measure as well. So it's kind of like a paradox, in my opinion. So you can't comprehend more than any other person who can comprehend because you're not everyone all at once. You don't have omniscient knowledge, right? That's kind of one of the things, in my opinion, if you learn to accept that, in my opinion. Honestly, it's not so bad on the other side. You can rest assured. There's room for creativity in that nature. If the world can be measured completely objectively, what happens to creativity? Right? Well, I can assure you, it's a very gray world. So leaving some mysteries along the way is kind of nice. So, like for example, if someone fails N1, would that be the end of the world? If it was comprehensive, then it is the end of the world. So there's pros and cons in terms of the scape of human psychology. Like if we had all absolute metrics in life, what would human society and life be like? You no longer have alternatives. There are societies that are much extreme in that case. For example, we'll take China's adult exam, for example. If you fail that exam, or if you don't do well on that exam, that's what happens, in my opinion. The gravity of it is that so much is weighted on that exam. My future, the current me, and what I'm talking about now is the result of the idea that the GREs, the exam that is required to enter graduate school, I didn't do so hot. I think I did about slightly above average. I did way above average in a specific component, but I performed pretty average in another component that's necessary to get into like some of the best universities in the United States. But much like the people who have educated me, in retrospect, they had the philosophy that standardized tests can only capture so much. That is incredibly hard already to measure. And then the other element of a human competency is even harder to measure. Like someone's enthusiasm, someone's critical thinking, someone's problem solving. How many problems they have in their lives, their their behavioral quirks, all these stuff, you can't measure those things. Or a lot of people have tried to measure those things. So when someone says something like, oh, I failed this exam, I often try to reassure them that there are lots of metrics out there. You shouldn't become disheartened by some non-comprehensive way of measuring, right? So that's kind of what I like to encourage people to understand, that tests, measuring tools, are as accurate as they are designed to measure. So if they don't measure other things, then they're non-comprehensive, and usually tools are non-comprehensive. There are rarely any tools that are absolute in its nature. And it's even where it gets much, much less accurate and spurious when it's affected by human psychology. Like, for example, my share recently is I'm a terrible test taker. So I will naturally perform below my competency. What are the skills necessary to be a great or a decent scientific graduate student, like a biology student? Critical thinking and problem solving. I can do that when I'm not taking a standardized test. The standardized test can only test so much of that component. So I rock the interviews as opposed to seeing my not so great exam scores. With that said, this is I'm talking about the American education system, the United States. I don't think what I said holds true, not even significantly have an impact on the way maybe Japanese culture standardizes their we talked about educational systems, or the difference between educational systems already. I got a chance to talk to other people who are in universities in various countries through my language learning experience, and the perspective is very different, right? In China, a test makes or breaks your life when you turn 17 or 18. I don't know where JLPT lands. In the United States, it's usually like a state standardized exam, and you could score like the minimum passing grade and still become a competent person in the thing that it was supposed to measure. So in fact, it's kind of a little weird, but during my time, there was a lot of pushback on using standardized tests as the primary way to gauge a student's ability or potential to succeed in higher education. So it worked in my favor. All this stuff that I'm talking about now, applying like logical thinking and critical thinking, is because I had the opportunity, not limited by a standardized exam. If I take that GRE again, would I score better? Probably not. I'll probably be just as bad, to be honest. Like, it's probably going to be a humbling experience. Just thought I'd share that with you guys, right? It does lack what it lacks. And I think the listening skill one in the N5, that was the most comfortable part in the mock exam. Even when I'm only listening to like things like the stuff I'm doing now and in Duolingo and stuff, the listening portion was that was a breeze. That was probably the only section of the mock exam that I felt confident in. The rest was like, I couldn't even read what the instructions were for the exams. Like I didn't have enough Japanese to even read this is what the instructions are for fill in the blank. Like, it's what's the star mean? Still managed to pass though, which I don't know how that doesn't really tell you anything. I actually feel like I'm even more incompetent than an N5 person right now. It could be imposter syndrome running around, but I usually don't feel like. You had that issue with the N5 mock exam too? Yeah, I couldn't read the instructions. I think that's the thing that was pretty hilarious. I was talking to Lotus about it too. Like, whatever. Just like, you still don't know what that star means and then you're studying for N2? Yeah, dude, their format, it's so overwhelming. It's so, especially the star thing. Anyways, that's not to say you shouldn't try, okay? I'm saying if you're studying, do well, do your best. It's also not the end of the world. I don't think there are enough people being told that when they're trying their best and they're constantly learning. I think it's a relic of the past a lot of times. And it's also a symptom, a byproduct of, in my opinion, the Eastern standards of standards of test taking. It's not really that reflexive, in my opinion, of like the United States. For better or for worse. Some people would say like, oh, that's why the American education system's in the ditch. And like, okay, sure, that might be fair because it is a different thing, right? However, I like to believe that if a test is going to end someone's aspirations, I prefer it to be poking holes in the standardized test to encourage that person to continue pursuing something versus having it dictate the future of that person. So, grain of salt. I mean, I don't even think the test I'm referring to in China, you get to retake, just so you know. I don't think you get a second chance. It's a one-off chance. I'm not sure they continue doing that, but the time I heard when it's like the coming of age exam, like, whew, I can't even fathom. I would be crushed under that system. Like, absolutely crushed under that system. If you still think I'm like an incompetent goofball, then alright, that's fair enough. But if you think I sound at least competent, a little bit competent, and know what I'm talking about, then let's just say an exam, a standardized exam, didn't develop this competency. It is not, I did not reach this part of my life solely weighted on standardized testing. At least. If that's impressive, cool. If it's not impressive, yeah, alright. Like, I'm okay with that too. Like, if someone comes up to me and is like, well, if you scored a perfect score on your GREs, then you would have been super goated. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm not super goated. Am I at least a little bit relevant? Good thing I'm not dependent on other people's affirmation. At least that. It could be delusion. Maybe a delusion of grandeur. Fair enough.
どこ
I'm happy. And I'm not hurting anyone. At least I don't think. Or intentionally hurting anyone. Ignorant bliss? Or perhaps overly concerned with other people's well-being. I've seen so many people devastated by the first exam that they've taken in college. That's enough. Man, kids get shattered so often with their first roadblock, and it typically happens in college. The first 2 years of college. Seen too many of that. There's no safety net either. A lack of safety nets these days. この後、 どこに行きますか？
に行か。
音楽。
One last thought. Nowadays, this sounds like coddling. Sorry if I sound like really sappy and coddling, but I think there are enough things to kick people down around them every single day. Having exams that are supposed to motivate you and tell you how to better yourself, I don't think those things need to kick you down as well. I'm just saying. Like, I love learning and I love teaching and education. The last thing I want to do is, while everything else kicks you down, the one thing that is supposed to help you or encourage you to be productive and learn things and enjoy learning and educating yourself, having that kick you down while you're down is, I think it defeats the sole purpose of education and learning. If you develop a system specifically based to kick people down and prevent them and discourage them from educating themselves and learning, why was it there in the first place? What is the end game? Like, I know I say don't focus on end game, but what is the goal? What do you achieve by creating incredibly stringent things that literally deters people from even trying to better themselves? Life already kicks you down plenty of times. Oh, you can't run fast enough. Oh, you love sugar too much. Oh, you like doom scrolling on TikTok. Man, you don't like growing up too quickly. There are plenty of other things to kick you down. The last thing, in my opinion, I think education in any country, in anywhere, is to discourage someone from wanting to learn and educate themselves. That's so disappointing. I think it's spitting at the face of the principles behind trying to get humans to be inquisitive and curious. Just my 2 cents. Enough of that, folks. Enough of that. At least I'm here to try to remind you as much as I can that there's at least one person, me, I can't speak for anyone else, right? Me, that believe you can find ways to learn, self-motivate, and produce something that when the time comes, you will find happiness and solace in what you have achieved and contributed in some way. At least that's what I like to believe. At least one person. And sometimes it only takes that one person. So yeah, go kick that N2's butt, Turnus. Go kick that N2 exam's butt. Later. I mean, you know, but like whenever you're ready. Okay.
途中で
You haven't taken any yet? Oh, okay. So you're just gonna hammer right in. Well, I'll just go for N1, Ernest. Oh, you're just doing this for fun? All the better. I look forward to hearing what your experience is like with the N2. If you find it super rewarding, I might be encouraged to take it too. Sometimes I'll check myself on joptcheck.com. Oh, interesting. Huh. Let me, you say, wait. You're saying jopt.com, huh? joptcheck. Oh, interesting. I'll have to look at that. Later. Interesting. I didn't realize there was such thing. There was a such thing. I literally Googled free JLPT mock test and then look at the scan for the most like verified one and then took that. That's all I did. It's cursory. It wasn't supposed to be like super detailed oriented or It's a fun 15 question quiz with dynamic difficulty. Ah, okay. It doesn't check listening skills? Okay, I mean, that's fine. Inherently, I think my listening skills is my boon, so I would like for the exam to have listening skills. But hey, if it was gonna test my weakest thing, then that's kind of interesting. I'll have to try that out afterwards, after today, after this stream. I still have to do a couple more lessons. Or I think I need 2 more lessons. I got 2 more lessons to do. So, 途中でお菓子
お菓子を買いましょう。
買いましょう。Okay. Alright, I got my 2 hearts. I got my 2 hearts. 30 minutes later. Okay. 外. Okay.
外.
Let's hope I still remember this stuff.
外.
早く水を買いましょ
早く水
を
買いましょう。
買いましょう。早く水を買いましょう。
Okay. We should buy water quickly, right? Oh, we should quickly buy the water, sure. However you want to phrase it. 私、人、今夜、何回、外。
あ、席に戻りますか？
席。戻りますか？に戻りますか？
あ、席に戻りますか？
Yep. Are you returning? Are you returning to your seat? I guess.
あ、席に戻りますか？
Yeah. To the seats? Sure. We should quickly find a vending machine. Okay. 自販機。
自販機。
自販機。自販機。Oh.
早く。
早く自販機。自販機。お。見つけ。Right? 見つけましょう。
見つけましょう。
I did 80%. Yeah, I got an 80%. I don't know if that's good or not. It felt awful. It felt awful. But Jihanki, what do you got for Jihanki? You learn Jido. Oh yeah, lots of people said that. Yeah, about Jihanki. Jihanki. Yeah. They mentioned that a lot. This is actually kind of abbreviated, right? Abbreviated. Yeah. Lots of people mentioned that, and they also shared the kanji a lot. so I get what you mean. But you learned Jidohan. Jidohan by I don't even know. Jidohan Baiki or something. I can't even. Your native friend taught you Jihanki when I mentioned it to him? Oh. Oh, so it's the other way around. Usually someone told me like they gave me the impression that, oh, it's not Jihanki, it's just a duo thing. But you're telling me it's the other way around, where you get like the longer form from other places, but duo happened to stuck with the abbreviated form. Yeah, Jihanki is all I know vending machine by. 見つけましょう。見つけましょう。Is that correct? Yeah.
水が飲みたいです。外で飲み物を買いましょう。
Okay, they want to buy a drink. Fair, let's move on. Yeah, I feel like Duo is teaching the common ways of saying things. Oh, that's kind of reassuring. I'm okay with common things. Except for IE. Apparently, YouTube loves to remind me about IE. Although, here's the deal though. When Duolingo uses IE, they really do mean the rude no. But when they respond to certain things like rejection and stuff, they actually use all the other things that people talk about. Like sumimasen. Or like daijoubu desu. Like, you know, things that are more appropriate. But yeah, they do have responses that have IE. And a lot of times the YouTube algorithm keeps spitting out videos and they specifically attack Duo for attacking Duo like in a way that they're so aggressive that they say this phrase, right? This phrase should be like removed. Like you shouldn't ever use this phrase. And because it's like easily found in Duo's early chapters, it's constantly being referred to. I'm like, well, they only say IE when it really, really means no. Like, almost like no. Most of the time, though, they respond with something that isn't IE. Like, sumimasen. Which is usually one of the phrases that's to say, oh, you could say this instead. It's like, yeah. There was another one, like, Keno desu? Keno desu or something. IE is kind of rude, but I haven't offended anyone with IE. And yeah, daijoubu desu. IE daijoubu desu. Yeah. So basically, they said like the middle ground for a lot of people is you can say IE sumimasen, right? IE sumimasen, or IE arigato gozaimasu, or something like that. Yeah, they don't. It's usually offset by something polite. So, I just find it very curious and funny that Duo is constantly being singled out as something that would teach IE as a response, like a standalone response. There hasn't been a single prompt, even in the beginning, that teaches IE as a standalone, because it is kind of rude. I actually think even American, like even English speakers find that kind of rude. Like, oh, how are you, do you want this? No, walk away. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not. I don't think it's like surprising. In my opinion, when an English speaker is learning Japanese, they would find it's weird. They would find it weird that, wait, are they telling me that it's okay to just say no and that's it? Because I don't, like, a lot of times it's pointing at English speakers, right? A lot of times it's pointing at English speakers. So just saying no in period is kind of weird in general. So I don't know where that impression comes from, but it doesn't stop YouTube from recommending, like, each day when I'm like bootstrapping through learning random Japanese from everyone, there's a video like, don't ever say this phrase. This phrase is the worst phrase ever. And it's like, what is it? IE. That's it. I was like, that's not even a phrase, it's no. Like, yeah, I agree with you. and the YouTube, the video would be like, oh, this is something no one teaches you in class. And I'm like, no one teaches you to not just rudely say no to people? Like, I don't think it takes a class to have to teach you this. But it's kind of one of those things like, oh yeah, native speakers, the most misused, misconceived phrase for English speakers, IE. Like, well, first of all, that person only said no. I'm not sure what year it is, but the comments are all often says like, well, this isn't 2020, stop learning with Duolingo. I was like, well, yeah, but it's also not 2020 anymore. Who actually responds with just saying IE in their culture and find that incredibly acceptable, that happens to speak English? just act like a child and say yatta. That's just my 2 cents though. I think it's a little bit hyperbolic. I'm not saying there isn't someone out there. I have literally met someone who I asked them, "Hey, do you want something to drink?" And they said, "No." And that's it. Like, I'm like, oh, okay. But they were having a bad day. So I naturally followed up and was like, I get it sounded kind of rude, but since I'm usually the happier person a lot of times, weird flex, I know, I would ask them like, is everything okay? Because the first thing you think about when someone just be like, no, I'm like, well, I'm offering you something. So why are you turning away? No, I don't wanna. Iyata. Oh my gosh, iyata. I don't wanna. Yatta. No, don't want. All right, let's not go that far. Yeah, let's not go that far. I already sound like a kid speaking in simple languages. Okay, simple sentences. Like, hey, look, that train is orange, right? Sono densha wa orange desu. I already sound like a kid. Let's just we don't need yatta. We don't need yatta and iyata to sound like a kid. You know, like soto. Kono denwa wa like kono denwa wa midori desu. And add, okay, so you can add boe bien when you don't get your way come across as boo-hoo, or oh wow, I can't even get behind that. Yen. Ugh. Thanks for the share though. Thanks for the share. Yeah. We gotta start somewhere.
Soto.
Soto. Wait.
Soto. Tatemono.
Tatemono no soto. Okay.
コンサートはもうすぐ始まります。早く行きましょう。
Okay, they have to hurry to the concert. Sure. Erika, okay.
Erika.
I need to speed up because I'm going overtime.
3.
It's a cute phrase that has some sort of relationship with the sound an elephant makes. Oh, pien? I'm gonna be real. The only elephant sound that I'm used to is, you know, that stereotypical like call out thing. Like, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. I can't even imitate an elephant. But, you know, the thing where like they're like shouting out. Kind of like a tiger's roar or a lion's roar, I mean. Like a lion's roar. It's that stereotypical one. Zo, right? Elephant. Zo. Erika-san, would you like to return to the seat here? To the seats.
Seki.
Seki ni modorimasen ka? Modorimasen ka? Senka.
Ka.
Okay. Bando no atarashi uta ga kikitaimasu. Hayaku seki ni modorimashou.
Ni.
We gotta return to our seats quickly. Watashi no Watashi no skina something. What's your favorite what? Artisto ga kikitaimasu. Want to listen to your favorite? I want to listen to my favorite artists, right? Mizu ga yeah. Nomitai desu. Soto ni ikimashou.
Ni.
Short. What do you want to drink? Ice coffee.
何が飲みたいですか？
何が飲みたいですか? Okay. What do you want to drink? That felt so natural. What? Even though the English doesn't count. What do you want to drink? What do you want to drink? I have to read in English more often nowadays. What do you want to drink? 何が飲みたいですか? Should we return to the seats? 戻りましょうか? So, 席に
戻りましょうか?
Okay. Want to hear my favorite song? 私のステーキ no 好きな私の好きな歌を歌が聞きたいます。Okay.
私好きな
Oops.
の歌が聞きたいです。
聞きたいです。Oops. 聞きたいです。私の好きな歌が聞きたいです。I gotta stop saying oh. Out of habit. Do you have a pen? Oh yeah, we have pen. Pen. 飲み物にしますか? Wait, 飲み物にしますか? Do you want to drink? Do you want to drink? How does that? Do you want to drink? Oh yeah, okay. Do you want to do drinking? Do you want to do drinking or drink? Do you want to? Wait, I'm confused. Why? Where was that? Oh, were you creating? Oh, would you like a drink? Wait. Wait, I'm a little confused. Where did you see that? Okay, pen はありますか? Short. ペンはありますか? Or?
東口でバンドを待ちましょうか?
Oh, when you were studying N4? Would you like a drink? 飲み物にしますか? Would you like a drink? How you say bruh in Japanese? Nani? Ne? Bruh. Ne? would you like a drink? Heck? Were you correcting it? Like, was it like being suggested as a correction? Ne? Nani? Ne? Was it like supposed to be like correct this statement? Not a correction? I don't understand. Someone's gonna have to explain that to me. I have no idea how that makes sense.
東口でバンドを待ちましょうか
What do we have? I heard Higashiguchi. Wait, did I really hear Higashi? Oh,
東口
Higashiguchi. Oh, this is lined up. I heard lined up, right? So
東口でバンドを待ちましょうかで、バン
bando.
ドを
Oh, machishouka. Machimashouka.
待ちましょうか
Yeah, should we wait at the east exits for the band? Should we wait for the band at the east exit? Yeah, it didn't make sense to me at the same time. Oh, does it make sense to you now? Because if that's correct, I need to understand why it's correct. I have no idea. Like I don't understand the ni particle. I don't understand the shimas. Oh, how does that work? So is it like you want to do drinking, right? Or you want to do something to drink? Ni and suru are used to express a decision to come to, I think. Oh. Okay. So, oh, I see. Do you want to drink? Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay. Do you? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. That makes enough sense. So, you're deciding. Okay, you're deciding if you want to drink. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Right. So if you combine ni with suru, I see. So ni and suru, you're making a decision. Okay, making a decision. Like a state of being of a decision, and then it's towards a drink. I see. It's towards a drink. So, okay. Yeah, a decision is being made. I got it. I got it. Wow. How common is that? Do people actually say that? I don't actually know. Yeah, something you have direct control over. Fair enough. Got it. Got it. That does make sense. Wow. Duo uses the only way I can express it from my knowledge is volitional. So you use you know, nomimashou. Or oh no, you use nomimasenka, right? Nomimasenka, which technically is also confusing, if you know what I mean. Oh, okay. So if you know what I mean by that, like using the negation as a marker of unknown, that's also confusing, honestly. Like if we're gonna try to like transcribe it, right? Saying nomimasenka, nomimasenka, right? Nomimasenka. It's kind of like saying, do you not want a drink? Yeah, won't you? Yeah, it's like, won't you? Yeah, won't you? Exactly. So I can see, I honestly think I'm kind of part of the suruni gang now. I kind of like it. Tabemono, like tabemono ni shimasu, like tabemono ni shimasu ka, right? That's actually okay. Like, you know, do you want to wait, does that mean eat though? So if I say tabemono ni shimasu ka, Is that suggesting eating food? But what else would you be eating? Not really? Oh, yeah. See, I have no idea. Jiao. Jiao is, by the way, Jiao, Ernest, Jiao is over at YouTube. I have no idea. Sounds a bit unnatural to you? Okay, okay. Now I'm curious how far you can take now I'm curious how far you can take ni suru. Oh, what about you can probably do like ni suru ryori, right? Ryori, like a trip. All right, ryori. You can probably do that, right? Ryori ni shimasu ka? Would you be interested? Would you want to do trip? Oh, wait. Maybe you can do all the suru ones? The suru verb versions? But you can take the suru verbs and then use all the nominal versions and put them in here. That's how I came up with ryori, by the way. So because ryori shimasu is a suru verb, right? Koko ni suru. What does koko ni suru even mean? It's a noun with suru attached. Yeah, it's a noun in suru. I know. People use this phrase suru verb as in like it's a verbalization with a noun, right? People didn't like when I said a linking, like I call it a suru link, where you link a noun to suru. And I'm not saying the verb is ryori, like the trip. I know that the trip itself is a noun. It's a suru verb, as in the phrase itself is verbial. So yes, I usually refer to it as a suru linking into a noun, right? So, but I don't know if this phrase says, "Are you interested? Would you want to go on a trip, or decide on a trip? Would you like a trip? Would you want to do a trip?" Right? ChatGPT thought tabemono ni suru was unnatural too. Okay, to decide on here. Okay, fair enough. Kyou no bangohan wa nani ni suru? What have you decided for today's dinner? Oh, that's interesting. I see. Nani ni nani ni suru for dinner. Wow, for today's dinner. I have another question. Why is it wa instead of no there? Could you? I guess wa works too. Yes. Huh. This is beyond my complexity at the moment. Today's dinner is the topic of the sentence. Oh yeah, you're right. Today's dinner. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, true. I was thinking today. Yeah, I was thinking, and the stuff after was being emphasized. No, but I was thinking something else. I was thinking have you decided something for dinner today? As opposed to today's dinner, but I see what you mean. Like, I read the thing again. What have you decided on for today's dinner? Yeah, fair enough. Like what dinner for today? I don't know if that makes sense. It doesn't. let's just skip what I said. Let's just keep going. This is too much for me. Too much for me. It's beyond my comprehension right now.
東口
It was a fun talk, though. It was a fun talk. Oh, and I know the difference between wa and ga. Like, it's fine. You can emphasize the thing before by using ga, right? That whole deal, magic, as opposed to wa, which emphasizes the thing after. Where am I? Oh. Higashiguchi. No one actually mentioned that. It's a grammar point from Tofuku. After a particle is introduced and there's a different pattern introduced, Tofuku provides. That's actually no one mentioned that. But it becomes fairly obvious. More or less the same thing. It's more or less reading about the particles. Okay. Higashiguchi. Tofuku provides a lot, you know? Some enrichment every once in a while. The no thing I was thinking of is how Duo. So Duo recently introduced this structure and they interpreted it this way. And I was like, that's kind of interesting. So I was looking at no, right? It was something like pasokon no, I'm gonna write in romaji. Pasokon no dencha, or yes, dencha, denchi. Denchi, and this is interpreted as battery for the computer. In the context, there's more like before and after, but it was interpreted this way: battery for the computer. And I'm like, that's interesting. And then Tofuku, you know, I looked into Tofuku about the no stuff, and then it kind of get a lot more complicated. And then I was in that phase of things. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Battery for the computer. Yeah. Omoshiroi. Yes. Yeah, the computer's batteries. Yeah. Computer's batteries, right? So I'm like, that's interesting. Right? The computer's battery. And this was introducing found. So found. Or maybe even to look for, like sagarimasu. Or is it sagashimasu? Sagashimasu. Yeah, sagashimasu. So you're looking for a battery for your computer, as opposed to looking for a computer battery. You see what I mean? Yeah. You see what I mean, though? I know there are two kanjis for sagashimasu. But we haven't learned those kanji yet. Yes, I know. Something desired. Yes, and wanted. Got it. You gotta stop introducing things before they're being introduced. But yes. So I don't know. There was another double thing. There's another double thing. There's another 2 kanji thing that hasn't been revealed yet. It was most recent. I don't remember anymore. There are 3. I think there are 3 predicates that currently exist that only exist in hiragana in Duolingo right now. And when I look up it, you know, like I tend to look up on Jisho and verb conjugator and stuff, they come up with more than one result. So using a verb conjugator, a lot of times it spits out lots of different things. So I often take the conjugated form, like this is not technically, this is Thai, but like I would take a conjugated form. There's no conjugated one here. The mas form, and I plug it into a verb conjugator, and from time to time it spits out double things. Like for example, kimas, right? Kimas. But here's the thing about, just a little extra thing. Here's the thing about Duolingo though. They did introduce right? Iu. Like the kanji for iu before the kanji for kimas, as it before kimas, which is where. Oh, kirimas. Kirimas. Cut has 2 kanji. This was introduced recently, but it's 2 things. It can overlap with something else. So yeah, it happens a lot. I totally get it. Stop spoiling a 1,000-year-old language, Turnus.
What?
Let me see. Let me see here. Sorry, maybe it's not kirimas, but kiri. Oh, no, yeah, there are two kirus. It lines up with to wear. Yeah. Yeah, wearing, yeah. Although I think wearing is rarely used. It's why. Kiru is rarely used. Is why you won't see it too much. I know the mas forms are different, but when you use a conjugator, okay, sorry, Cupcake, you came in at a no context. When you use a conjugator, it spits out all the potential overlaps in all of its forms. So kiru spits out both. So no, I'm not saying the mas form is the same. I'm saying the conjugator spits out 2. Oh, and yeah, there's something else too. Kiku. Interesting, Kiku. Huh. But whatever it is, it spits out more than one result a lot of times. That's how I came across the kimas in terms of to come and to wear, right? And these are the same. So Cupcake, in case you're wondering, that's what I'm saying is the same. But another thing that overlaps with to wear is kiru, which kiru overlaps with wear. But there is a kanji for this. Although kiru stays kiru and wear has the kanji more commonly. However, I have no idea what kiku is, or whatever that is. I have no idea what that is, which Turnus is talking about. So I have no idea what that is. That's not something that comes out. So just to clarify. I prefer reading sentences with kanji for this reason. That's fair enough. I think it's fun. So I think it's fun that this stuff happens. It helps it makes it so that, yeah, that's why people have kanji, I suppose. To differentiate, right? Don't get me started on the no, we're not gonna even do that. It's fine. So where is it? It's over there. Wa asoko desu. Okay.
このアーティストと少し話したいです。
このアーティストと
このアーティストと少し話したいです。
少し You want to do something.
このアーティストと少し話したいです。
話したいです。
話したいです。
話したいです。Okay. このアーティストとこのアーティストと少し話したいです。話したいです。Okay. Which artist do you want to talk with? Ugh. Which artist do you want to talk with? Ugh.
どの
どの
アーティスト
とOh, we just said this. 話したいですか In a formal question. 話したいですか どのアーティストと話したいですか話したいですか
ペンはどこですかペンはどこですか
I'll take it. ペンはどこですかお皿モニターおもちゃカップ
ペンどのアーティストと話したいですか
どのアーティストと
話したいですか
Same thing?
どのアーティストと話したいですか
話したいですか話したいですか話したいですかどのアーティストと話したいですか
バンドに会いたいです。ここに並びますか
Okay. 並びますか is line. You line up here, stand in line, sure. This is new. From today. 並びますか並びますかどこに並びますかバンドのサイン Oh yeah, right. バンドのサインが欲しいです。ここでサインを待ちましょう。Fair enough. I want the band's autograph. We should
バン
wait
ド
for
と
the
話
band.
したいです。そしてサインが欲しいです。
Okay.
早くバンドに会いましょう。
Okay, gotta hurry up to meet the band. Sure. バンドと話したいです。そしてサインが欲しいです。Then I want an autograph. 早くバンドに会いましょう。Gotta hurry. Gotta meet the band quickly. Or gotta quickly meet the band. Right? Meet up with the band. 外でバンドを待ちましょう。バンドのサインが欲しいです。
東口でアーティストを待ちます。
Hiraguchi, Hirashi, Higashi. Higashiguchi, oh my god. Higashiguchi de, Guchi de. Higashiguchi de, artistを待ちます。My voice is going, but that's okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're going to wait. I know how this is going to sound, but man, I really need a better lubricant for my throat. Water just doesn't cut it. And honey is so inconvenient, you know, I might as well go back to using honey, right? Yeah, I'll just shove Vaseline down my throat. Yes. No comment. No comment. Higashi Guchi de Higashi Guchi de artistを待ちます。So we're going to wait for the artists at the east exit. アーティストのサインが欲しいです。ここに並びましょう。ここに並びましょう。
この後北口に並びましょう。
この後北口に並びましょう。Okay. After this, we should line up at the north exit. Okay. I don't like east exit. Higashi口で東口でバンドをwait 待ちましょうか。そう東口で東口でしてバンドを待ちましょうか。Would you line up? Would you line up in front of the east exit? Okay. We're not gonna talk anymore. Okay.
東口の前に並びませんか。
Okay. One more. It's midnight. Oh, we got a new leaderboard probably. And 6,000. Okay. Oh, hey, Spider-Man. Okay. Okay. Okay.
あ、もう12時半です。
もう
12時半です。
Already. Already. もう12時半です。It's already 12:30.
新しいアルバム も買いたいです。
買いたいです。
もう11時です。もう11時です。
It's already 11 o'clock. It's already 12 o'clock. Really? もう12時です。right.
また。
また
コンサート
に行きたいです。行きたいです。
どのアーティストのグッズが欲しいですか？どのアーティスト？どのアーティストのグッズが欲しいですか？
Oh no, グッズ。
グッズ。
Yeah. I forgot about グッズ。グッズ。グッズ
が欲しいです。どのアーティストのグッズが欲しいですか？
The goods. The goods, man. グッズ。グッズが欲しいです。Oh! I forgot the car again. The question. My bad.
すみません。
すみません。
も
もう
うち
に帰ります。Yes.
帰ります。
グッズ Come on, グッズ。
このバンドはとてもいいですね。またコンサートが見たいです。次のコンサートはいつですか？
いや、このバンドはとてもいいですね。このバンドはとてもいいですね。またコンサートが見たいです。いや、見たいです。次のコンサートはいつですか？ When is the next one? She's really enjoying it. We should come here again.
また
ここに来ましょう。Wait, no. 来ましょう。
来ましょう。
We should come here again. 来ましょう。そのアーティストの something グッズ面白いかわいい No,忙しい Never mind. かわいい okay. かわいい I mean, what else we got? Difficult? 難しい yeah. We're gonna stick with kawaii. If all else fails, describe something as cute. このアーティストのグッズが欲しいです。欲しいです。この T シャツが買いたいです。Oh, that's interesting. Wait a minute. Oh, that's actually pretty boss. If they do it this way. Because you could challenge it with mas or masen or masho. Technically, this way. Okay. I see that. That is an interesting way of doing it. I haven't even considered that. Where you could break it up like that. Interesting. Maybe for future lessons or something. Oh, I just said this earlier. もう12時です。12時です。 Oh no. 疲れました. 疲れました is
れ
tired. Oh yeah, I am. Actually, I'm literally feeling this right now. Tai and mas are auxiliary helper verbs. Yeah, helping verbs. Yep. I'm literally feeling this right now. Mo 12時です. 疲れました. 疲れました. We're almost there. This is the last lesson for the day. I'm trying to switch my schedule around. The second day is the longest because of the way Duolingo is structured. So the third day is usually it's going to be shorter. And then it allows me opportunity to write kana and kanji. So we're trying to fit in more stuff. Although I talked a lot today. I had so many good questions. Dude, I absolutely love Gabriel's questions. I always talk out of my butt though. I'm like vomiting. I'm vomiting eccentricity and rhetoric all the time about philosophy and psychology. And I have no background in philosophy and psychology. I mean, like, I'm not trained formally in any way. But it's so fascinating to talk about it, right? The take-home message I really want to communicate to most people is, if you are as engrossed and intrigued as I am, I have no doubt that whatever you do with your life is going to be extraordinary, to you at least, and to me. So anyone who gives me the time of day, I really do want to make them feel special. At least I try. Anyway, I think there are enough people out there that will tell you you're not special, and that's fine too. I'm just offering balance, because if you keep telling someone that they can't amount to anything, then usually that can motivate them. But you can also have both, and that's kind of my shtick right now. If someone comes to me and say, like, everyone's telling them you can't do it, I'll tell you you can do it. If everyone around you is telling you you can do it and you're a superstar, I would try to ground you. Schrodinger's special. Like, if I see that you're overconfident or you're constantly exuding confidence, then I'll probably do the opposite. Because I truly believe in constantly believing in that the person can navigate when they have a balance of perspectives, as opposed to falling in the trap of always believing in one thing and then another thing. It can create some confusion. So naturally, I don't do that with younger people. If it's like 13-year-olds and 50, I'm terrible at interacting with like much younger people. But generally speaking, young adults, like 25-ish, I think it's wonderful trying to pick them up if they're too far down. It's kind of also very encouraging to bring someone down when they're too far up, so that one day someone like slaps you in the face, figuratively. I don't want their whole world to collapse. I think I've seen that far too many times, where you have superstar kids who will continue to be superstars. If only someone was there to ground them when something hits them really hard in the face. I say performing terribly on entrance exams was my first one. Like, I definitely got slapped pretty hard. Figuratively. And never again, I suppose. Maybe. I got served humility most of the time when people keep me in check. When it comes to humility. That's probably what they're very good at, honestly. Okay. Wait.
欲しい。たい。欲しい。
Okay.
本当に疲れました。
本当に疲れました。 I'm really tired. 本当に疲れました。疲れました。バンドの CD が欲しいです。
欲しい。たい。
Alright, they just want to buy something. It's fine. They want to buy the new album. This new album. It's fine.
またこのバンドのコンサートに行きたいです。
Okay. Go to this band's concert again. One more time. またこのバンドをコンサートに行きたいです。行きたいです。
少し疲れました。
少し疲れました。I'm a bit tired.
とても疲れました。
I'm very tired.
どのアーティストのグッズが欲しいですか？
Oh, what did I screw up here? どのアーティスト Oh, I forgot the ka. Yeah. どのアーティストのグッズが欲しいですか？
どのアーティストのグッズが欲しいですか？
どのアーティストのグッズが欲しいですか？ And we're done! This is kind of rough. I think I'm at my extent. Yeah. Alright. Tomorrow is gonna be a relaxing day. 疲れました。Yeah. 疲れました。These aren't past tense? Question mark? No. Or yes, no, I don't know. Are they or are they not? Actually, 疲れました。疲れました is something new, so I didn't look it up yet. I think to be tired isn't necessarily past tense, but state. So, that is something I was going to look up after this. For 疲れました. I'm not entirely sure. You hear 疲れた a lot in anime, I see. Yeah, the interpretation of 疲れました is a little bit weird. So I'm gonna have to look up and familiarize myself with that. 疲れました was introduced now. And I am tired is weird. So I am tired as in 疲れました is the state of being tired already. Yeah, that's right. I'm sure it's got a basis in states. So it's the state of being tired. And I need to understand how that relates to it in the future. So, because 疲れました I need to know what is it interpreted as if you were to change it. Right? Actually, before we go, flashbang. 疲れました on a verb conjugator. Well, I mean, like a verb conjugator. What do we have? It is, yeah. It is conjugated as the past tense. To get tired, fatigue, tire. So there is one about getting tired, as in it's a state. And it's also verbial too for tire. So it's interesting how they're interpreting it. So they're using it as a way to express a state of being tired, as opposed to tiring something out. Yeah. Like getting tired out by something. Yeah, so far the only tense interpretation that made sense to me in Japanese were the ones that treat things as a state and not as a time. Yeah, exactly. So interesting. That's a great point. And I thought about it. I wrote a couple of notes down of the new stuff that I need to look up. But yeah. Duolingo, right? Doesn't really explain these things. And that's kind of something you have to do. Alright, folks. Thanks for keeping me keeping me company. Today I digressed a lot, but I digressed way too much to know which videos to break up and all that stuff. It's just gonna be there. Sometimes I plan for these things and I try to break up the digressions. They're usually not that sometimes I can refer to them. But today we talked about a lot of things. We talked about the philosophical and the objectifying of polyglots, right? Like what the standards are for qualifying a polyglot versus the philosophical and psychological perspective of trying to achieve that type of status versus balancing and exchanging and finding reward in language learning while considering the social and societal pressures of pragmatism of learning multiple languages. Then we talked about like the approaches of learning and actualization again, and then we started talking about the GLPT. There was a lot of things discussed today, and I'll continue to work on being a little bit more articulate about it. And articulate, it's gonna continue to be verbose. So if you're gonna ask a question, if you're giving me 5 minutes, I'll give you 30 minutes. You don't have to stay for the whole thing, but I truly believe that the more you practice and invest, it's an investment for me. One day I'll bump into 1 or 2 people, and you know, they might change my life and I might change their life. It's always a fun prospect. Frien, the anime Frien. Actually, Turnus, have you watched Frien yet? If I had something that I could recommend that probably summarizes most of the things. Oh, you've seen it? Yeah, that anime summarizes a lot of things that I talk about all the time, that I think about all the time. And the things that I use that Frien tries to illustrate. Oh, we talked about Frien today as well, right? So, that anime applies a lot of things that I try to apply to make people feel better. Quite a lot. Because it's coming out in a place where I think people need to hear that. The message that Frien is trying to communicate, it's a good time. It's a pretty excellent time, especially for those who like to learn Japanese as a language and then have this lofty off-way goal of becoming, you know, fluent in Japanese or very motivated by anime. I think that anime came at a wonderful time. People need, I feel the ones that are struggling or being upset, nihilistic, struggling with paths in their lives and finding meaning to their lives and finding things to make them enjoy life and be colorful again. I think that anime is a great time. If someone comes up to me and say, I feel like I'm wasting my life away, I don't know what to do, like how do I gain some perspective on appreciating the smaller things? even when you have it all, you can still struggle with these things. That anime is so wonderful. The message in that anime. Oh, what does that message say? That quote from it. Something about look what's in front of you. Like something like don't look to the past. Don't focus on the past. Look what's in front of you or something. Because I see mae, the kanji for mae. So what's in front of you, and maybe that those kanji is referring to the past. I literally don't know those kanji, so I can't really help. It's like oh wait, I do those kino, right? Kino. Oh no, it's not. Oh, never mind. You can't be serious. Oh my gosh, it has nothing to do with past or future. Why would you remember to say, you can't be serious? That's kind of funny. Omae comes off as something that has nothing to do with, oh man. Oh, there you go, kanji for you. So shokika omae, you can't be serious. Shokika omae. I swear, isn't the second kanji in, maybe it's like oh here? Oh no, it might be kaki. Isn't like kika isn't kika in like kyo kino? I don't actually kino. Oh, it's genki. Yeah, you're right, it's genki. Never mind, you're right. It's in genki. Tadashi. Okay, Tadashi isn't correct. Oh, okay, never mind. No. Yeah, it's genki. Genki is the one. I've seen it before. So genki. I see. Unrelated, completely unrelated. But I try to remind myself of where I've seen kanji to boost my memory of what kanji are. So whenever people spam kanji, I take a guess based on the kanji that I already know. And omae is nowhere near. nowhere near my like the standalone mae. Okay, fair enough. Interesting. So if you combine correct Tadashi with genki, I don't see how. Okay. All right. Thanks for that share. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I talked my bit. Have fun. Please try to have fun. I think it's so disheartening. Oh, correct mine. I see. If you want to combine the two, correct mine. Interesting. How does that translate to you can't be serious? Alright. With that said, I'll keep that in mind. Right. Yeah. Once again, definitely enjoy what you're doing. I like to hope that everyone has time. The way Serie said it. Oh, the way Serie said it probably has more to it. Oh, I see it. Fair enough. I'll have to revisit that some other time when I understand Japanese quite a lot more. So, yeah, enjoy something. I hope you guys all of you have some time to reflect, right? I'm not saying dig in your past, but something to keep yourself accountable for the things you have done, right? Leave a legacy, leave a trail, Hemel, Q Hemel. Leave an impression on someone. Maybe, you know, right? It's about legacy, right? Actualize your results. If you're feeling unmotivated, you're lacking progress, like not really progress. This is not about progress. This is about motivation. Like having value, life, motivation, things that feel like if you feel stagnation, write it, write something down. create something, anything. Build some sort of progressive legacy. Not in the sense that if you need to measure if you're improving or not, but just the idea that time has passed and you have done something, right? Be it a number, a diary journal where all you're doing is recording what you ate for lunch each day. That can be very revealing, right? It can be helpful as well. And things like that, because memory is tenuous. Human memory is tenuous. But even in that sense, removing the anxiety that comes with not being able to see all you have done, recording some sort of ways to pass on some of your memories and people around you. That's Frien 101, by the way. Even statues and deeds, small deeds pile up to a heroic legacy, that kind of thing. Yeah, find something like that if you ever feel like you're lacking motivation. If there's anything I don't lack, it's probably motivation. I lack a lot of competence for sure, but that doesn't keep my motivation down. So if you have your motivation, in my opinion, that supersedes competence. With motivation comes competence. I think it's a necessary thing. So yeah, find what motivates you, drives you. If you don't have that, start writing down some stuff. Writing down in any way. Record yourself. I mean, sometimes looking in the mirror and smiling and seeing if you can smile, that's some actualization thing. All right. Until next time. All right, guys. Stay healthy in both mind and body, and keep on at it. Keep on at it. Until then, as always, また明日。またね。Right? Take care. じゃあね。